Chapter 546. The Abyss of the Ancient God was a forbidden area of the Tongjiu continent. It was the most dangerous place in the 9th battlefield. Jiang Xi had wandered the Tongjiu continent for more than 100 years and had heard of this place many times. However, this was his first time here. After the top-grade immortal boat shuttled through the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Jiang Xi's gaze was immediately attracted by the huge abyss below. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, he could clearly see it with his eyes. This huge abyss was close to a light-year in diameter. It was as if a big hole had suddenly appeared in this vast land. The inexplicable aura emitted from the abyss made people feel awe. It was as if one's soul would be swallowed if they looked at it for too long. At this moment, Jiang Xi finally remembered why the aura that flashed on the talisman seal gave him a familiar feeling. When he first set foot on the Tongjiu continent, he had felt this inexplicable feeling. Now, it seemed that this abyss was the source of the inexplicable aura. Next to him, Suji found that Jiang Xi was looking at the abyss below in a daze and smiled. "Shanhai, have you never been to the abyss of the ancient god?" "Yes, I haven't been here." Jiang Xi nodded indifferently. "No way. I just said it casually, and you really haven't been here before? With your strength, you could have come to the abyss of the ancient god long ago." Suji was very surprised. Jiang Xi smiled and said, "Actually, I've only been in the Tongjiu continent for more than 100 years, and I haven't had the time to explore this place." Those who dared to explore the abyss of the ancient god were basically 7th Tribulation Transcender and above. With his strength, he could indeed establish a foothold here. Suji praised, "You're amazing. You've only been here for more than 100 years, and you've already killed so many Tribulation Transcenders of other races. You even killed an 8th Tribulation Transcender of the Ghost race. Amazing." Old Mo only said 2 words. Like his name, he was very silent. Suji smiled and shook his head. Then, he said to Jiang Xi, "Since it's your first time here, I'll briefly explain the situation of the Abyss of the Ancient God to you. The Abyss of the Ancient God is 1 light-year in diameter, and its depth is unknown. That's because there's a special kind of field force inside. The deeper you go, the stronger the field force becomes. 4 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses like us, we can go 1 light-year in at most, and that is our limit. If I go any further, neither my body nor my soul will be able to withstand it. It's said that even perfected lords don't dare to go deeper." At this point, Suji said seriously, "Therefore, when you wander in the abyss of the ancient god, you have to be careful of your position in addition to beware of the alien race experts that may appear at any time. This is because the special force emitted from the depths of the abyss will continuously lead you deeper into the abyss without you noticing. In the history of the Tongjiu continent, there were many lone Tribulation Transcender powerhouses who suddenly fell into an epiphany while cultivating. By the time they woke up, they were already deep in the danger zone. Those who were strong could even break free from that kind of force field. Those who are slightly weaker can only perish under that kind of force field." River Word had been listening attentively, and his expression had also become serious. A special field force. This was the first time he had heard of this information. If no one told him, it would be troublesome if he encountered a similar situation in the future. Suji suddenly laughed. "Haha, don't be so serious. You just have to remember 2 things. Don't go too deep and don't have an epiphany." Jiang Xi chuckled. These words were quite insightful. Suji asked, "There is one more thing. I don't know if you have heard of how the Abyss of the Ancient God was formed?" "I don't know." Jiang Xi shook his head. Old Mo said in a muffled voice, "Legend has it that this is the place where the ancient god race's ancient god fell." "That ancient god Dao monarch level ancient god?" Jiang Xi was shocked. Suji said, "Yes. It is said that the ancient god was unwilling to submit to the alliance agreement of the 3 peak races and fought with the Dao monarchs of the human race, the monster race, and the ghost race. In the end, he self-detonated in anger, forming this unfathomable abyss of the ancient god with a diameter of 1 light-year. Jiang Xi took another look at the abyss that seemed to be able to swallow everything. The inexplicable aura, he felt, should be the remnant of the ancient god after his death. The place where the Dao monarch fell. There were only a few dozen Dao monarchs in the entire human race. Just from the number, one could imagine how powerful the Dao monarchs were. Jiang Xi let out a light breath and calmed his emotions. Then, he said with his spiritual sense, the place where the ancient god fell. No wonder we could find the ancient god's hidden treasure here. Since ancient times, who knows how many tribulation transcender powerhouses have wandered the abyss of the ancient god. But before me, I have never heard of anyone finding the ancient god's hidden treasure. Suji smiled proudly and also said with his spiritual sense. There were many powerhouses in the abyss of the ancient god, and many ninth tribulation transcenders were cultivating and hunting here. They didn't dare to talk about the ancient god's hidden treasure openly. Therefore, they cautiously used their spiritual sense to communicate. Jiang Xi shook his head and said, maybe someone found it before, but they didn't spread it. Haha, in any case, we have now found this great opportunity. Whether or not we can progress further on the path of immortality will depend on this. Suji's gaze was fiery as he looked at the bottomless abyss of the ancient god. The treasures hidden in the ancient god's hidden treasure were comparable to the wealth of a true monarch powerhouse. Even if they divided the wealth equally, it was enough for them to transcend another tribulation and become a ninth tribulation transcender. They could even touch the possibility of reversing life and death. On the side, Old Mo, as his name suggested, remained silent and rarely spoke. Then, the three of them drove the top-grade immortal boat and once again flew toward the abyss of the ancient god. This unfathomably deep abyss was 1 light year in diameter. It was different from other places in Tongjiu continent. There was enough space here to accelerate and travel through space. In just 1 minute, the top-grade immortal boat arrived at an area 3 trillion kilometers deep in the abyss of the ancient god. Suji pointed in a direction and said, 2 million kilometers ahead, there is a space with an area of 1 square kilometer. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense could naturally explore that area, but he didn't find anything special about it. It seemed that the rumors were true. The space where the ancient god's hidden treasure was located was refined by the ancient god. Even true monarchs couldn't find it. As for why the Dao monarchs of the 3 races who fought against the ancient god didn't take away the ancient god's hidden treasure, Jiang Xi could guess the reason. It was very simple, they didn't want it. Then, the 3 of them carefully flew in the abyss and soon arrived at that space. When they got close, Jiang Xi still didn't find anything. He only felt that this space was no different from the surrounding space. Jiang Xi praised, it's really mysterious. Suji smiled and said, otherwise, it wouldn't have been our turn. If it was so easy to find, it would have been someone else's long ago. A space with an area of 1 square kilometer couldn't be more insignificant compared to this abyss with a diameter of 1 light year. Suji and that monster race 8 tribulation transcender being able to find this place could only be said to be luck. Let's go in. Suji put away the flying boat, and with a flash of his figure, he directly entered this space. Jiang Xi and Old Mo looked at each other and followed. It was as if they had passed through a barrier. Then, they found that the space in front of them had suddenly become bigger, or it could be said that they had entered another space. In the void, an ancient palace was floating, with a length and width of 1 million kilometers. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The palace of the ancient god. Jiang Xi and Suji's eyes burst out with golden light. At this moment, even the slow-witted Old Mo was somewhat excited. The 3 of them didn't hesitate and arrived at the huge platform in front of the palace. On the platform, there were 6 corpses that were 1,000 feet tall. They looked similar to humans, but they had 6 arms. The ancient god race had been destroyed for who knows how many eras, but these 6 corpses were still intact. This showed that their cultivation was very strong when they were alive. There is still some spiritual sense pressure left on the corpses. They are at least at the 7th tribulation transcender level. Jiang Xi carefully sensed. Suji nodded and said, yes, from the looks of the talisman seals, the 6 of them were most likely the guardians of the ancient god's secret treasure. It's just that the battle at that time was too sudden, and they didn't have time to react before dying. Their primordial spirits were destroyed. Jiang Xi could imagine the scene at that time. The true monarchs and Dao monarchs of the three peak races had directly swept through the entire Tongjiyu continent. Just their primordial spirit attacks were enough to destroy the primordial spirits of those tribulation transcender powerhouses without any room to resist. In addition to the 6 corpses, the platform was also engraved with complex runes similar to those of a teleportation array. It was hexagonal, and the runes on each corner formed a clear pattern. A teleportation array? Jiang Xi was a bit surprised. The environment of the foreign battlefield was treacherous and often changed. It wasn't suitable to build a teleportation array. This was because the teleportation array might be destroyed or be ambushed by the enemy. Therefore, everyone used flying boats to travel. They didn't expect to see a teleportation array here. Suji smiled and said, "It's a teleportation array, but it's a bit different. It needs a talisman seal to activate it." Jiang Xi gently nodded and said, "Hexagonal runes. In other words, 6 talisman seals are needed to open the ancient god's palace." Suji said, "Now, we just have to wait for the monster race's tribulation transcender powerhouses to come." The 3 of them weren't in a hurry and quietly waited on the platform. After half a day, 3 streams of light appeared in this space, whistling as they arrived on the platform. Rich monster energy and immortal energy instantly spread out. "Hee hee." A gloomy laughter echoed. "Suji, it seems you're very impatient. However, it's better to come at the right time than early." The one who spoke was a monster less than a meter tall. His pair of black eyes revealed a crafty look. He was shaped like a wolf, but his 2 front paws were very short. Therefore, he walked upright. This was a powerhouse of the Golden Wolf clan, a top-notch bloodline of the monster race. Although he was short, his aura wasn't low. He was an 8th tribulation transcender. Suji smiled and said, "We came early so that we could arrange some things in advance. Don't you think so?" Me. The expression of the Golden Wolf clan's 8th tribulation transcender turned cold. Then, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Xi and Old Mo. "These are the 2 helpers you invited?" Stupid Rock of the Giant Rock clan. There aren't many of them in the Tong ancient continent, and he's an 8th tribulation transcender. It seems that stupid Old Mo. This youth with a long sword on his back and golden and black armor is a 7th tribulation sword immortal? A human mountain sea sword immortal? Or green cry sword immortal? Oh, these 2 aren't very good. His comments were obviously a psychological tactic. However, Jiang Xi and the other 2 didn't care. They were all veterans, and their minds wouldn't be disturbed by these words. If it were outside, and the human camp and the monster camp met, they would immediately attack. But this time, everyone had come for the ancient god's secret trove. Before the ancient god's secret trove was truly opened, they naturally wouldn't attack. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's get to know each other." Suji shook his head and said, "I'm Suji of the human camp. Mountain Sea." Old Mo. Jiang Xi and Old Mo reported their names. At the same time, they looked at the 3 tribulation transcender powerhouses of the monster camp without any fear. Of the 3 monster race tribulation transcender powerhouses, the 8th tribulation transcender of the Golden Wolf clan was very short, less than a meter tall. The other 2 weren't the kind of monster race that was famous for their huge immortal bodies. One of them had the appearance of a human, but she had 8 fox tails. Her every move was soul-stirring. She was an 8th tribulation transcender powerhouse of the monster race's Spirit Fox clan. The last one was a 100-meter-tall man with an ox head and a human body. He had 4 ring-shaped magical treasures on each of his arms. He was an 8th tribulation transcender of the monster race's Ox Demon clan. However, Jiang Xi hadn't been in the Tongjiyu continent for a long time, and he didn't know any information about these 3 monster races. After he and Old Mo finished their introductions, Suji solemnly said, "It's your turn." The 8th tribulation transcender of the Golden Wolf clan smiled and said, "My name is Bei Yu." The fox girl of the Spirit Fox clan smiled and said, "Spirit Fox Enchantress." At this time, she had a pure and holy aura. 8th ring Ox Demon. The big man from the Ox Demon clan grinned, and his imposing aura suddenly increased by a few notches. Lightning flashed all around him, accompanied by muffled thunders, causing people to feel uneasy. Jiang Xi and the others felt this aura, and their expressions changed slightly. He was very close to a ninth tribulation transcender. In other words, this eighth ring ox demon from the ox demon clan was the strongest one present. Since everyone knows each other, let's start the teleportation formation now. Beiyu smiled as if victory was already in his hands. The Northern Ring's ox demon and spirit fox enchantress also had strange smiles on their faces. Suji expressionlessly turned his hand and took out a talisman seal. Jiang Xi gently shook his head and also took out a talisman seal with Old Mo. Next, the 3 people and 3 monsters stood in 6 different positions of the hexagonal teleportation formation and activated it. Buzz! Suddenly, violent spatial fluctuations appeared on the platform. At the same time, dazzling white light condensed. This was the sign of teleportation. This is troublesome. I didn't expect the other party to have a powerhouse close to a ninth tribulation transcender. Suji's voice sounded in the ears of Jiang Xi and Old Mo. If a ninth tribulation transcender was equivalent to 108th tribulation transcenders, then this 8th ring ox demon was equivalent to 10 8th tribulation transcender. Now, in terms of combat strength, the 3 of them were at a disadvantage. I'm good at earth-type magical techniques and have high defense. I can temporarily stall him. Old Mo transmitted his voice. He was very honest and didn't think of shirking. Instead, he took the initiative to take the most difficult one. Suji sighed, that's the only way. Jiang Xi also said, Spirit Fox Enchantress should be good at illusion techniques. Just leave it to me. Suji solemnly said, alright, let's each take one. As long as Old Mo can stall him, we still have a chance. The 3 of them secretly communicated with each other through their spiritual senses. The 3 monster tribulation transcenders on the opposite side were also secretly communicating. A few seconds later, the teleportation formation in front of the ancient god's palace was finally fully activated. The dazzling light was like a small star, illuminating the space. Under the power of the teleportation formation, the 3 people and 3 monsters disappeared. In the deepest part of the ancient god's palace, a rune flickered on a hidden wall. This was the entrance to a heavenly abode. After stepping into this heavenly abode, one could see that it was a desolate place. On the ground, there were many tall 6-armed figures busily cultivating or working. If Jiang Xi and the others saw this scene, they would be able to recognize that these were the remnants of the ancient god race. However, they were not the survivors of the ancient god race. After countless eras, those who had not reached the true monarch realm had already died. These were the descendants of the first batch of survivors. At this time, in the center of this heavenly abode, inside an ancient pagoda that was millions of feet tall. On the ground, a rune flickered. Whoosh, a 6-armed figure exuding an ethereal aura suddenly appeared, and he excitedly looked at the ray of light. Haha, it's here, it's finally here. I've waited for countless eras, and it's finally here. He laughed like a madman, his face full of tears. After waiting for countless eras, his strength was revealed with a single sentence. This was a true monarch with an endless lifespan. Those whose cultivation is above the 7th tribulation transcender realm, come here. His spiritual sense covered the entire heavenly abode. Whoosh, 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 soon, a total of 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race flickered and arrived. The aura emitted by each of them was at least at the 7th tribulation transcender realm. Greetings, true ancestor. They respectfully saluted the true monarch of the ancient god race. Then, the 9th tribulation transcender in the lead asked, True ancestor, what happened? The true ancestor of the ancient god race smiled with unconcealable excitement, and said, just now, the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure was completely activated. Ah! The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race suddenly became excited. Some laughed, some went crazy, and some directly shed tears. So, we have a chance to leave. Haha, this is great. I didn't expect that I would have a chance to leave this cage in my lifetime. After hearing these words, the true ancestor of the ancient god race looked at the 10 tribulation transcenders with a complicated expression. Cage, countless eras ago, he had received an order from the ancient god to leave with a group of people with excellent bloodlines. However, before he could leave, a war suddenly broke out. A battle between Dao monarchs was not something that a true monarch like him could participate in. He had no choice but to hide in the ancient god's secret treasure with his people. However, the 6 people who were responsible for guarding the ancient god's secret treasure were unable to escape in time and died in the aftermath of the war without the talisman seals of the guardians. They had no way to open the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure, so they were trapped here. Helpless, he could only open a heavenly abode here to provide a place for his people to live. Year after year, epoch after epoch, they waited. He watched with his own eyes as the people who had survived with him grew old and died of illness. Then, he watched the new generation of his people grow up and die of old age. Generation after generation, during this time, many of his people cultivated to the 9th tribulation transcender realm. However, the resources of this small world were not enough to support his people to cultivate to the true monarch realm. Even the people of the 9th tribulation transcender realm could only die with regret and grief after their lifespan was exhausted. On the surface, they were survivors of their race, but in fact, they were prisoners. This ancient god's secret treasure, this paradise world, was their cage. The true ancestor of the ancient god clan side. Compared to his people, he, a true monarch, had suffered the most. Even if his people cultivated to the 9th tribulation transcender realm, they could only live for 100,000 years. As for him, a true monarch, he had lived for countless eras in this small world. If he had not seen the real universe, he might not have felt anything. However, he was a true monarch before his race was exterminated. He had also traveled in the vast original universe and knew how vast the world was. The gaze of the ancient god clan's true ancestor swept across the faces of the 10 tribulation transcender realm cultivators. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "Today, I'll take you out of this cage." Since the teleportation formation of the ancient god's secret treasure had been activated, it meant that 6 foreign race cultivators with talisman seals had entered the ancient god's secret treasure. As long as they could take away the 6 talisman seals, they could take their people out of the ancient god's secret treasure. The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god clan calmed down a little. The 9th tribulation transcender in the lead said in a grave tone, "True ancestor, I think it's better if you don't show up this time." The ancient god clan's true ancestor frowned and said, "Are you worried that there are true monarchs of foreign races outside?" The 9th tribulation transcender solemnly said, "It's better to be safe than sorry. True ancestor is the only hope of our ancient god clan. If something happens to you, our race will truly be finished." The 9th tribulation transcender said with a solemn expression. True monarchs with endless lifespans were the main reason why they, the survivors of the ancient god clan, could continue living for countless eras. If even their only true monarch died, there was a possibility that their clan would be exterminated in the future. The ancient god clan's true ancestor pondered for a moment. He naturally understood this principle. Moreover, he was also clear about his own strength. He was only a true monarch who had reversed life and death once, a first revolution Dao immortal. Among the 5th revolution Dao immortals, he was the weakest. If there really was a first revolution Dao immortal of foreign races outside, he would be in danger. All right. The true ancestor nodded. When it came to the life and death of his clan, he knew what to do. Jiyu Hong, Jiyu Qian. He called out 2 names in a row. 2 of the 10 tribulation transcenders stepped forward. Jiyu Hong was the 9th tribulation transcender. Jiyu Qian was an 8th tribulation transcender whose strength was second only to him. As for the remaining 8, they were all 7th tribulation transcenders. The true ancestor sternly said, "You 2 are the strongest. You 2 will go and compete for the talisman seals of the ancient god's treasure trove." "Yes." Jiyu Hong and Jiyu Qian respectfully bowed. The true ancestor of the ancient god clan thought for a moment and said, "There is one more thing. This ancient god's treasure trove is one of the 100 inheritance treasures left behind by the ancient god. Not only does it contain a large number of treasures of the ancient god clan, but it also contains the most important inheritance of the ancient god. If possible, you can try to bring back the inheritance of the ancient god. As for those treasures, let's leave it to fate." Those foreign races probably don't know about the uniqueness of this ancient god's treasure trove. Their primary goal will definitely be those treasures. Chapter 547. Countless eras ago, when the ancient god race was negotiating with the three peak races, he had a premonition that his days were numbered. Because the Tao monarchs of the three races would definitely not let a Tao monarch like him leave. He could fight to the death with those Tao monarchs, but his race could not. Therefore, he arranged for the talented members of his race to escape and move to the wilderness at the edge of the universe, where they could repopulate. The ancient god's secret treasure he left behind in the Tongjiu continent was the hope for his race to rise again. His race was divided into 10,000 teams, of which 100 inherited teams carried the most important secret treasures. As for the 9,900 ordinary teams, they were used as cannon fodder to cover the inherited teams with ordinary secret treasures. The difference was very big. Ordinary secret treasures had very few treasures. Only the secret treasures of the ancient god race contained a large number of treasures, as well as the most important inheritance of the ancient god. However, even if the ancient god race had made careful arrangements in advance, the battle had come too suddenly. In the end, whether it was the inherited teams or the ordinary teams, they were almost wiped out. After all, they were facing the three peak races. At present, the secret treasure that Jiang Ci and the others had opened was one of the 100 secret treasures. The 6 guards were all 7th Tribulation Transcender and above. Back then, the inheritance team that was responsible for taking away this treasure had been trapped in this space by a freak combination of factors, and had been imprisoned for countless eras. In the heavenly abode world where the remnants of the ancient god race resided. The true ancestor of the ancient god race loudly said, "Eternal life of the ancient god, eternal life of the ancient god, eternal life of the ancient god." The 10 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race also shouted in unison. Then, under everyone's worried and expectant gazes, Jiyu Hong and Jiyu Qian passed through the entrance of the heavenly abode world. In the next moment, a weak rune light flickered, and the 2 powerhouses of the ancient god race arrived in the ancient god palace. Jiyu Hong was slightly taller, close to 1,000 meters. Jiyu Qian was slightly more than 800 meters tall, and was slightly thinner. The similarity was that they both had 6 arms, and the skin exposed outside the armor was covered with golden patterns. They looked at each other and cautiously did not use their spiritual sense to explore the entire palace, fearing that they would attract the attention of the 6 foreign races. After all, they still didn't know how strong these 6 intruders were. "Let's go to the array formation hall first," Jiyu Qi said through his spiritual awareness. Jiyu Qian nodded. Then, the 2 figures went straight to the deepest part of the ancient god palace. Besides being cautious, the 2 experts from the ancient god clan had another advantage. That was how familiar he was with the ancient god palace. They were trapped in this space, but it didn't mean that they couldn't enter the ancient god's palace. During their growth, they had cultivated and played in the corridors of this palace countless times. They were well aware of the locations of the formation hall, the hall of inheritance, and the treasure hall. Of course, they only knew the location, but they couldn't enter. Furthermore, not only could he not enter, he could not even use his spiritual sense to probe the situation in the various halls. Because the palaces of the ancient gods were personally created by the ancient gods, they had to wait for the hexagonal teleportation formation outside to be fully activated before they could enter those palaces. Otherwise, even perfected lords would not be able to force their way in. Now that the hexagonal teleportation formation had been fully activated, the ancient god's secret treasure had been truly opened. These restrictions were gone. As for why he didn't go to the inheritance hall or the secret treasury hall first, the reason was very simple. The 2 experts from the ancient god clan kept their mission in mind. Their first goal was talisman seals. Their second goal was inheritance. Their third goal was treasures. In order to leave this prison, talisman seals were the most important thing. Otherwise, even if they obtained countless treasures, what was the use? They would still be prisoners. In addition, they firmly believed that even if the 6 foreign races had talisman seals, they wouldn't be able to open the treasure hall and the inheritance hall. Because of the ancient god bloodline, Soon, the two experts from the Ancient God clan arrived at the formation hall at the core of the Ancient God Palace. In layman's terms, this formation hall controlled all the formations and restrictions in the Ancient God Palace, except for the teleportation formation inside the formation hall. Ji Hong, a ninth tribulation transcender, continuously made hand seals with his 6 arms. Soon, a golden holographic image appeared in the hall, showing the situation of the entire Ancient God Palace. The Ancient God clan wasn't the kind of clan that lacked information. Before their clan was exterminated, they were able to travel the universe and naturally had these formations and surveillance methods. Look, they came in. Ji Chen pointed at a spot in the golden holographic image. With a thought, Ji Hong zoomed in on that area. 3 humans and 3 monsters appeared in the corridor at the entrance of the Ancient God Palace. Humans. Monsters. Ji Hong and Ji Chen's eyes were filled with hatred. This was the first time they saw a foreign race. However, the 3 peak clans were their enemies, and they knew the characteristics of these 3 clans since they were young. If their hatred for the 3 peak clans could be described in one word, it would be hatred to the bone. However, at this moment, they knew how to restrain themselves. They had hated them for so many years, so a little while longer was not a big deal. Ji Chen asked, "Big brother, how is their strength?" The golden holographic image in front of them could monitor the situation inside the Ancient God Palace, and naturally, it could also detect the strength of the intruders. 5 8th Tribulation Transcenders and 1 7th Tribulation Transcender. I can defeat them myself. Ji Hong's eyes flickered with a fierce light. He wanted to directly attack. Ji Chen shook his head. "Big brother, we can't be reckless. I heard from the true ancestor that the peak clans have deep foundations. To judge their strength, we can't just look at their cultivation on the surface. These human and monster tribulation transcenders might have some powerful trump card that could threaten our lives." Ji Hong was not stubborn. He let out a light breath and calmed the boiling killing intent in his heart. He said, "You have been smarter than us since you were young. You can decide what to do this time." Ji Chen nodded and looked at the 3 humans and 3 monsters that had just appeared in the golden holographic image. He suddenly smiled and said, "Let them kill each other first. They are obviously 2 forces. Therefore, whether they find the secret treasury hall or the inheritance hall first, they will kill each other first. At that time, we will have a chance." Ji Chen was worried that Ji Hong would be impulsive. After thinking for a while, he said, "Big brother, there is one more thing that you should understand. Since we started cultivating, we have never fought with a foreign race. At most, we have exchanged pointers with each other, and we have rarely experienced life and death situations. However, these foreign races have been fighting and killing all the time. In terms of actual combat experience, they are definitely far better than us. It's just that they have cultivation but no actual combat experience. When they were killing each other, he would be able to observe their fighting styles and trump cards. This way, when we make a move, we will have a greater chance of success." He only took a glance through the golden holographic image and observed these subtle things and made the corresponding judgment. The Ancient God's Palace was millions of kilometers long and wide. Just the area it covered was trillions of square kilometers. Moreover, this was not an empty palace. There were many halls here, and countless corridors were interspersed between the various halls. The illusion was very complicated. For ordinary people, they would not be able to walk through this palace in their lifetime. However, for 6 powerhouses with the strength of an 8th Tribulation Transcender, this was not a big problem. When Jiang Xi's group and the 3 Tribulation Transcenders of the monster race entered the Ancient God's Palace through the teleportation array, they spread out their spiritual senses. They wanted to find where the treasures of the Ancient God's secret treasury were hidden. Suji said with his spiritual sense, "These halls are isolated from the detection of spiritual senses. We have to find them one by one." Jiang Xi said, "This is a good thing. If everyone spreads out, we won't have to worry about the other side joining hands." The 2 sides had never thought of the possibility of dividing the Ancient God's secret treasury equally. They were all aiming to kill each other and obtain all the treasures. Now, a battle could break out at any time. Whoosh, 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 Beiyu, the 8-ringed demonic ox, and the spirit fox enchantress turned into 3 streams of light and went into the corridors to search for the various halls. Suji lightly shouted, "According to the original plan, each person will be responsible for 1 hall." Immediately, the 3 of them chased after them. Suji chased after Beiyu, and Old Mo chased after the 8-ringed demonic ox. Jiang Ci brought out the Gale Sword and also chased after the spirit fox enchantress. His speed was the fastest. In the corridor ahead, the seductive vixen with 8 fox tails jumped in fright. So fast. Because Jiang Ci's speed was close to the speed of light, close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. In other words, among the 6 of them, the 8-ringed demonic ox was the strongest, and Jiang Ci's speed was the fastest. "You want to get ahead of me?" The spirit fox enchantress's 8 foxtails danced and used an illusion attack. Whoosh, a pink fog filled the corridor. If Jiang Ci wanted to pass through it, he would have to pass through it. An illusion technique of an 8th tribulation transcender? Jiang Ci gently smiled and entered it. All kinds of illusions that could cause people to fall into depravity appeared around him. In his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit, which had a circle of golden light behind his head, emitted a golden primordial spirit, and the 7-colored lotus platform lightly shook. This hallway that was shrouded in illusions and fog was unimpeded for him. He easily passed through it. The spirit fox enchantress did not expect the illusion to trap Jiang Ci. She wanted to use the illusion to interfere with Jiang Ci's speed and affect Jiang Ci's judgment. Because the environment of these corridors was like a maze, it was too complicated. The shortest distance was 50 kilometers, and the longest distance was 10,000 kilometers. There were many turns. Speed didn't work well here. Even if one could cross 200,000 kilometers in a second, they would not be able to display their speed to the limit. Only those with fast and flexible speed could do it. It just so happened that the spirit fox enchantress was very confident in her flexibility. After crossing less than 1,000 kilometers, she encountered a turning point. Whoosh, her fox tail lightly moved, and she nimbly turned into the next corridor. In this complicated corridor, speed alone is not enough. The spirit fox enchantress was very confident. But at this time, she discovered with her spiritual sense that Jiang Ci, who was behind her, had not only easily passed through her illusion fog, but he was also like a gust of wind, nimbly turning that corner. The Dao technique he used was clearly the Dao of the sword. Why does it feel like a wind-type Dao technique? The spirit fox enchantress was bewildered. With such a strange speed, no wonder Wanderer Suji invited him, a 7th tribulation transcender. Then, she realized that he was about to catch up to her. In the next moment, a departing fire sword with a blazing aura slashed towards her. This attack is also so powerful. The spirit fox enchantress's expression greatly changed. Her 8 fox tails crazily danced, forming a thick shield around her body. Boom! She forcibly withstood this sword attack, and then her body flew out uncontrollably, smashing into the wall of the palace. Bang! The wall was not damaged, but the spirit fox enchantress's immortal power was in chaos under this kind of recoil. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Ci directly sped up and rushed to the front. He did not waste time fighting with the spirit fox enchantress. An 8th tribulation transcender monster was not so easy to kill. After turning another corner, he finally saw the door of the first hall. Although the door was millions of feet high, he could easily open it with his strength. It was empty. Next, he continued to search. Behind him, the spirit fox enchantress was also in hot pursuit. She wanted to use a stronger illusion technique to delay Jiang Ci's speed. Battles also broke out on the other 2 roads. Wanderer Suji and Beiyu seemed to be evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Old Mo and the 8th ring bull demon, the former was completely at a disadvantage, but with the super defense of the giant rock demon and his earth-type Dao technique, he was barely able to stall the 8th ring bull demon. Therefore, from the looks of it, only Jiang Ci had the advantage. Inside the formation hall, Jiyu Hong and Jiyu Qian had been paying attention to the battle between the 2 sides. Very strong. Although that 8th tribulation transcender of the bull demon race is much weaker than me, his combat strength is clearly superior to mine. If we really fight, I don't have the confidence to defeat him. Jiyu Hong's expression was solemn. He looked at Jiyu Qian and said, "Fortunately, you persuaded me. Otherwise, if we rushed out just now, we might have been surrounded and killed by them. Not only that bull demon, but that human speed is also close to that of a ninth tribulation transcender. The other 4 are also not bad. Moreover, this is just the beginning. They haven't found the secret treasury hall or the inheritance hall yet. They might have many tricks up their sleeves." Jiyu Qian calmly shook his head. The 2 powerhouses of the ancient god clan had heavy hearts. The foreign races that could enter the ancient god's secret treasury were indeed not weak. Now, they could only hope that the 2 sides would fight fiercely. It would be best if more than half of them died. Only then would they have a chance. After a while, Jiyu Hong and Jiyu Qian's eyes lit up. That human with the fastest speed is about to find the secret treasury hall. Because these halls had the effect of isolating spiritual sense, everyone could only search them one by one. Jiang Xi used his speed to push open the doors of the halls one after another. However, he found that they were all empty. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough, and he had already left the spirit fox enchantress far behind. Soon, he arrived at the door of the next hall and reached out to push it. Ahem! Jiang Xi felt resistance. The door did not open. Found it. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why couldn't he open it? Did he need a talisman seal? Behind him, the spirit fox enchantress was about to catch up. He did not have time to think too much and immediately used his spiritual sense to send a message to Su Ji and Old Mo. The spirit fox enchantress also noticed Jiang Xi's abnormal behavior and immediately understood what was going on. "Come over." That human sword immortal found the secret treasury hall. The spirit fox enchantress contacted the other 2 tribulation transcender monsters. Although each hall had the effect of isolating spiritual sense, there was no such restriction in the corridor. The secret treasury hall. The mountain sea realm has found the secret treasury hall. Su Ji, Old Mo, Bei Yu, and the 8-ringed ox demon broke away from their opponents at almost the same time and quickly rushed to the position of Jiang Xi and the spirit fox enchantress. Boom! In front of the secret treasury hall, Jiang Xi used his strongest power to bombard the door, but it still did not open because his spiritual sense was ineffective. He looked at the door a few times to see if there were any mechanisms. However, this 1 million feet tall door could not be seen with just a few glances. At this time, the spirit fox enchantress finally caught up. "Then, let's deal with the opponent first." Jiang Xi's eyes turned cold, and his sword intent rose. Wang, Scarlet Heaven's sword trembled slightly, and the 6 styles of the universe was displayed. 6,000 feet long sword lights surrounded him, affecting the surrounding space and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Gale! Jiang Xi's figure flashed, and almost instantly, he arrived in front of the spirit fox enchantress with the sword lights. He slashed out with his sword. His speed is too fast. The spirit fox enchantress did not dare to relax in the slightest. Pink fog spread out again, accompanied by the sound of lust that could cause one to have evil thoughts. Sure enough, Jiang Xi's speed slowed down slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the spirit fox enchantress's 8 foxtails suddenly merged into one and became 10,000 times larger. Like a knife, they swept toward Jiang Xi in an arc-insignificant skill. Jiang Xi's eyes burst out with divine light, and the unique golden light of his primordial spirit dispelled the illusion. Then, he saw the 100,000 feet long foxtail coming over, and it instantly transformed into a diamond sword. The sharp and ferocious sword whistled as it collided with the foxtail. Clang! The energy generated by the collision set off an even stronger shockwave that was close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. A human and a monster were both sent flying under this tyrannical impact. Bang! Bang! In this narrow space, they almost hit the wall of the palace at the same time. It seemed that they were evenly matched, but in fact, Jiang Xi was completely fine. Borrowing the force of the rebound, he once again slashed out with his sword, and the wind was released again. As for the spirit fox enchantress, not only was her immortal power in chaos, but her body also suffered some minor injuries. Fast speed, strong attack, and high defense. It seems that the previous rumor might be true. This mountain sea sword immortal might really be able to kill an 8th tribulation transcender of the ghost race with his 7th tribulation transcender cultivation. This thought flashed through the spirit fox enchantress's mind. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the difference in strength between each realm. Especially after reaching the 7th tribulation transcender realm, the possibility of fighting someone of a higher realm would become smaller and smaller. Therefore, it was extremely rare for a 7th tribulation transcender to kill an 8th tribulation transcender. At this time, seeing Jiang Xi attack again, the spirit fox enchantress did not dare to relax in the slightest. The 100,000 feet long foxtail was like a knife, and it collided with Jiang Xi's wind sword. At the same time, a dagger appeared in each of her hands, and she wanted to fight Jiang Xi in close combat. "You're thinking too much." Jiang Xi chuckled. Sword light whistled, and the 6 styles of the universe were used one after another, almost suppressing the spirit fox enchantress. The battle between the two seemed very long, but in fact, it only lasted for less than 3 seconds. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At this time, Su Ji, Old Mo, Bei Yu, and the 8-ringed demonic ox arrived at the same time. "Let's deal with that mountain sea sword immortal first." Bei Yu and the 8-ringed demonic ox made the same decision. This was because they could see that Jiang Xi had almost no weaknesses. Although he was a 7th tribulation transcender, his attack, defense, and speed were all at the level of an 8th tribulation transcender, and his speed was close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender. Speed was the most difficult aspect to deal with. These 2 8th tribulation transcenders of the monster race condensed their terrifying immortal power to attack. One carried an evil black chi, while the other carried a tyrannical electric light as they attacked riverward. "Old Mo, continue to entangle that demonic ox," Su Ji shouted, easily stopping Bei Yu. Old Mo was an honest person. Without saying anything, his whole body was shrouded in earth-yellow Dao charm, and he roared to stop the 8-ringed demonic ox. However, the strength of the 8-ringed demonic ox, which was close to that of a 9th tribulation transcender, was still a bit stronger. He, who cultivated a lightning-type Daoist technique, flashed past Old Mo's obstruction like a bolt of lightning, and arrived in front of Jiang Xi. The 8-ringed magical treasure on his arms whistled as it smashed out rumble, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. This small space was full of tyrannical energy. However, Jiang Xi, who was the target of the attack, was still suppressing the 8th tribulation transcender spirit fox enchantress with one sword strike after another. The aura of the spirit fox enchantress had obviously declined a lot, and her injuries were getting worse. Seeing the 8-ringed demonic ox's magical treasure attack, Jiang Xi could have chosen to ignore it. With the power of the triple mountain armor transformation, this level of attack couldn't affect him. At most, it would only shake his body. However, now was obviously not the time to expose this trump card, so he chose to dodge. He merged his body with his sword, and his sword was like a gust of wind, directly dodging the attack of the 8-ringed demonic ox. However, he still underestimated the power of this attack. The speed of a lightning-type Daoist technique wasn't slow either. Boom! Lightning whistled, and the space shattered. The tyrannical attack caused Jiang Xi's body to instantly become numb, and then he uncontrollably crashed into the door of the secret treasury palace. Jiang Xi sensed that something was wrong, and he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, stop!" Scared. The 8-ringed demonic ox laughed complacently. He had succeeded in his attack, and he believed that he could easily crush this mountain sea sword immortal. Too late. He waved his hand and slapped out, summoning his 8-ringed magical treasure, wanting to attack again. Jiang Xi wasn't afraid of him, but he didn't want to talk nonsense with him, either. He turned around and slapped the door of the secret treasury palace, precisely where he had crashed into just now. Suddenly, 6 grooves appeared on the million-foot-tall door, the shape of which was the same as the talisman seal. With 6 grooves, it was obvious that this secret treasury palace also needed talisman seals to open. This time, everyone really stopped fighting. Because now they couldn't be sure whether this door only needed talisman seals, or 6 talisman seals to open at the same time, just like the hexagonal teleportation array. If one of the 6 died, and they couldn't open the door, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, the battle paused. From the looks of it, other than the spirit fox enchantress who had suffered injuries that were neither light nor heavy, the other 3 people and 2 demons were all fine. However, at this juncture, everyone's attention was on the 6 grooves. Open it together? Yu looked at Su Ji, unaffiliated cultivator. He no longer had his initial confidence. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal's performance just now made them realize that the 3 people on the human side were not much weaker than them. If they really fought, it was still unknown who would win. Su Ji, unaffiliated cultivator, of course, also heaved a sigh of relief. After glancing at Jiang Ci, he nodded. Next, everyone inserted their talisman seals into the grooves. The expected scene of light shining brightly and the door automatically opening did not appear. The 3 people and 3 demons pushed the door at the same time. Then, everyone's expression changed. It was very ugly. It didn't open. First activated, then modified. Chapter 548. Ancient God Palace, Array Hall. Jiyu Hong and Jiyu Qian looked at the golden virtual image with a complicated expression. What a pity. They found the opening mechanism of the secret treasure hall first. Jiyu Hong shook his head. That human sword immortal is lucky. This is something we can't predict. Jiyu Qian smiled bitterly. Originally, he had thought that the 6 intruders would be divided into opposing groups and that some of them would be able to kill each other. However, he had not expected such an accident to occur. The 6 grooves were very difficult to discover compared to the gate that was millions of feet tall. They couldn't detect it with their spiritual awareness, but the human sword immortal found it by accident. They don't have the bloodline of the ancient gods. Even if they have the seal, they can't open the door. Jiyu Qian took a deep breath as if he had made a decision. Actually, to open the door, they didn't need the 6 seals. They only needed the 6 seals and the bloodline of the ancient gods. But those alien races didn't know about this secret. They can't fight now. If they find out that they can't open the secret treasure hall, they might just leave. Jiyu Hong frowned. They couldn't let the 6 alien races leave before they got the seal. Their only choice now was to stand out and fight with the alien races. It was too late to ask the true ancestor for help. They were in the array hall, and their spiritual awareness was blocked. So, the alien races couldn't find them. But as soon as they stepped out of the array hall, the 6 alien races' spiritual awareness would find them. Brother, I'll open the door for them. Jiyu Qian was determined. No. Jiyu Hong refused. You can't stop them. But, even if we work together, we can't beat them. Jiyu Qian was helpless. Seeing that Jiyu Hong was about to say something, he quickly said, My plan isn't to fight with them. I'll try to get the seal and open the door for them. Once they're all in, I'll close the secret treasure hall. Then, you can take the 6 seals. As for the 6 alien races, they'll be locked in the secret treasure hall. Then, you can ask the true ancestor for help. Maybe you can save me. Jiyu Qian told him about her plan. It was simple. Using his life in exchange for the 6 seals. It looked like there was still a chance of survival, but that was only in theory. The possibility of survival was very small. Therefore, this was a completely selfless act. You stay here. I'll help them open the secret repository palace. I'm a 9th tribulation transcender. Even if I enter the secret repository palace with them, I'll have a higher chance of surviving, Jiyu Hong said solemnly. Jiyu Qian shook his head and said, None of those 6 alien races are simple. There isn't much difference between a 9th tribulation transcender and an 8th tribulation transcender in front of them. Then, he sighed and said, Big brother, you're a 9th tribulation transcender, and you're more useful to our race than I am. Sacrificing me to give our race a chance to be reborn, it's really worth it. When he said this, Jiyu Qian had a serious expression on his face and a carefree smile on his face. Jiyu Hong stared at him blankly. Finally, he said bitterly, Ancient God, live forever. Eternal ancient God. Jiyu Qian laughed. Boom. Boom. Space continued to shatter and recover. Turbulent energy filled the ancient God palace. In front of the secret treasury hall, Jiang Xi, Su Ji, and old Mo Bei Yu, the 8-ringed demonic ox, and the spirit fox enchantress. A total of 6 8th tribulation transcender powerhouses were jointly bombarding that million-feet-tall door. With their strength, even if there were 10,000 planets, they would still be able to blast them into space dust. However, this door didn't change at all. It didn't even tremble. As expected of something refined by a Tao monarch. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. There was really no other way. Not only him, but the others and the monsters also had thoughts of leaving. Su Ji opened his mouth and said, "Let's go back and think of a way. Next time," but before he could finish, everyone's expression changed. This was because their spiritual senses had discovered an abnormal situation. A 6-armed figure appeared at the core of the ancient god palace. Ancient god race. How is this possible? There's actually someone from the ancient god race here. He's not a true monarch, but an 8th tribulation transcender. He might know how to open the door. Just as everyone was shocked and prepared to make a move, Jiyu Qian flew in their direction. In less than 3 seconds, he appeared in front of everyone. Ancient god race's Jiyu Qian greets everyone. Jiyu Qian was very calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. The 3 people and the 3 monsters all stared at Jiyu Qian. "Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you?" The 8-ringed demonic ox looked fierce. "Of course, I'm afraid." Jiyu Qian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one, and then he smiled. "But if you kill me, you won't be able to open this door." The expressions of Jiang Xi's group of 3, as well as the 3 monster tribulation transcender powerhouses, changed slightly, and they looked at each other. Everyone was very afraid. No one knew what this 8th tribulation transcender remnant of the ancient god race was hiding behind him. Would there be someone even stronger than him? However, everyone understood that the possibility of this was very small. If there was a stronger ancient god race powerhouse, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Then, Su Ji asked, "What do you want?" "The secret chamber." "I want half of the secret chamber." Jiyu Qian's smile remained unchanged. "Impossible. It's impossible. Then you should just die." The 3 people and the 3 monsters all objected. Finally, after some discussion, they decided to give Jiyu Qian 20% of the secret chamber. Of course, everyone knew that this ratio was just for show. "You want to take it?" They had to be alive. Under everyone's gaze, Jiyu Qian's 800-meter-tall body flew to the 6 grooves on the door, and he took out the 6 talisman seals. Although Jiyu Qian maintained a smile on his face, he couldn't help but feel excited when he took out the 6 talisman seals. The talisman seals were the hope for their race to escape the cage, the hope for their race to be reborn, and the hope for their race to rise. There was no need to refine them. Jiyu Qian just held the talisman seals in his hands, and the golden lines on the talisman seals seemed to have come alive, emitting a golden light. This scene made Jiang Xi's group of 3, as well as the 3 monster tribulation transcender powerhouses, believe Jiyu Qian's words a little more. This 8th tribulation transcender of the ancient god race was indeed able to open this door. Then, Jiyu Qian placed the 6 glowing talisman seals back into the grooves. Buzz! The huge door suddenly trembled, and it became illusory. The scene inside gradually became clear. They saw a simple ring floating in the air. This was the real secret chamber of the ancient god. After the door became completely illusory, no one took the lead this time. "You go first." Su Ji and Bei Yu both looked at Jiyu Qian. They were worried that there might be a trap inside. Jiyu Qian nodded with a faint smile. He silently chanted the eternal life of the ancient god in his heart, and then stepped inside. "Hang in there, you must survive." Inside the formation hall, even though Jiyu Hong had lived for tens of thousands of years, when he saw this scene through the golden illusory image, his eyes turned red, and he chanted the eternal life of the ancient god. Then, he saw the 6 foreign races also step into the secret chamber. The illusory door reappeared. The 6 talisman seals were still embedded in the grooves on the door. Talisman seals. Jiyu Hong knew his mission. He rushed out of the formation hall with sadness and without any hesitation. Rumble, but before he reached the secret chamber, he suddenly heard a soul-piercing sound of thunder, and the sky suddenly darkened. This is the heavenly tribulation, the ninth tribulation. Jiyu Hong's face changed. Whose heavenly tribulation? Jiyu Qian's. There were 5/8 tribulation transcenders among the foreign races, but it was most likely Jiyu Qian's heavenly tribulation. That was because when a powerhouse transcended a tribulation, they would make thorough preparations in advance and find a safe place to trigger the heavenly tribulation. It was impossible for the 5/8 tribulation transcenders of the foreign races to trigger his ninth tribulation at this time. Jiyu Qian. Jiyu Hong was filled with grief and indignation. He knew that Jiyu Qian was finished. Hastily transcending the tribulation with foreign enemies, there was no chance for him to survive. Even if the true ancestor came, it would be useless. Die. All the foreign races must die. Jiyu Hong's eyes were red as he roared. He rushed to the secret chamber at the fastest speed, and took the 6 talisman seals. This process took about 3 seconds. Jiyu Hong turned around again and rushed to the deepest part of the ancient god palace. He wanted to return to the grotto heaven world where his race lived and ask the true ancestor to kill the 6 foreign races trapped in the secret chamber. The space inside the secret chamber contained heaven and earth, and it was millions of kilometers in length, width, and height. 3 people, 3 monsters, and an ancient god. All 7 tribulation transcender powerhouses entered. Then, Jiang Xi and the others discovered that the door behind them had reappeared. What's going on? The door is closed again. At this time, if they still did not understand what had happened, their many years of cultivation would have been in vain. They had been tricked by this 8 tribulation transcender of the ancient god race. The gazes of the 3 people and 3 monsters fell on Jiyu Qian. Since you came in, don't think about leaving alive, foreign races. Jiyu Qian's expression was no longer indifferent, but ferocious and full of hatred. Attack! Suji and Bei Yu shouted at almost the same time. Jiang Xi's group of 3 and the 3 monster tribulation transcender powerhouses tacitly attacked Jiyu Qian. They had to deal with the third party first. Of course, they were not going to kill him. They were going to capture this Jiyu Qian and interrogate him. But at this time, the situation suddenly changed. Jiyu Qian was laughing wildly, and the immortal energy in his body was rapidly circulating. His spiritual sense affected the power of the Tao, and his momentum also reached the peak. Somehow, an unfathomable feeling appeared in this starry sky. The world changed color. Heavenly tribulation. The expressions of Jiang Xi's group of 3 and the 3 monster tribulation transcender powerhouses changed. As long as one was in this starry sky, they would feel a kind of pressure coming from their soul. Heavenly might. Rumble, thunder rumbled, and the world roared. Boom. Layers of black tribulation clouds quickly gathered, and terrifying lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds, covering the starry sky with a radius of 90,000 kilometers. 9 magnificent white steps with golden patterns appeared layer by layer, as if they were stairs to the heavens. At the end of the steps, there was a 90,000-meter tall white immortal door with golden patterns. It was covered with mysterious runes, and it stood at the top of the step. Transcending the heavenly tribulation, climbing the stairs to the heavens, and opening the immortal door. This was the 9th tribulation of a tribulation transcender. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation had already formed, and it would not dissipate without releasing all of its power. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Suji, Old Mo, Bei Yu, and the other monster tribulation transcender powerhouses all turned around, wanting to leave the area covered by the heavenly tribulation. As for the ring, they would wait until the heavenly tribulation was over. Of course, they had to survive first. Jiang Xi's expression was also solemn. He had already taken out the sword of wind and was ready to leave. Through the scale of the heavenly tribulation, he could tell that this was the most common 9th tribulation. But even the most common 9th tribulation had terrifying power. Haha, run? Do you think you can run away? Jiyu Qian seemed to have gone crazy, and his 800-meter tall body suddenly expanded by 10,000 times. A terrifying aura tore through space. He wanted to use his self-detonation and the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill Jiang Xi and the others. As for surviving, He had never thought of this possibility. The moment he chose to step out of the formation hall, he was already prepared to die. Asking Jiu Hong to ask the true ancestor to save him was just to comfort him. Rumble, in the sky, in the black tribulation clouds with a radius of 90,000 kilometers, countless dragon-like lightning were condensing. Tribulation lightning was about to appear. Eternal ancient God. Jiu Qian revealed a relieved smile at the last moment. Boom. His 800-meter-tall body had already expanded to 8 million meters. The rapidly expanding immortal power, mixed with the power of the primordial soul and the power of the Tao, suddenly exploded. Eighth Tribulation Transcender Jiu Qian died. The terrifying energy produced by the self-detonation spread out. 4 immortal Tao powerhouses. This space was not big. Instead, it increased the power of the self-detonation. It was enough to threaten Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. Crash. This space, which was only 1 million kilometers in length, width, and height, was completely shattered by the energy, forming a violent space turbulence. As for River Word and the other 5 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses, they all stopped running away. Madman. That madman. Old Mo. Loose cultivator Su Ji's kind image disappeared, and he quickly raised an energy barrier. Then, his next move was to appear in front of Old Mo. Old Mo of the giant rock clan changed his appearance and spread his arms, using his extremely high defense to protect loose cultivator Su Ji. Block it. You must block it. Bei Yu's expression was also fierce. The 8-ringed demonic ox and the spirit fox enchantress also used their own defensive methods. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy swept over their bodies. Jiang Ci was the fastest, but he was the last one to bear the brunt of the self-detonation. He was not sure what the other 5 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses were feeling, but he felt uncomfortable. The armor formed by the triple-layered mountain could block the full-strength attack of a 9th Tribulation Transcender, but it did not mean that it could block all of it. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to make him dizzy. Fortunately, his body was strong enough, close to a low-grade immortal treasure. The aftermath could not harm him. He just felt uncomfortable. What he was worried about now was the heavenly tribulation. The 9th tribulation was about to descend. Would the golden-patterned black armor be able to withstand it? After reaching the Tao integration realm, Jiang Ci had studied the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation triggered by Jiu Qian, an 8th tribulation transcender of the ancient god race, was the most common 9th tribulation. The black tribulation clouds would condense 9 bolts of tribulation lightning. The power of the tribulation lightning would gradually increase. The 9th bolt would be equivalent to 100 times the power of a 9th tribulation transcender. Then, there was a rule. If someone who was not transcending the tribulation was within the range of the tribulation clouds, they would also have to bear a bolt of tribulation lightning as punishment. Fortunately, this bolt of tribulation lightning was only equivalent to the first bolt of the 9th tribulation. However, this bolt of tribulation lightning was 10 times the power of a 9th tribulation transcender. Although there was only a difference of 1 tribulation between an 8th tribulation transcender and a 9th tribulation transcender, the difference in strength was huge. For an 8th tribulation transcender, if they did not have any trump cards, they could only wait for death. If the 3rd layer mountain is not enough, then I can only use the Great Teleportation Talisman. Jiang Ci held the Great Teleportation Talisman in his hand, ready to use it at any time. Whoosh! The energy of the explosion gradually dissipated. Jiang Ci made his aura become a bit chaotic, as if he had been injured. Otherwise, he would be suspected. This was because loose cultivator Su Ji, Old Mo, and the 3 monster race tribulation transcenders all looked miserable. In particular, the spirit fox enchantress had the worst defense. She had been injured by Jiang Ci, and now she was seriously injured. Her aura was only 30% of its peak. Jiang Ci was confident that he could kill her with a single sword strike. However, there was no need for that now. The tribulation lightning was about to descend. The 9 bolts of tribulation lightning targeting those transcending the tribulation had dissipated with Jiu Qian's death. What condensed again were 6 bolts of tribulation lightning targeting those who were not transcending the tribulation. Boom! The world changed color. 6 bolts of black tribulation lightning, each 100 meters thick, roared and fell from the tribulation clouds like black dragons, rushing toward Jiang Xi's group of 3 and the 3 monster race tribulation transcenders. Each bolt was 10 times as powerful as a 9th tribulation transcender. Roar. The 8th ring demonic ox roared, and the aura of its whole body rose. It formed a protective barrier with immortal energy and used an 8th ring magical treasure to resist the tribulation lightning. I will definitely be able to block it. Bei Yu crazily condensed layers of black energy barriers. Save me. Save me. The spirit fox enchantress desperately asked her 2 companions for help. She was seriously injured and would definitely not be able to block it. The tribulation lightning fell on the spirit fox enchantress like a pillar, directly annihilating this monster race 8th tribulation transcender. On the other side, Old Mo, save me. Suji used the same trick and asked Old Mo for help. Old Mo did not speak. His rock-like body was covered with an earth-yellow energy barrier, and it instantly became bigger. It was like a solid shield that blocked Suji's path. This way, he would have to face 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. Boom. The 2 bolts of tribulation lightning fell on Old Mo's body. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on Old Mo's body, and the cracks kept getting bigger. Goodbye, Suji, my friend. A smile finally appeared on Old Mo's face. He was dead. Jiang Xi did not speak, and he sighed in his heart. In fact, when he blocked Jiyu Qian's self-detonation, he had already seen Suji's true colors under his kind face. Now, he also had to block a bolt of tribulation lightning, and he did not have the time to care about these things. The 100-meter-thick tribulation lightning directly covered him, and its terrifying power kept attacking the golden-patterned black armor on his body. His body was unavoidably injured. Cracks also appeared on it, but it was still acceptable, and it did not develop into a serious injury. The tribulation lightning came quickly and left quickly as well. Soon, the hidden treasury palace regained its calm. From Jiyu Qian's self-detonation to the tribulation lightning falling and disappearing, only 5 seconds had passed. In these 5 seconds, 3 8th tribulation transcenders had died: Jiyu Qian, the spirit fox enchantress, and Old Mo. As for the remaining ones, Suji expressionlessly put away Old Mo's storage magic treasure. He was also injured, but not seriously. The 8th ring demonic ox was also injured, and his aura had dropped by 30%, close to being seriously injured. Bei Yu was seriously injured, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. Because his immortal body was the smallest, less than 1 meter, he was at a disadvantage when facing the tribulation lightning. In the eyes of these 2 monsters, the mountain sea sword immortal was also seriously injured, and his aura was less than 10% of his peak state, and they could kill him with a wave of their hand. Of course, Jiang Xi was faking it, and he was only slightly injured at most. The effect of the triple mountain sea sword immortal armor was beyond his imagination. It could even block 10 times the power of a 9th tribulation transcender now. The situation had changed from 3 against 3 to 2 against 2. The strength of the 2 sides was about the same. Between Suji and the 8th ring demonic ox, it was hard to say who was stronger. Jiang Xi and Bei Yu were both seriously injured, and could die at any time. Therefore, the key to deciding the outcome was between Suji and the 8th ring demonic ox. The 8th ring demonic ox looked at Bei Yu and said, "Bei Yu, the distribution ratio has changed. I want 80% of the treasure trove." Bei Yu's expression changed, and he bitterly smiled. 80% is fine, it's better than dying. Arrogant. The conversation between the 2 monster race tribulation transcender angered Suji. He was not dead yet. The 8th ring demonic ox mocked, "Using the body of your companion in exchange for a chance to live. I, the 8th ring demonic ox, admit that I'm cruel and ruthless, but I wouldn't do such a despicable thing." Suji's expression was very ugly, and he did not refute. He just looked at Jiang Xi in the distance. In his view, the mountain sea sword immortal was the same as Bei Yu, no longer a threat. Of course, it was better if he was dead. For the treasure trove of the ancient god, it's worth it to use this trump card. Suji made a decision. Moo. At this time, the 8th ring demonic ox let out a strange roar, shocking the mind. Then, his aura began to strengthen, and in the blink of an eye, he recovered from the original 70% to his peak state, close to that of a ninth tribulation transcender. The only difference was his eyes, which were filled with a bloodthirsty madness. The berserk state of the demonic ox clan. This was the trump card of the 8th ring demonic ox. Die, despicable human. The 8th ring demonic ox roared and condensed the immortal energy of 2 ninth tribulation transcender attacks. Not only did he want to kill Suji, but he also wanted to kill the dying mountain sea sword immortal. However, Suji just calmly took out a silver jade talisman. The ethereal aura emitted from the silver jade talisman faintly merged with the surrounding space. A true monarch talisman. It contained the full strength of a true monarch powerhouse. Even the weakest true monarch could kill them with a wave of their hand, let alone a full-strength attack. Not good. The expressions of the 8th ring demonic ox and Bei Yu changed greatly. I, Suji, am the final winner. Suji laughed complacently and detonated the true monarch talisman. Whoosh, an even more terrifying wave of energy, accompanied by inexplicable ripples, directly rolled toward the 2 monster race tribulation transcenders. There wasn't any sound, but wherever it passed, space turned into nothingness. The 2 monster race 8th tribulation transcenders didn't even have time to struggle. Their bodies exploded in an instant, and the armor and magical treasures on their bodies scattered in the surrounding space. However, Suji seemed to have forgotten one thing. He only used the true monarch talisman to block one of the immortal energy attacks of the 8th ring demonic ox, as if he had forgotten that he still had a living companion. Therefore, the other immortal energy attack fell on the already seriously injured Jiang Ci. Suji. Jiang Ci pretended to be unwilling and roared. Boom. The immortal energy attack that was close to the level of a 9th tribulation transcender suddenly exploded, and the last 10% of his aura dissipated. Then, it quietly floated in the surrounding space. You don't dare to kill me with your own hands, afraid that the badge on my body will record it. Jiang Ci sneered in his heart. Who doesn't know how to play dead? Do you think I don't have a trump card? Attack first, then change later. Chapter 549. Inside the secret chamber, the space was millions of kilometers in length, width, and height. In just 5 seconds, it had gone from being shattered to nothingness, and then back to its original state. The energy tide that had yet to dissipate was still reverberating in this space. The remains of corpses, fragments of battle armor, top-grade spirit treasures, and storage treasures were all floating in the space, including the ring that contained the ancient god's secret chamber. Whether it was Jiyu Qian's self-detonation, the heavenly tribulation, or the true monarch talisman, none of them damaged the ring. In addition, there were 2 people in this space that were still intact. Suji was still standing, and Jiang Ci was still lying there, pretending to be dead. I'm the biggest winner. Suji laughed heartily. He had never been a kind person, and being kind was just a disguise. In other words, no one who could cultivate to the 8th tribulation transcender realm was easy to deal with. That true monarch talisman that was worth 10 billion points was something he had bought before asking for help. He had spent most of his wealth to buy it. Then, he won the bet. 10 billion points in exchange for an even bigger return. The treasures in the ancient god's secret chamber were comparable to the wealth of a true monarch. Now, I have hope of becoming a 9th tribulation transcender. Suji excitedly flew toward the ring, crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Around the ring, there were some remains of corpses and fragments of battle armor. Suji didn't care. His gaze was focused on the ring, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. Whoosh, but at this time, an inch-long black poisonous needle that emitted an aura that made one's soul tremble shot out from a nearby fragment of battle armor. Its speed was close to the speed of light. At such a close distance, Suji had no time to block it. The black poisonous needle pierced through his right temple and came out from his left temple. His primordial spirit was directly annihilated, but his eyes still had an excited expression. However, he didn't have any aura left. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Suji's mind was already muddled by the joy of victory, and he was careless at the last moment. The nearby fragment of battle armor trembled slightly, and the space fluctuated. Then, a short figure less than 1 meter tall appeared from nothingness. It was the 8th Tribulation Transcender Bei Yu, who had discovered the ancient god's secret chamber together with Su Ji. However, his current aura was only that of a 6th Tribulation Transcender, and there were no injuries on his body. Obviously, this was one of his clones that had been hiding in the storage space of the armor fragment. Since Su Ji had prepared a trump card, Bei Yu naturally wouldn't forget to prepare one as well. He waved his hand and put away the ancient god's ring and Su Ji's body. Sacrificing one of my main avatars and using a soul-destroying needle that can kill an 8th Tribulation Transcender in exchange for this ancient god's secret treasure is worth it. And all the wealth of 6 8th Tribulation Transcender powerhouses. Bei Yu's cunning eyes scanned the small space. Those supreme-grade spirit weapons and storage magic treasures were still floating in the air, undamaged. His figure flickered. According to the distance, he first collected the artifacts of the 8-ringed bull demon and the spirit fox enchantress, then Old Mo's. Jiang Ci was the last because Jiang Ci was the fastest and ran the furthest. This mountain sea sword immortal's armor is strange. After withstanding so many attacks, his body is still intact. Bei Yu felt that this should be an unexpected gain. Then, he controlled his spiritual sense and waved his hand to collect the entire corpse. Buzz, Bei Yu was surprised. He failed. The corpse in front of him was still floating there. Collect again. It still didn't move. What's going on? Bei Yu was at a loss. Collect again. Voila, the corpse in front of him suddenly exploded, and a sword light swept past. In such close proximity, how could Bei Yu's avatar, who was only a 6th Tribulation Transcender, resist Riverward's all-out attack? The immortal body that was less than 1 meter tall instantly exploded. He's still alive. This was Bei Yu's last thought. Jiang Ci's aura recovered to that of a 7th Tribulation Transcender. He waved his hand and collected Bei Yu's scattered storage magic treasures and spirit artifacts. Good hunters are the last to strike. His spiritual sense was comparable to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender, and it was one of his trump cards. As long as one's spiritual sense didn't surpass his, they wouldn't be able to see that he was playing dead. The armor of the triple-layer mountain blocked a lot of attacks for him, and it was also one of his trump cards. With just these 2 trump cards, he became the final winner. When Su Ji took out the true monarch talisman, he took the opportunity to play dead. In his view, since Su Ji had prepared a trump card, Bei Yu must have prepared one as well. After all, they were the ones who found the ancient god's treasure first. In contrast, he, Old Mo, the 8th ring demon ox, and the spirit fox enchantress were all invited at the last minute, so they didn't have time to prepare. Facts proved that Jiang Ci's decision was right. Although he was sure that he could kill Su Ji, he would have to face Bei Yu's sneak attack afterwards. He also wasn't sure if he could block that black needle, and the one who would die would be him. What's more, with his identity badge, he couldn't attack people of the same camp. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the Heavenly Court's laws. This was also the reason why Su Ji wanted to use the 8th ring demon ox to kill Jiang Ci. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Ci's mind. Then, he looked around and felt a little worried. How do we get out? His spiritual sense had already carefully explored this space that was millions of kilometers in length, width, and height, but he couldn't find a way out. The door that turned from solid to illusory, and then from illusory to solid, disappeared when they came in. Moreover, this space was refined by a true monarch-level ancient god, forming its own heaven and earth. It was impossible to break through the space to leave. Jiyu Qian's self-explosion, heavenly tribulation, and the true monarch talisman couldn't break through the space barrier, so it was even more impossible for him. Do we still need to use the Great Shift Talisman? Jiang Ci held the Great Shift Talisman in his hand. He really didn't want to use it. Buzz, at this moment, the door appeared again, and it turned from solid to illusory. It could be seen from the outside, and it could also be seen from the inside. Jiang Ci immediately noticed this change, but there was no joy on his face, only seriousness. Ancient god race. True monarch. Outside the door, there were 10 six-armed figures, and their auras came from outside. Through their auras, he He could tell that the leader was a true monarch powerhouse, and the other 9 powerhouses were 7th tribulation transcender and above. Moreover, Jiang Xi could feel the strong killing intent of these ancient god race members. If it weren't for the fact that the door hadn't completely opened, these 10 ancient god race members would have definitely rushed in and torn him to pieces. Run. At this time, Jiang Xi didn't care about whether he was willing or not. His life was more important. He instantly activated the Great Shift Talisman, with a burst of spatial fluctuation, he disappeared from this space. Whoosh, 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 the true ancestor of the ancient god race and the remaining 9 7th tribulation transcender and above clansmen passed through the completely illusory door. Damn it! That human got away. The secret treasure is also gone. What method did he use? The 10 survivors of the ancient god clan were furious. They looked at the space that only had the remains of the corpse and the fragments of the battle armor left, and their anger gradually subsided, turning into sadness. Jiu Qi said with red eyes, Jiu Qian is dead. The other 8 tribulation transcenders of the ancient god race were silent. The true ancestor of the ancient god race was also silent. Then, he softly said, Eternal life of the ancient god. 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 They all knew that the ancient god race had really been reborn this time. With the talisman seal, they could leave the heavenly abode and the ancient god race's secret treasure, migrate to a corner of the universe, and reproduce. Moreover, they had also obtained the inheritance of the ancient god. Although that human had taken away the ancient god race's secret treasure, he hadn't taken away the inheritance. With the inheritance of the ancient god, they could develop specific cultivation methods according to the talent, perception, bloodline, and so on of their clansmen. This way, their clansmen would improve faster, and it would be easier for powerhouses to be born. In time, the ancient god race might become a powerful race again. After all, they were a top race that had once had a Tao monarch. Therefore, the ancient god race was also a winner. On the other side, after Jiang Xi used the Great Shift Talisman, he realized a problem. Where would he be teleported to if he randomly teleported a distance of 1 light year? This abyss of the ancient god was 1 light year in diameter, and its depth was unfathomable. In other words, he might be teleported out of the abyss of the ancient god, or he might be teleported to an even deeper place. It turned out that there was some truth in the saying that what one worried about would happen. Jiang Xi's worries came true. After the teleportation ended, he found that his primordial spirit began to show signs of collapsing, and his body seemed to be disintegrating. This reminded him of what Wanderer Suji had said before entering the abyss of the ancient god, if you don't go deep, you won't have an epiphany. This was because there was a special field in the abyss. The deeper one went, the stronger the field. 4 tribulation transcender powerhouses, 1 light year was their limit. If they went any deeper, whether it was their body or primordial spirit, they wouldn't be able to bear it and would collapse. Even true monarchs wouldn't dare to step into the depth. And his current situation was very similar to what Wanderer Suji had described. His body and primordial spirit were almost unable to bear it. If it weren't for the fact that his body was close to a low-grade immortal treasure and his spiritual sense was comparable to a 9th tribulation transcender's, he might have directly collapsed as soon as he came out. Riverward guessed that perhaps it was because of that special field force that there was a variable in his teleportation. There was a fixed direction, which was downwards. The ancient god's secret treasure was located 3 trillion kilometers deep in the abyss of the ancient god, which was 0.3 light years deep. After he teleported 1 light year, his position became 1.3 light years deep. Even true monarchs wouldn't dare to step into this depth. The current state of his body and primordial spirit confirmed this conjecture. Why am I thinking about this? Riverward suddenly realized that his thoughts were starting to slow down. In other words, he wasn't as bright as before. Because at this time, he should be thinking about how to escape from here instead of worrying about his current environment. At this moment, his body and primordial spirit would collapse in at most 1 second. Should he teleport again? Would he teleport to an even deeper place? Would he? Riverward's consciousness gradually blurred, and his body was like broken glass, cracking piece by piece. At the same time, under that special field, he kept falling deeper and deeper. Jiang Xi, Jiang Xi. Suddenly, a clear female voice sounded in Jiang Xi's mind, waking Jiang Xi up. Jiang Xi, enter the heavenly tower. Jiang Xi's thinking was very slow, but he still reacted. Just as his body and primordial spirit were about to collapse, he entered the heavenly tower with a thought. In the abyss that seemed to be able to swallow everything, only a 9-story ancient pagoda was left standing quietly in the void. In the space of the heavenly tower, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged. With the help of spirit energy and healing spirit pills, his body and primordial spirit were rapidly recovering. After an unknown period of time, his injuries finally returned to normal. When he opened his eyes, he saw the artifact spirit of the heavenly tower, Nichang, standing in front of him with a smile. Nichang, thank you so much this time. Jiang Xi chuckled. Nichang shook her head and smiled. It was very dangerous just now. Your primordial spirit was almost cut off from the heavenly tower. Luckily, I discovered it in time. Jiang Xi was also scared. His thinking seemed to have slowed down by 10,000 times. In that state, he could not unleash his abilities no matter how strong he was. If not for Nichang's reminder and the heavenly tower, he could only wait for death. What do we do now? Jiang Xi's spiritual awareness reached out of the heavenly tower and confirmed the current situation. It was still the same question. Should he still use the major transference talisman? However, the special field in the abyss seemed to really affect the major transference talisman. The heavenly tower can also be used as a flying boat, Nichang said with a smile. Riverward's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Indeed, he realized that he could control the heavenly tower to fly in the abyss. However, I suggest that you go further down, Nichang said. Go further down? Jiang Xi was a little surprised and briefly explained the situation in the ancient god abyss. The further down you go, the more dangerous it is. After hearing this, Ni Shong nodded gently and said, I see. The place where a Tao Lord died. Don't worry. This place can't shake the heavenly tower. You can control the heavenly tower and continue down. I sensed something interesting. This made Jiang Xi curious. Something interesting? Since the heavenly tower could block the danger here, there was nothing to worry about. That direction. 10 times the speed of light. Travel in the source space for 10 minutes. Nichang frowned and gave him the coordinates. Jiang Xi nodded. He controlled the heavenly tower and traveled in the source space for 10 minutes according to Nichang's directions. When he came out again, he was already 2 light-years away from the ancient god abyss. That location is 300,000 kilometers away. Nichang closed her eyes and sensed carefully. Then, she pointed to a specific location. Jiang Xi controlled the heavenly tower and traveled at sublight speed. He arrived in an instant. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness discovered a special object. It was the interesting thing that Nichang mentioned. A strand of 7-colored energy slithered through the void like a little 7-colored snake. This stream of energy was relative to the size of the abyss. In terms of size, this small snake-like energy body was about 1 meter thick. That indescribable aura was intoxicating. He only used his spiritual consciousness to brush it, and he felt as if his primordial spirit had been cleansed. It was very comfortable. Strange aura. Could it be that the aura he sensed earlier was emitted by this 7-colored snake? That is. Jiang Xi asked Nichang curiously. No. Nichang's expression did not look too good. She was no longer as calm. What's wrong? Jiang Xi was very surprised. There's no time to explain now. Go and take it away. Use the heavenly tower, Nichang urged. Jiang Xi did not ask. He controlled the heavenly tower and chased after the 7-colored snake with a thought. Tongtian Lu took the 7-colored snake into the Tongtian Lu Huala. Suddenly, Jiang Xi discovered that there seemed to be a fluctuation in the nearby space. It shook slightly. Or rather, the entire ancient god abyss shook. Not good. Nichang's expression changed drastically. Then, she hurriedly said, Go. Go quickly. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. He controlled the heavenly tower again, wanting to accelerate to light speed and travel into the source space. But before he could accelerate to light speed, he discovered that the nearby space seemed to have turned into a swamp. It was difficult to move even an inch. Even the heavenly tower was affected. It started to slow down from close to light speed. Roar. A roar resounded through the sky from the bottom of the abyss. An inexplicable aura that made one's hair stand on end rapidly spread out. Terrifying. It was as if there was an invisible hand reaching out from the bottom of the abyss, wanting to grab the heavenly tower. At this moment, Jiang Xi discovered that his body and primordial spirit had become sluggish again. Imprisonment. Space imprisonment. He roared in his heart. Buzz. Finally, the second imprisonment effect of the origin source treasure, Triple Mountain, appeared. With the heavenly tower as the center, the space within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers instantly froze. Then, it was instantly broken open. It was only 100,000th of a second. But this short 100,000th of a second was enough. The heavenly tower successfully accelerated to light speed, entered the source space, and disappeared. The ancient god abyss, which was close to 2 light-years deep, became empty once again. Roar. At the bottom of the abyss, a low roar sounded again. It seemed to contain some anger. Then, it gradually calmed down. At the same time, the entire top area of the ancient god abyss was in chaos. The tribulation transcender powerhouses of the various races who were cultivating here all felt a throbbing from the depths of their souls. It was as if death was about to befall them. Soon, the higher-ups of the 3 peak races in the 9th battlefield learned about the abnormality in the ancient god abyss. Then, they reported this matter to the higher-ups of their respective races, which were the Tao Lords. But strangely, this matter was dealt with indifferently. The perfected lords did not seem to care about this abnormality. The chaos and storm this time gradually calmed down as time passed. It was just that in the next 1,000 years, the number of powerhouses adventuring in the ancient god abyss increased slightly. Other than that, there were no other changes. At this time, Jiang Xi, who had caused the chaos in the ancient god abyss, was desperately shuttling through the source space. The speed of the heavenly tower went from 100 times the speed of light, to 300 times the speed of light, to 500 times the speed of light, all the way to 1,000 times the speed of light. It was only when the creepy feeling that lingered in his heart disappeared that Jiang Xi was slightly relieved. More than an hour later, he slowed down and left the source space. Then, he quickly put away the heavenly tower and changed back to his supreme-grade immortal boat. He continued to fly in the sky above the ancient god abyss. According to the star map, he was now 500 light-years away from the ancient god abyss. He should be safe. Enai Shong, what was that? In the flying boat, Jiang Xi was still in shock as he talked to Enai Shong in his mind. I'm not sure. Enai Shong's tone was a little hesitant. Now, I can't say. Because it's very likely that you'll be punished by the heavenly Tao. That's something that only Tao Lords are qualified to know. Punishment by the heavenly Tao. Jiang Xi was shocked. Previously, when he named the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, the heavenly Tao had punished him. If Master Nine Firmament had not arrived and reprimanded the heavenly Tao, he would have been dead. Only Tao Lords were qualified to know about the existence at the bottom of the ancient god abyss. Would it be punished by the heavenly Tao? What exactly was it? He did not ask further and temporarily put this doubt in his heart. He planned to find an opportunity to ask Master Nine Firmament in the future. Then what about this rainbow snake? Jiang Xi asked again. At this moment, the rainbow snake was happily swimming in the space of the heavenly tower. Of course it's something good. A wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin. Enai Shong smiled. Heavenly Tao's origin? Jiang Xi was a little confused. This was the first time he had heard of this. The Tao realm is divided into Tao True Intent, Tao Domain, Tao of Heaven and Earth, Great Tao, Heavenly Tao, and finally the Origin realm. Enai Shong explained. Jiang Xi was enlightened. Then what's the use of it? He had almost lost his life for this little snake just now. If it had no use, then it would be a huge loss. Refining it will bring great benefits. Enai Shong smiled gently. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Since it was a great benefit, then it would definitely not be a loss. Then, he drove the supreme-grade immortal boat and shuttled in the direction of the first military camp. He had to find a safe place first before he could refine it with ease. In the monster race's star domain, a short figure less than a meter tall suddenly appeared in the core of a dead and desolate planet. The short figure's wolf-like face was full of resentment. If Jiang Xi was here, he would definitely recognize who this figure was. The ancient god's secret treasure, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Beiyu had been defeated, but compared to the already dead wanderer Su Ji, Old Mo, the eight-ring demonic ox, and the spirit fox enchantress, he had not been defeated so thoroughly. At least he was still alive. For a cunning eighth tribulation transcender, of course, he would not put himself in a truly dangerous situation. Beiyu once had a great opportunity and obtained 2 clones. Including his main body, he had 3 lives. The ones wandering in the foreign battlefield were his 8th Tribulation Transcender main body and his 6th Tribulation Transcender clone. This one was his last 8th Tribulation Transcender clone and his only remaining trump card. He had lost 2 lives, lost tens of thousands of years of accumulation, and lost the ancient god's treasure trove. Beiyu hated Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to the bone. His defense is very high. Tribulation lightning 10 times stronger than a 9th Tribulation Transcender's did not cause him any harm. His speed is very fast, close to that of a 9th Tribulation Transcender. I can't compare to him. His attack power is very strong, able to kill my 6th Tribulation Transcender clone in one strike. His attack power is definitely at the level of an 8th Tribulation Transcender. If I were to fight him, I would definitely lose. Beiyu calmly analyzed all of this. Of course, he would not let go of this hidden human. It was even more impossible for him to give up the ancient god's treasure trove. In that case, let's make things chaotic. Only with chaos will I have a chance. Beiyu made his decision and quietly returned to the 9th battlefield. Chapter 550. 9th Battlefield, Tongjiyu Continent. Jiang Xi quietly returned to the first military camp under the identity of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, not attracting too much attention. But soon, the news of Su Ji's and Old Mo's deaths spread throughout the camp. Both of them were 8th Tribulation Transcenders of the human camp, and they also had their life slips in the heavenly court. Since they died, their life slips naturally broke. Since Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was a good friend of Jiang Xi, some human tribulation transcenders contacted Jiang Xi and asked him about Su Ji's death. Only a few people knew that Su Ji had invited him and Old Mo. However, Riverword still gave a half-true, half-false account of the situation, and then pushed the blame to the shifter camp. Of course, he wasn't lying. Su Ji had indeed died in the hands of the monster race, and Old Mo had been killed by Su Ji. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. If the secret treasure of the ancient god was leaked, all the top powerhouses of the Tongjiyu continent would go crazy. After that, Jiang Xi directly went into seclusion. Palace number 41, inside the training room. Jiang Xi took out the ring that contained the secret treasure of the ancient god. Since leaving the abyss of the ancient god, he hadn't taken out the ring to be cautious. And this training room could isolate spiritual sense, so he didn't have to worry about any powerhouses spying on him. He could organize his spoils of war without worry. Full of expectations, he swept the ring with his spiritual sense and easily refined it. Fortunately, there are no restrictions on the ring, and I can refine it without the bloodline of the ancient god. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. He probed it with his spiritual sense. Phew. That sigh of relief instantly rose again. Even though Jiang Xi was the disciple of Tao Monarch 9 Firmaments, a genius of the current era, and a Mountain Sea Sword Immortal with the strength of an 8th Tribulation Transcender, he still found it difficult to breathe. Fuck. Jiang Xi hadn't cursed for thousands of years. After a while, he calmed down a little and started to explore the secret treasure of the ancient god. The storage space inside the ring was very large, but the size was not the main point. The main point was the treasures inside. First of all, there were spirit artifacts piled up like a sea. There were low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit artifacts. Each of them was like an ocean piled up in the storage space. Next were the spirit pills, which were also piled up into a sea. Similarly, there were 4 grades of low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit pills. Then, it was the spirit crystals. Finally, there were many other types of spiritual items that were used to nurture the younger generation. Even with the strength of Jiang Xi's soul sense, it still took him 10 days to sort out all the things in the ring. Because there were simply too many. The treasures here seemed to have been prepared for the inheritance of a tribe. From spirit vessel, golden core, nascent soul, essence soul, Tao integration, and tribulation transcender, there are treasures of all levels. Although there aren't any treasures that I can use, there are so many of them. No wonder Wanderer Su Ji, Bei Yu, and the others fought so hard for it. Jiang Xi let out a light breath and tried to calm himself down. He originally thought that the treasures in the ancient god's treasure trove would be worth about 100 billion points. This number was already equivalent to the net worth of an ordinary true monarch. Ordinary ninth tribulation transcenders would have a net worth of 10 billion points at most. Only immortal Master Winesword might have tens of billions or close to 100 billion points. And the total value of the ancient god's treasure trove exceeded 900 billion points. In addition, the treasures and wealth left behind by Wanderer Su Ji, Bei Yu, and the other 8th tribulation transcenders were also worth more than 30 billion points. The harvest this time is close to 1 trillion. Jiang Xi was still very excited. After the great change on Earth, the contract he signed with the Heavenly Court was only 100 billion points. Moreover, it was paid in installments. The remaining 94.5 billion points would be waiting for him to become an immortal. Now, the value of the ancient god's treasure trove was close to 1 trillion. Although he had used up one use of the greater teleportation talisman, this harvest was absolutely worth it. As the saying went, cultivation required money, and money was resources. Whether it was cultivation or refining the Heavenly Tower and Triple Mountain, he would need a lot of resources. With so many points, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. How should I deal with it? Jiang Xi pondered for a while. There were too many things inside, and there was nothing he could use. He could only sell them. It's too troublesome to sell them in batches. For such a large transaction, it's best to directly look for the sec. Jiang Xi finally made a decision. With his identity as the personal disciple of Tao Lord Nine Firmament, the sect would not dare to bargain with him. However, he was not in a hurry to contact the Purple Firmament sect's treasure trove because the spoils of war had not been sorted out yet. There is also an unexpected harvest from this trip. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense entered the Heavenly Tower. The 7-colored snake was still happily wandering around. For this, he was almost stopped by the terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient god's abyss. A wisp of the Heavenly Tao's source energy. Refining it will bring great benefits. These were Ni Shong's original words, but he did not know how great the benefits would be. Jiang Xi was looking forward to refining this before thinking about selling the ancient god's treasure trove. Thereafter, he followed the method Ni Shong told him and began refining this wisp of Heavenly Tao's source energy. He took out the 7-colored snake and formed a set of complicated seals with both hands. Swoosh, the wisp of Heavenly Tao's source energy in the form of a 7-colored snake seemed to be attracted. It entered Jiang Xi's glabella and split into 2. One of them came straight to his sea of consciousness and headed straight for his primordial spirit. The 7-colored lotus platform below his essence spirit was very similar to the 7-colored snake's color. However, the feeling it gave off was very different. The 7-colored lotus platform was vast and sacred, while the 7-colored snake was chaotic and hazy. Boom! The first 7-colored snake plunged into his essence spirit. The 7-colored lotus platform spun rapidly and the halo behind his essence spirit's head became clearer. The golden light of his essence spirit also became stronger. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred in Jiang Xi's consciousness, causing torrential waves. However, this kind of explosion did not bring him any harm. Instead, it was very comfortable and made him want to sleep. Jiang Xi did not sleep because not only was his essence spirit becoming stronger, but his body was also undergoing drastic changes. The other 7-colored snake did not enter his consciousness. Instead, it went down from Jiang Xi's glabella and went straight to his dantian. Then, it circled around his dantian and spread to every part of his body with spirit power. His body did not explode. Instead, there was a 7-colored light circulating around his body, and his body's strength was rapidly increasing. This time, the drastic changes in his body and essence spirit lasted for an entire day before it ended. You've refined a wisp of heavenly Tao's source energy. Experience plus 10 trillion. Suddenly, the experience panel's notification sounded in his mind. Refining the heavenly Tao's source energy can also give experience. And so much. Jiang Xi was surprised and delighted. He had been in the extraterritorial battlefield for nearly 700 years, and the amount of experience he gained had always been very little. It was all because of the nearly 5 trillion experience points he had obtained in the ancient Tao origin world. He did not fight and kill every day in the extraterritorial battlefield. He had been deducing normal Tao techniques all the time, and he would use up tens of millions of experience points every day. Therefore, before he obtained this amount of experience points, Jiang Xi's experience points had already decreased by more than half, and he was left with more than 2 trillion. It might seem like a lot, but it was actually very little for his current strength. He had planned to go to the ancient Tao origin world again after he became an immortal and harvest another wave of Daoist spirits. He did not expect to gain so much this time, a wisp of heavenly Tao's source energy, 10 trillion experience point. It's really worth it. Jiang Xi was overjoyed. Just this alone could be considered a huge benefit. After all, he had been hunting Daoist spirits for thousands of years in the ancient Tao origin world, and he had only obtained close to 5 trillion. However, this short 10-minute adventure in the ancient god's abyss had given him 10 trillion experience points just by obtaining a wisp of heavenly Tao's source energy. 1,000 years, 10 minutes, the difference was obvious. Not only that, there are other benefit. Jiang Xi calmed his mind and carefully felt the changes in his body and essence spirit. First of all, the changes in his body were very simple. His strength had increased. It had increased from a low-grade immortal artifact to a middle-grade immortal artifact. It had increased by a whole realm. Low-grade and middle-grade immortal artifacts did not sound like much. In fact, the strength of many Ninth Tribulation Transcenders' bodies was around low-grade immortal artifacts, and they were still far from middle-grade immortal artifacts. Simply put, 7th Tribulation Transcenders and above could damage low-grade immortal artifacts if they used supreme-grade immortal artifacts. However, it would take a lot of effort to completely destroy a low-grade immortal artifact. As for a body that was close to middle-grade immortal artifacts, only 9th Tribulation Transcenders with supreme-grade immortal artifacts were qualified to destroy it. The premise is that I stand there without moving. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. Now, unless he actively sought death, there were not many Tribulation Transcenders who could really threaten him. Only 9th Tribulation Transcenders like Immortal Master Winesword, who barely had the strength of a perfected lord, could pose a threat to him. Next was the change in his essence spirit. In his sea of consciousness, his essence spirit had become more solid. The golden halo behind his head had increased from 1 to 2. However, the second halo was still very faint. Heart cultivation third layer. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, and golden light flickered. After refining this wisp of heavenly Tao origin, his essence spirit had also been baptized, and his mental realm cultivation had made a breakthrough. False, grand, and empty. He had now reached the third layer of the heart cultivation realm. After heart emptiness reached large success, it was emptiness. Nothing could affect his state of mind. Of course, from the second halo behind his essence spirit, it could be seen that he had just entered this realm, and he could not truly achieve emptiness. Big Brother used this mental realm to cross the 20th island of the Heavenly Cascade and was accepted as a disciple by the Daoist sects tomorrow. I've also caught up now. Jiang Xi chuckled. The advantage of improving his mental realm was that the strength of his essence spirit had broken through the limit of Tribulation Transcenders. From 10 million kilometers, it had increased to 100 million kilometers. The situation where he was crushed by that ghost powerhouse's essence spirit would never happen again. My body is at the level of a ninth tribulation transcender, and my essence spirit has also surpassed that of a ninth tribulation transcender. Jiang Ci was clear about his shortcomings. Before refining that wisp of heavenly Tao origin, his overall combat strength was at the level of an eighth tribulation transcender. Now that his body and essence spirit had both improved, he could barely be considered a ninth tribulation transcender. Yes, a ninth tribulation transcender who could fight and run. I have to perfect the 6 styles of the universe as soon as possible. If the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra of the universe can really form its own system, then I won't be afraid of a ninth tribulation transcender, Jiang Ci thought. Next, he had to continue comprehending the power of the 5 elements and find inspiration to perfect the secret technique through battle. After more than 100 years on the Tongjiyu continent, he had almost comprehended it. He was just a little bit away. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly received an urgent message from his communication pearl. It was from Immortal Wine Sword. Jiang Ci was a little puzzled as he accepted the message. A wisp of essence spirit passed through the communication pearl and turned into a transmission phantom. Hey! This isn't Earth. After looking around, he found that this was Immortal Wine Sword's residence in the ancient Tao origin world. The person standing in front of his transmission phantom was Immortal Wine Sword's main body. Disciple greets master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. At the same time, he was puzzled because Immortal Wine Sword's main body was very serious right now. He was completely different from his usual carefree and unrestrained self. This gave him a bad premonition. Did something happen on Earth? You don't have to worry about spiritual senses here. I'll ask you a question, and you have to answer truthfully. Immortal Wine Sword's voice was very low. It wasn't Earth. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. Immortal Wine Sword said with a serious expression, "Did you obtain the ancient god's secret treasure?" He. Jiang Ci's face was full of shock, and his heart skipped a beat. However, he still nodded. There was no need to hide anything from Immortal Wine Sword. You really obtained it. Immortal Wine Sword was shocked this time. Although he hadn't been in the 9th battlefield, he had heard of the ancient god's secret treasure and knew that it was worth at least 100 billion point. Comparing it, his entire net worth didn't even reach that amount. His disciple hadn't even become an immortal yet, but he had already surpassed him. Jiang Ci didn't know what his master was thinking. He only knew that the current situation was very serious. He quickly asked, "How did master know?" It was reasonable to say that he was the only one who had survived at that time, and no other powerhouse should have known about it. It was also impossible for the last few survivors of the ancient god clan to spread the news because they didn't know his identity. At present, only his 2 masters knew that he was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, as well as his 7th senior brother, who was the Emperor of the Heavenly Court. The key point was that these 3 people didn't know that he had entered the ancient god's abyss. Then what was the situation? Immortal Wine Sword explained, "This matter has already spread in the Tribulation Celestial Hall. Many people are saying that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal of the 9th battlefield obtained the ancient god's secret treasure. That's why I quickly asked you to confirm it." Tribulation Celestial Hall? Jiang Ci froze for a moment. He had just joined the Tribulation Celestial Hall and hadn't really stepped into that circle yet. Yes, the news was first spread by a 7th Tribulation Transcender who was also in the 9th battlefield. According to him, the news first spread in the monster race camp. Then, it spread to all the other races in the 9th battlefield. Our human camp was the last to know, Immortal Wine Sword said. Jiang Ci's expression became dignified. In other words, the entire 9th battlefield now knew that he had obtained the ancient god's secret treasure. To be precise, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had obtained it. After pondering for a while, Jiang Ci raised his head and asked Immortal Wine Sword, "Monster Race Camp. Master, can you confirm who spread the news?" Immortal Wine Sword shook his head and said, "I have already helped you investigate, but I don't have many connections in the 9th battlefield, so I couldn't find the source." Immortal Wine Sword shook his head and said, "However, I found the original content of the news. It clearly indicated that you entered the ancient god's abyss in half a month, and there were also the detailed coordinates of the ancient god's secret treasure. Time and place. Jiang Xi was now completely sure that at least one of the 3 monster race tribulation transcenders, Bei Yu, the 8-ringed demon ox, and the spirit fox enchantress, had not died. This possibility existed. He himself had a clone, so it wasn't strange for other powerhouses to have clones as well. For example, Bei Yu had a 6th tribulation transcender clone at that time, but it was killed by his sword. So who was still alive? Immortal Wine Sword didn't disturb Jiang Xi's contemplation. He just sighed in his heart. This disciple's luck was too heaven-defying. After a while, he asked, "Disciple, what are you going to do?" Jiang Xi hesitated for a while. The ancient god's secret treasure was too attractive. It could be imagined that all the powerhouses in the 9th battlefield were looking for the mountain sea sword immortal, wanting to kill him and eat his flesh. Now, there were 2 paths in front of him. One was to give up the identity of the mountain sea sword immortal. This wasn't difficult, and it was a very safe method. Whether it was changing his identity or directly ending his life and death tempering and leaving the 9th battlefield, it was very simple. However, this seemed a little dejected. He was somewhat unwilling to give up the identity of the mountain sea sword immortal. The second was to stand up and kill so that those powerhouses wouldn't dare to think about the ancient god's secret treasure. Before refining a wisp of the heavenly Tao's source energy, this second path was obviously a dead end. Now that his strength had increased, he felt that this path should be very interesting and enjoyable. Moreover, he really wanted to find out who was hiding behind the scenes and causing trouble. In fact, thinking of this, Jiang Xi was already leaning toward the second path. However, he still said these 2 ideas, hoping to get some advice from Immortal Wine Sword Immortal. Haha, since your strength has reached this point, then don't worry and go on a killing spree. The prestige of powerhouses is earned through killing. Back in the days, I went on a killing spree in the 3rd battlefield. I drank wine and killed all the foreign races. That's how I got the name Immortal Wine Sword Immortal. This was Immortal Wine Sword Immortal's suggestion. Many thanks, Master, I understand. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, and fighting spirit began to rise in his heart. Tongjiu Continent, Abyss of the Ancient God. After the news about the ancient god's secret treasure spread, the tribulation transcender powerhouses of various races that were wandering around here immediately went to the coordinates mentioned in the news. Then, they found that space. However, after searching inside, they found that the entire palace of the ancient god had been cleared. This included the secret treasure palace and the inheritance palace. They even found the heavenly abode where the remnants of the ancient god race lived, but it was also empty. These discoveries confirmed the authenticity of the news. The mountain sea sword immortal, a 7th tribulation transcender of the human camp, had obtained the ancient god's secret treasure. The 9th battlefield became lively. At this time, the powerhouses of foreign races that weren't wandering around the Tongjiu continent were all rushing over, either to join in the fun or to fight for it. Tongjiu continent, Camp 1 of the human camp. Jiang Xi came out of Palace 41, where he lived. After seeing him, several human tribulation transcenders who passed by saw him, their eyes widened. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is actually staying in the camp. Those foreign races outside are looking for him, they're going crazy. However, he's really brave, daring to come out at this time. I wonder if he really got the ancient god's secret treasure. In any case, this is big news. If those foreign races know that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal they've been looking for so hard is now in the camp, I'm afraid they'll be dumbfounded. Haha. With the strength of Jiang Xi's spiritual sense, he could naturally detect their spiritual sense transmissions. However, he just smiled and nodded at them, then flew straight to the largest palace in the depths of Camp 1. After he left, these human tribulation transcenders immediately spread the news that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was in the camp. Compared with the powerhouses of other races, the tribulation transcenders of the human camp were mostly envious, jealous, or greedy when they heard that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had obtained the ancient god's secret treasure. However, no one dared to make a move, because the heavenly court had decreed that attacking someone of the same camp was a capital offense, unless they dared to betray their race. But where could they go if they betrayed their race? To the monster realm, ghost realm, or the border of the universe? Not many people were willing to give up their lives as good people and become dogs. Of course, there were definitely some who were willing to take risks. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Ci took the initiative to stand out. He wanted to kill them all and let them know that he was qualified to obtain the ancient god's secret treasure. After a while, Jiang Ci came to the palace in the depths of Camp 1, then posted 3 bounties here. The first one was to find the whereabouts and position of the monster race's Bei Yu. The second one was to find the whereabouts and position of the monster race's 8-ringed demonic bull. The third one was to find the whereabouts and position of the spirit fox enchantress. Each bounty was 1 billion points. As long as the coordinates were confirmed, they could be obtained. Since he wasn't sure who was still alive, he would post a bounty for all of them and mobilize the strength of the human camp to help him find them. As long as one of them was still alive, Jiang Ci believed that the chances of finding them were very high. You must be very unwilling, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to spread the news of the ancient god's secret treasure. But you're worried that you're not my opponent, so you want to muddy the waters and fish in troubled waters? You want to be a hunter hiding in the dark? Let's see who's the hunter this time. After Riverward posted the bounty, he leisurely returned to Palace number 41 and continued his seclusion. Along the way, he met other human tribulation transcenders and received a lot of surprised gazes. However, he didn't pay attention to them and just waited for the news. 3 bounties for 3 billion points. Even a 9th tribulation transcender would be tempted. At the same time, the foreign races in Battlefield 9 quickly learned that the mountain seasword immortal was hiding in Camp 1. That coward. Too shameless. He actually hid in the headquarters of the human camp. There's no other way. Battlefield 9 is the headquarters of the 3 peak races. It's the safest and most dangerous place. Wait for him to come out. As long as he's still in the Tongjiyu continent, we still have a chance. These were the thoughts of many foreign race tribulation transcenders. Of course, those who dared to have thoughts about the ancient god's secret treasure were at least 7th tribulation transcenders. After all, the mountain seasword immortal wasn't a nobody. He was a powerful existence that had once killed an 8th tribulation transcender of the ghost race. Posted first, changed later. Chapter 551. On a starry sky island near Tongjiyu continent, in an ancient palace located deep underground, Bei Yu was enjoying wine and food in the main hall, enjoying the peace before the battle. Suddenly, 2 transmission phantoms appeared in the palace through Bei Yu's secret transmission array. One was more than 3 meters tall, with a pair of transparent wings and a long tail covered in scales. The other was more than 800 meters tall, with a wolf head and a human body. His whole body was covered in golden hair and exuded a rich blood energy. The winged monster joked, "Bei Yu, you're really carefree. The humans of Tongjiyu continent are all looking for you." The wolf-headed monster said in a deep voice, 3 bounties, 3 billion demon crystals, and you only need to provide the coordinates. This is a big deal. Bei Yu smiled with a cunning look. Qiu Ying, Golden Wolf, you too are 9th tribulation transcenders. With you here, who in the entire Tongjiyu continent would I be afraid of? Haha, well said. The wolf-headed Golden Wolf laughed heartily. With the 2 of us here, the tribulation transcenders of Tongjiyu continent are nothing to be afraid of. The winged Qiu Ying chuckled, revealing her strong confidence. With the 2 of us together, we can be called invincible. Bei Yu continued to laugh. As for the huge bounty issued by Mountain Seasword Immortal, this just shows that he has a lot of wealth. As long as we kill him, I believe we will have a big harvest. In the entire Tongjiyu continent, there were only a little more than 1,000 9th tribulation transcenders. The 3 peak factions had an average of 300 or so, which was very small. Every 9th tribulation transcender stood at the top of Tongjiyu continent. The monster faction's 9th tribulation transcenders, Qiu Ying and Golden Wolf, were the best among them. This time, Beiyu specially invited them with a reward of 1 billion demon crystals and an equal share of the wealth of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. The three of them each took 1/3 of the wealth of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Moreover, Qiu Ying and Golden Wolf took 1 billion demon crystals first, so they agreed without any hesitation. This Beiyu is so generous, presumably the wealth of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal will be even more amazing. It should be like the rumors, that he really got the ancient god's treasure. At that time, even if we each take 1/3, it will be far more than the wealth of a 9th tribulation transcender. That's right. Moreover, that Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is only a 7th tribulation transcender. Even if they have some tricks up their sleeves and possess the battle prowess of an 8th tribulation transcender, they are still far from being our match. When Qiu Ying and Golden Wolf received the invitation, they had communicated with each other. That was what they said at the time. Next, the two 9th tribulation transcenders looked at each other, and then the Golden Wolf said, Beiyu, the 8th ring demon ox and the spirit fox enchantress that were with you at the time have already died. Therefore, the human's bounty target is actually you. When are you going to show yourself? I'll hide first and let him think that I'm afraid, that I'm unwilling, and let his guard down. Beiyu smiled cunningly. I'm hiding outside Tongjiyu continent. Those humans won't be able to find me. However, it's about time. I'll find some time to purposely show myself once and let the human camp discover me. At the same time, I will set up a trap and lure the Mountain Sea Sword Immortals into it. Beiyu's cunning eyes turned into an ominous glint as he fiercely said, then, we'll attack together. With 2 9th tribulation transcenders and 1 8th tribulation transcenders joining forces, we can definitely kill him in an instant. This is what it means when you don't move, you don't give him any chance. Beiyu himself was an expert who was good at hiding and had many tricks up his sleeve. He knew that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortals were somewhat similar to him in this aspect, and they had more tricks up their sleeves. Therefore, he had to make sure that he got rid of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortals cleanly, leaving no chance. Good, I like this plan. We'll crush him with absolute strength. The Golden Wolf laughed loudly. Those humans are usually very annoying. They like to fight, scheme, and use secret techniques. It's not fun at all, it's too troublesome. Simple and fast. Qiu Ying also nodded. Then it's settled. The two of you come to my place as soon as possible, and then we'll set up a plan to seize the ancient god's treasure. Beiyu said. Ha, kill the humans, seize the ancient god's treasure. Kill the humans, seize the ancient god's treasure. The Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying also laughed loudly before ending the communication. There were always coincidences in the world. Just like this time, the enemies of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortals and the Undying Daoist had a connection. Just as Beiyu, the Golden Wolf, and Qiu Ying were communicating, a top-grade immortal ship flew past them 50 million kilometers away. Inside the immortal ship was the Ghost Race's 7th Tribulation Transcender, Jiyu Jiong. He once used the Netherworld Ghost Prison to trap the Undying Daoist, but in the end, he lost 10,000 Netherworld Ghost Pagodas. Even now, he was still looking for the Undying Daoist. Finding those Netherworld Ghost Pagodas wasn't his main goal. He just lost to a human Dao integration stage expert and felt that he couldn't swallow it, so he wanted to take revenge. For example, this time, Jiyu Jiong came outside the Tongjiyu continent because he heard that a human Dao integration stage expert suspected to be the Undying Daoist had appeared on an island near the Tongjiyu continent. He specifically came here, but found that it wasn't him. Of course, it was a complete coincidence that he passed by Beiyu's hiding place on the way back to the Tongjiyu continent. Jiyu Jiong's father was a golden Yakshaw ghost king of the ghost race. With his father's help, the strength of his spiritual sense had already broken through the limits of the Tribulation Transcender realm. Therefore, his spiritual sense just now detected the conversation between Beiyu and the 3 monster race Tribulation Transcenders 50 million kilometers away. Monster Race's 8th Tribulation Transcender, Beiyu? The one the human camp is offering a reward for? They want to plot against the ancient god's secret treasure? A golden light flashed in Jiyu Jiong's golden pupils. He had also heard about the ancient god's secret treasure that had recently made the powerhouses of the Tongjiyu continent crazy. Even if he was born noble and rich, he was now tempted. It was worth at least 100 billion ghost crystals. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is offering a reward for Bayou, and Bayou is setting up a trap for the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. In other words, as long as I keep an eye on Bayou, I can find the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. At that time, I will have a chance to compete for the ancient god's secret treasure. This is an opportunity for me. However, I still need to find some helpers. Jiyu Zheng's thoughts turned sharply. Just now, he also heard that the Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying were both Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. He alone was obviously not qualified to compete for it. With the help of the Netherworld Ghost Prison, his strength was only at the 8th Tribulation Transcender realm. Afterward, he contacted the two Ninth Tribulation Transcenders of the Ghost Camp, Di Mo and Shu Lian, who were invited to kill the undying Daoist. The three Ghost Race Tribulation Transcenders conspired again. After hearing Jiyu Zheng's words, Di Mo and Shu Lian were immediately tempted. Now, the powerhouses of the other races in the Tongjiyu continent were all thinking about hunting the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal and obtaining the ancient god's secret treasure. However, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had been hiding in the human camp, so they had no choice. However, there were now rumors that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had put a bounty on the three Tribulation Transcenders of the monster camp, including Bayou. This meant that as long as they followed Bayou, they would very likely find a chance to kill the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. The three Ghost Race Tribulation Transcenders quickly decided on a plan. Jiyu Zheng kept an eye on Bayou while Di Mo and Shu Lian quickly rushed over. Tongjiyu continent, the first camp of the human camp. Jiang Xi did not relax for a moment and had been in seclusion in the cultivation room of the palace he lived in. It had been more than a month since he posted the bounty. During this time, he had been comprehending the power of the five elements, trying to find a way to perfect the 6 styles of the universe. To Jiang Xi's surprise, the benefits that the wisp of heavenly Tao source brought him were far more than just 10 trillion experience points and the improvement of his body and primordial spirit. When he calmed down to comprehend the power of the 5 elements, he found that his deduction speed had increased. His affinity with Daoist techniques had further increased. In the past, it was 99 times, but now it was 1,000 times. Now, 1 day of comprehension was equivalent to 10 days of comprehension. For more than 100 years, Jiang Xi had been comprehending the mysteries of the deep fusion of the 5 elements through the use of the full moon scimitar magical treasure. He wanted to know how the power of the 5 elements combined to form the power of the 5 elements. Originally, he had almost comprehended it and was only a step away. According to his estimation, he would be able to figure out the mystery in about 2 or 3 years. Now that he had refined the wisp of heavenly Tao source, this time was greatly shortened. On this day, Jiang Xi ended his seclusion with joy in his eyes. He looked at the full moon scimitar in his right hand and smiled gently. Then, with a thought, he summoned the 5 elements Daoist technique. The power of the 5 elements, which reinforced and restrained each other, flowed on the 5 rings of the full moon scimitar. In a mysterious way, they combined to form the perfect power of the 5 elements. Immediately after, Jiang Xi's empty left hand also appeared with the power of the 5 elements. Without the full moon scimitar, it directly formed the power of the 5 elements. He had finally comprehended the power of the 5 elements and found a way to perfect the 6 styles of the universe. More than 100 years of comprehension have not been in vain. You have contributed greatly. Jiang Xi looked at the full moon scimitar again. This special magical treasure had contributed greatly. He decided to keep it well. Next, he began to try to perfect the 6 styles of the universe. If I use the mysteries contained in the power of the 5 elements to combine the 5 elements Daoist technique and sword Tao on a deeper level, it should be the 5 elements sword. At that time, the 6 styles of the universe. No, the 7 styles of the universe will be a true self-contained system. Once he learned the theory, he would have a clear direction. He would have a feeling that success would come naturally. In just 3 days, Jiang Xi created the 7th style of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, the 5 elements sword. You have self-created the peak-level secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Experience points plus 1 trillion. The experience panel's notification sounded at the same time. So much experience points. 1 trillion. Jiang Xi was a little surprised. However, on second thought, this was a peak-level secret technique that he had spent more than 500 years to create. It was reasonable to give it 1 trillion experience points. At the same time, this notification also meant that the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, which had truly become a self-contained system, was finally qualified to be recorded in the experience panel. Jiang Xi checked the secret technique column on the panel. As expected, he saw the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heaven and Earth Scroll, Level 7, 100 billion, 10 billion. The 7 styles of the universe are all self-created, so I don't have to use experience points to level them up step by step and directly reach the perfected stage. Jiang Xi looked at the experience points at the back and guessed. This was an unexpected surprise. After all, it saved him a lot of time to level up. In addition, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra had been successfully recorded in the panel. In the future, he would not have to waste time looking for inspiration in battle. He could just use the panel to deduce. Jiang Xi had a rough idea of the follow-up of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. This Heaven and Earth Scroll was created from the Tao of Heaven and Earth. According to his imagination, the next scroll was the Great Tao Scroll. Through the 7 styles of the universe, he could deduce the 7 styles of the Great Tao. If he did not have the experience panel, it would be very difficult to create the Great Tao Scroll. He would have to go through countless life and death crises. However, he did not have to worry about that now. As long as he had enough experience points, he could slowly deduce it. Jiang Xi's face revealed a relaxed smile. Let's not worry about the follow-up of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra for now. This time, the completion of the Heaven and Earth Scroll has finally allowed my strength to have a substantial breakthrough. Now, I can truly go out and kill without worry. The 7 styles of the universe gave him greater confidence. Now, I'll wait for the news of the bounty. First, I'll deal with the one hiding behind the scenes. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a golden light. His heart was constantly accumulating battle intent. Just like this, he waited for another 7 days. Jiang Xi finally received a message. It was from a 5th Tribulation Transcender in the human camp. Lord Mountain Sea, I found Beiyu's whereabouts. These are the coordinates. The 5th Tribulation Transcender's transmission phantom smiled and said the specific coordinates. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Thank you in advance. I'll go over and confirm it. If the information is true, the bounty will be transferred to your account. Then I'll have to ask Lord to go over as soon as possible. Otherwise, Beiyu will leave that area if you take too long. The 5th Tribulation Transcender respectfully bowed and then ended the transmission. Tongjiu Continent, in a mountain cave Beiyu was meditating alone. Of course, he was just pretending. His spiritual sense had always been in a spread-out state, and he had already discovered the 5th Tribulation Transcender more than 3 million kilometers away. He found me. What a lucky guy. If it weren't for the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, you would have already died. On the other side, Jiang Xi did not delay and flew out of the first military camp. His movement immediately attracted the attention of the other Tribulation Transcender powerhouses in the military camp. Recently, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had become the focus of the entire Tongjiu continent, whether it was the human race, the monster race, or the ghost race. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal went out. It seems he found the monster race's bounty. Maybe he's going to leave Tongjiu continent. After all, the other races are watching him. It's possible. The ancient god's secret treasure is enough to give him the opportunity to cultivate to the 9th Tribulation Transcender realm. There's no need for him to continue taking risks in Tongjiu continent. I think he's going to go out and fight. Sword immortals are not that easy to surrender. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put up such a high bounty. The human Tribulation Transcenders in the military camp discussed spiritedly, and there were all kinds of opinions. Some people wanted to follow and watch the show, but Jiang Xi did not give them the chance. He directly went to the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Tongjiu continent. The top-grade immortal boat shuttled into the source space at light speed and disappeared. 2 hours later, the top-grade immortal boat began to decelerate and shuttled out of the source space. At this time, he had crossed 300 light-years. According to the coordinates, 2 hours ago, he was cultivating in a mountain cave 300 million kilometers away. I wonder if he's still there. Jiang Xi looked at the starry sky map and then drove the top-grade immortal boat to the corresponding location. Flying at sublight speed, the top-grade immortal boat flew 200 million kilometers in just over 10 minutes. The range of his spiritual sense was now 100 million kilometers. At this distance, he could already detect the mountain cave. Found him. His spiritual sense clearly detected that the monster race's 8th tribulation transcender Bei Yu, who was less than 1 meter tall, was sitting cross-legged in the cave. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but also seemed to be waiting for him. Sure enough, it's this guy. Worthy of the naturally cunning Golden Wolf clan, Jiang Xi's eyes were cold. This meant that Bei Yu had 3 clones. He wants to set me up. First, he hid behind the scenes and made the situation chaotic. Then, he led me into the trap and continued to plot against the ancient god's secret treasure. 2 9th tribulation transcenders, the Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying of the monster race? That's quite a big lineup. If I hadn't refined that wisp of heavenly Tao origin, your plan might have succeeded. But now, Jiang Xi smiled. With the strength of his spiritual sense, the situation within 100 million kilometers was under his control. Of course, he had discovered the 2 9th tribulation transcenders lying in ambush 10 million kilometers away from Bei Yu. This distance was just the limit of the spiritual sense of a 9th tribulation transcender. Unfortunately, your plan is going to fail. His spiritual sense, which had surpassed the limit of a tribulation transcender, allowed him to quietly approach Bei Yu. Even the 2 9th tribulation transcenders couldn't discover him. Unless the other party's spiritual sense also surpassed the limit of a tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi put away the top-grade immortal boat and directly flew over. Every time his figure flickered, he would cross more than 200,000 kilometers. Soon, he had flown 60 million kilometers. Jiang Xi stopped. His spiritual sense had discovered something new. 100 million kilometers away from his current position, he discovered another ghost squad, which included a 7th tribulation transcender and 2 9th tribulation transcender. The Golden Yaksha clan, the Gaul clan, and the Rakshasa clan. From the looks of it, they are also lying in ambush. Who are they ambushing? No. That 7th tribulation transcender Golden Yaksha discovered my spiritual sense. Jiang Xi was startled. The strength of the other party's spiritual sense had also surpassed the limit of a tribulation transcender. Immediately afterward, he discovered that the ghost squad no longer hid their whereabouts and directly flew in his direction. They are ambushing me. No, it should be said that they are ambushing the mountain sea sword immortal. Jiang Xi roughly understood. These 3 ghost tribulation transcenders were relying on their spiritual sense, which had surpassed the limit of a tribulation transcender, to keep an eye on Bei Yu and find the mountain sea sword immortal who had the ancient god's secret treasure. 100 million kilometers away, deep underground, Jiyu Jiong, Dimo, and Shu Lian were patiently waiting. Jiyu Jiong relied on his powerful spiritual sense to monitor the 3 monster tribulation transcenders on Bei Yu's side. In addition, more than 2 hours ago, he also discovered a 5th tribulation transcender of the human race. He knew that Bei Yu had deliberately set up a trap, so he didn't take any action and just continued to monitor the situation within a radius of 100 million kilometers. The mountain sea sword immortal is here, Jiyu Jiong said to Dimo and Shu Lian with a smile. His spiritual sense had discovered Jiang Xi, who was flying. In the next moment, his expression changed. Not good. This mountain sea sword immortal's spiritual sense has also surpassed the limit of a tribulation transcender. He discovered us. We can't wait. Let's go. Dimo and Shu Lian said at the same time. Immediately, the 3 ghost tribulation transcenders left their hiding place and quickly flew in the direction of Jiang Xi. If Bei Yu was used as a coordinate reference, then the current situation was Jiang Xi was 40 million kilometers away from Bei Yu, while Jiyu Zhong's side was 60 million kilometers away from Beiyu. A gap of 20 million kilometers, everyone's speed is almost at the sublight speed of 200,000 kilometers per second. In other words, before the 3 ghost race people arrive, I have about 100 seconds to deal with Beiyu and the 2 monster race 9th tribulation transcender. Jiang Ci quickly made a judgment. With his current strength, this time was definitely enough to deal with Beiyu first. As for the 2 monster race 9th tribulation transcenders, it might be a bit difficult. Let's deal with Beiyu first. Jiang Ci didn't hesitate too much and killed the troublemaker first. Next, he used another 200 seconds to cross the remaining 40 million kilometers and arrived at a place only 100,000 kilometers away from Beiyu. At this time, whether it was the 8th tribulation transcender Beiyu or the 2 9th tribulation transcenders Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying, none of them had discovered him. Let's start with a sword as a greeting gift. Jiang Ci held Scarlet Heaven Sword and used the Sword of Wind Xiu. The sword, which was close to the speed of light, swept across 100,000 kilometers and shattered the galaxy. Almost instantly, it fell on Beiyu's hiding place. In the mountain cave 100,000 kilometers away, Beiyu was quietly waiting. At the same time, he was secretly communicating with Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying through the secret communication array. It's been more than 2 hours now. Using source space travel, he should be here soon. He is a 7th tribulation transcender, and his spiritual sense is not as strong as Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying. As long as he enters the range of 10 million kilometers, he will be discovered. Beiyu thought in his heart. He was also looking forward to the next battle. As long as he killed the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, he could regain the ancient god's secret treasure. Although it was only 1/3, it could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources to help him pass the 9th tribulation and become a 9th tribulation transcender. The only pity was that he lost 2 clones. Suddenly, Beiyu's heart tightened as if some danger was coming. He cautiously probed with his spiritual sense but didn't find anything. Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying's spiritual sense are stronger than mine. If there was a situation, they would have warned me. Beiyu shook his head. The next moment, a sense of nervousness and fear rose from the bottom of his heart and went straight to his mind. Danger. Just as this thought came to his mind. Boom. The sword light whistled and the wind raged, forming a terrifying spatial storm. This mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers directly exploded. The cave that Beiyu hid in was also reduced to nothingness. As an 8th tribulation transcender, he reacted with the fastest speed and propped up a layer of immortal energy shield. Crash. But the sword that swept across 100,000 kilometers directly shattered this layer of immortal energy shield. Roar. Beiyu roared. His immortal body was less than 1 meter, and he only had time to enlarge it 100 times. Kai, the sword slashed down. More than half of Beiyu's immortal body was annihilated by the Sword of Wind. It's him, it's the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. How is he so strong? He cut off more than half of my immortal body with 1 sword. Why didn't my spiritual sense find him? Where is he? Beiyu was terrified. He dragged the remaining half of his immortal body and frantically flew in the direction of Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying. Quick! The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is coming. He sent a message to the 2 9th tribulation transcender monsters. Send first, then change later. Chapter 552. Tens of millions of kilometers away, Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying were still concentrating on investigating the situation within tens of millions of kilometers, waiting for Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to enter the fray. Suddenly, they received a message from Beiyu. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is here. Immediately afterward, their spiritual senses found Beiyu, who only had a small portion of his immortal body left, and the black-armored youth holding a sword. When did he come? Why didn't we find him? Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying were shocked. Their reaction was also very fast. They immediately faced Beiyu and flew over. Of course, it was not to save Beiyu. Those who could cultivate to the 9th tribulation transcender realm were not stupid. It was better for Beiyu to die. This way, after killing Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, they would not have to divide the treasures of the ancient god. They did not know what had happened just now. However, in their opinion, no matter how strong a seventh tribulation transcender was, he could not be too strong. Two ninth tribulation transcenders could easily kill this human. On the other side, the three tribulation transcenders of the ghost race. Because Jiyu Jiang's spiritual sense surpassed the limits of tribulation transcender, the three of them clearly saw what had happened just now. Just one sword strike, is he still a seventh tribulation transcender? Jiyu Jiang was shocked. Di solemnly said, he barely has the strength of a ninth tribulation transcender. It seems that he is a human genius. Shu Lian chuckled and said, it's okay. Now that one of the three monsters is dead, the three of us together are the strongest. While talking, they quickly rushed to the location of the battle. At this time, Bei Yu, whose immortal body was mostly destroyed, was still making his final struggle. He was confused, terrified, and desperate. Why did this mountain sea sword immortal suddenly become so strong? More than a month ago, when they were in the ancient god's abyss, they were not like this. This is my last clone. If it dies, I will really die. What should I do? Bei Yu really felt the aura of death approaching this time. Behind him, the mountain sea sword immortal, who once killed his sixth tribulation transcender clone with one sword strike, was getting closer and closer. With only a small portion of his immortal body left, his strength had dropped from 8th tribulation transcender to 5th tribulation transcender. It was impossible for him to block the next sword strike. In other words, apart from death, he could only die. Bei Yu saw the human raised his sword again. Human. Hateful human. You won't have an easy time even if I die. Bei Yu roared with unwillingness. His immortal body suddenly expanded as he was about to self-destruct. Because begging for mercy was definitely useless. I'll live a better life if you die. Jiang Xi laughed. The distance between the two sides had been reduced to 50,000 kilometers. He unleashed another slash that pierced through the river of stars. The cold golden light illuminated this part of the starry sky as it whistled towards Bei Yu. Ah! Mountain sea sword immortal. You will definitely be buried with me. At the last moment, Bei Yu suddenly laughed wildly. His spiritual awareness sent the message that he had prepared earlier to the entire camp of the demon race through the secret communication array. Boom! The Vajra sword instantly annihilated him. His immortal body and primordial spirit both dissipated. Almost at the same time, all the monster race cultivators on Tongjiyu continent received the message from Bei Yu before his death. In less than a minute, the news spread through the Ghost Clan camp. The mountain sea sword immortal has appeared. Quick, let's go. It might be a trap. Who cares if it is or not, let's go first. What if it's true? Haha, I'm the closest. The ancient god's secret treasure is destined to be mine. Whether or not I can accumulate enough resources to reverse life and death depends on this. The huge temptation of the ancient god's secret treasure made the monster race and ghost clan go crazy. Powerhouses above 7th tribulation transcender rushed to Jiang Xi's location from various places. There were also many 9th tribulation transcender powerhouses. Jiang Xi didn't know what Bei Yu did before his death. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. Instead, he would be very excited. This battle was to deter the foreign races and make a big name for the mountain sea sword immortal. Therefore, the more enemies there were, the better. There are also 2 9th tribulation transcender of the monster race, 2 9th tribulation transcender of the ghost clan, and 1 7th tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi's figure flickered as he took the initiative to fly towards the Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying Wush. The two sides were tens of millions of kilometers apart. Because they were moving in opposite directions, Jiang Xi and the 2 9th tribulation transcender of the monster race collided. Roar! The Golden Wolf's immortal power surged, and its blood energy mixed with demonic energy instantly condensed into a giant golden wolf tens of thousands of kilometers tall. Like an ancient wolf beast, it stood in the void and then pounced towards Jiang Xi with a roar. Yo! Qiu Ying screamed, but she didn't use a method similar to the golden wolf. Instead, she split into tens of thousands of creatures with wings on their backs, scales, and long tails. They screamed in unison, and the sound waves shattered the space and swept out like a wave. No one dared to underestimate the joint attack of two ninth tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi also didn't underestimate it. Standing in the void, Red Heaven's sword trembled slightly, and the frequency of the tremor seemed to affect the space within 1,000,000 kilometers. Universe 7 styles. This was the first time he used the complete universe scroll. Who, silently, an extremely mysterious existence had descended upon this space. 7 sword lights thousands of feet long spiraled out. A sword of wind hung above his head. A sword of 5 elements hung below his feet. The other 5, diamond, dead wood, flowing water, leaving fire, and shield mountain, surrounded him. And Jiang Xi himself was like a sword, placed in the middle of the universe 7 styles. What a strange feeling. Jiang Xi found that he seemed to have completely controlled the space within 1,000 feet. With a thought, the space was imprisoned, and time seemed to have stopped. Rumble. At this moment, heaven and earth roared, and the starry sky above Tongjiu continent cracked open, and 7-colored light faintly appeared. It was as if something was about to break out. It was as if heaven and earth were about to shatter. But soon, those cracks disappeared again. Ancient Tao Source Realm, 9 Heavens Realm. As usual, Tao Lord 9 Firmament's Carnage clone sat cross-legged in the sea of corpses, comprehending something suddenly. This top 3 powerhouse of the human race sat up, and his deep eyes were filled with surprise, surprise, and surprise. This formed a world of its own. It's clearly a peak secret technique. How can it form a world of its own? Tao Lord 9 Heavens was puzzled, but he soon laughed heartily. Ha, a Tao integration cultivator can form a world of his own. This little guy surprises me again and again. Good. Human territory, Tao sect, in an unknown space. This space was very big, as if it was a vast universe. In one of the universe mystic realms, Ming Zun's in-name disciple Shen Tian was undergoing a dangerous training. When Jiang Xi finished executing the universe 7 styles, a white-robed man sat in the middle of the battlefield. A white-robed middle-aged man sitting in the void suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the 9th battlefield with a gentle gaze and then nodded with a smile. Human territory, on a peaceful planet of life, a willow tree swayed gently by a lake. A woman in green appeared above the willow tree. She looked at the sky, and after whispering for a while, she disappeared. Demon territory, demon holy land, demon starry sea. On this day, the demon lord woke up, and his terrifying aura spread for tens of thousands of light-years. Ghost territory, ghost holy mountain. A sigh sounded. Ghost Tao lords and perfected lords were shocked. At the same time, the big bone sea and the small bone sea boiled like never before. Some golden and silver yakshas that were reincarnating melted in the boiling seawater before they could successfully reincarnate. At the same time, in Battlefield 9, Tongjiu continent. Jiang Xi looked up at the sky, a little surprised. He couldn't see the scene in the starry sky, but he could feel that something seemed to be happening up there, but it also seemed like nothing had happened. Strange. Jiang Xi retracted his gaze and looked at the ancient golden wolf that had already pounced in front of him, as well as Qiu Ying's shriek. Even a 9th tribulation transcender would be seriously injured if he took these 2 attacks head-on. It seems like I can block them. Jiang Xi's heart moved whoosh. The terrifying blood aura and shrieking sound waves instantly froze after entering the space 3,000 meters around him. What? The golden wolf and Qiu Ying were shocked. This was their full-strength attack. They were very confident that these 2 attacks could definitely kill this human 7th tribulation transcender in an instant. A distance of 10,000 feet was no different from an inch to a 9th tribulation transcender. But why did they stop when they were only 10,000 feet away from this human? At this time, Jiu Jiong, Di Mo, and Shu Lian were only 10 million kilometers away from Jiang Xi. They were also very surprised. What happened just now? Di Mo said in a deep voice, this human is a little strange. Let's end this quickly. Jiu Jiong and Shu Lian nodded in agreement. At this time, they only felt that the mountain sea sword immortal was a little strange, but it wasn't to the point of giving up. Swallow him. The golden wolf that seemed to have transformed into an ancient beast controlled its 10,000-kilometer-tall body and stepped through the starry sky. Its bloody mouth, which could swallow a planet, roared and crashed toward riverward with a loud rumble. "Children, tear him apart!" Qiu Ying shrieked. 100,000 clones of Qiu Ying shot out beams of immortal energy at the same time. Almost instantly, these beams of immortal energy condensed into a beam of light with an even more terrifying aura, whistling out. The two ninth tribulation transcenders attacked with all their strength again. Voila, wherever the golden wolf and the beam of immortal energy passed, the starry sky within 1,000,000 kilometers was shattered and turned into nothingness. Jiang Xi wanted to test the defensive effect of the 7 styles of the universe, so he didn't take the initiative to counterattack. After the golden wolf and Qiu Ying's attacks approached him again. With a thought, the time and space within a radius of 10,000 feet stopped again. But in just 1 second. Voila, the static effect had been broken. The 2 full-strength attacks of 2 ninth tribulation transcenders broke the special effect of the 7 styles of the universe. Not bad. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this unexpected gain. He thought so in his heart, and his hands didn't stop fighting back. The first 2 attacks of the golden wolf and Qiu Ying were only stopped and didn't dissipate. Now, the static effect within a radius of 10,000 feet was broken. It was equivalent to facing the full-strength attacks of 4 ninth tribulation transcenders at the same time. Shield Mountain. Jiang Xi's mind moved. 1,000 feet long earthen yellow sword light merged into the scarlet heaven sword. In an instant, the sword light was like a mountain and a shield, turning into tens of thousands of kilometers long, blocking in front of him. Boom! The full-strength attacks of 4 ninth tribulation transcenders suddenly landed on the shield mountain sword. The void shattered, and energy surged out from the void, turning into a torrent that swept over millions of kilometers. Riverward, on the other hand, remained unmoved under this terrifying attack. Haha, again. After Jiang Xi knew the limit of the strange static effect, he wanted to test the limit of the 7 styles of the universe. So this time, he didn't take the initiative to use the effect of stopping everything within a radius of 10,000 feet. Instead, his figure flashed and he took the initiative to face the golden wolf and Qiu Ying. Gale. The sword of Gale was used, and the sword moves were extremely smooth without any stagnation. The speed close to the speed of light allowed him to instantly appear in front of the golden wolf and Qiu Ying. He slashed out. How is this possible? Too fast. This is definitely the speed of a ninth tribulation transcender. The golden wolf and Qiu Ying were shocked again. Block it. Roar. Yo. The 2 ninth tribulation transcenders of the monster race, one roared and the other screamed as they jointly raised a shield of immortal power. Boom. The sword of Gale fell, and the raging wind and sword light formed a spatial storm. However, this shield, which was enough to block a full-strength attack of a ninth tribulation transcender, only shook violently under the power of the sword of Gale, and didn't break. It was blocked. Haha, although his methods are strange and fast, his attacks are weak. The golden wolf and Qiu Ying laughed. The hearts that had been raised because of the continuous shock just now were now at ease. Jiang Xi smiled lightly and changed his sword move. Flowing water. Since it was a test of strength, he naturally had to use the 7 styles of the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Dripping water could penetrate stone, and the surging flowing water was equally powerful. The sword light was like a violent wave, crashing into the immortal power shield of the 2 ninth tribulation transcenders of the monster race. You only have so many methods. Now, you can die in peace. The golden wolf and Qiu Ying's eyes released a cold and fierce light. Since this mountain sea sword immortal couldn't break their immortal power shield, they could use their full strength. At the same time, their spiritual senses also discovered Jiyu Jiong and the other 2 ghost race tribulation transcenders. It's the ghost race's 9th tribulation transcender Dimo and Shu Lian. We have to deal with this human as soon as possible. The ancient ferocious beast tens of thousands of kilometers tall and the 100,000 incarnations of Qiu Ying condensed a terrifying attack and attacked Jiang Xi again. Riverward, on the other hand, used his ability to freeze everything within a radius of 1,000 feet to continuously block their attacks. Then, he continuously used the various moves of the 7 styles of the universe. Dead tree. Parting fire. Soon, half a minute passed. Jiyu Jiang, Dimo, and Shu Lian had already arrived at a place only 4 million kilometers away from Jiangxi. Their spiritual senses were paying close attention to the situation of the battle. This human mountain sea sword immortal has a lot of methods, and his secret techniques are also very strange. It's just that his attack power is a bit weak, so there's nothing to worry about. It seems that the ancient god's secret treasure is definitely ours this time. Haha, although we didn't find that Daoist undying this time, this unexpected harvest is still not bad. These 3 ghost race tribulation transcenders had the same judgment of the mountain sea sword immortal's strength as Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying. They all thought that his attack power was weak. They were even more confident in the current situation. In contrast, Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying were starting to get a little anxious. Seeing that the ghost race powerhouse was getting closer and closer, they had no way to quickly deal with this mountain sea sword immortal. At that time, the situation would be out of their control. On the other side, Jiangxi had more or less an idea of the power of the first 6 styles after using them one after another. In terms of attack power, the power of these 6 styles could barely be considered as that of a 9th tribulation transcender. In terms of defense, the effect of the shield mountain was not much different from that of a 9th tribulation transcender's immortal power shield. In terms of speed, with the sword of wind, his speed was also at the level of a 9th tribulation transcender. It could be said that after the 7 styles of the universe truly formed a system, the original 6 styles' power had increased. Last style, 5 elements sword. Jiangxi had yet to test the power of this sword. Buzz. There didn't seem to be any big movements. Only 100,000 kilometer-long 5-colored sword light swept out. Wherever it passed, space was turned into nothingness. At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation swept through heaven and earth. Then, boom, boom, boom. Only then did a resounding roar appear. This sword. Golden Wolf's heart couldn't help but tremble as fear filled his entire body. I'm a 9th tribulation transcender. Why would I fear a 7th tribulation transcender? Roar. Golden Wolf roared, trying to dispel the fear in his heart. Could it be that tribulation transcender is invincible? Qiu Ying's eyes widened as the thought of escaping arose in her heart. She was slightly weaker than Golden Wolf. However, this sword didn't give them any chance to resist or escape. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 30,000 kilometers, and this sword light was 100,000 kilometers long. Boom. The sword light whistled and landed on Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying. No! Qiu Ying screamed in despair. She, who was slightly weaker, had 100,000 incarnations wiped out. As for her main body, it was directly annihilated, and her primordial spirit dissipated. You killed a 9th tribulation transcender, experience points plus 180,000. This was the first 9th tribulation transcender to die under Jiangxi's hand. At the same time, the 10,000 kilometer tall ancient beast condensed from Golden Wolf's immortal power, blood energy, and demonic energy melted like snow under this sword. In an instant, it returned to nothingness. As for the 9th tribulation transcender Golden Wolf, 70% of his immortal power instantly disappeared. The remaining 30% of his immortal body desperately dodged this 5-colored sword light. However, the aura of a 9th tribulation transcender had suddenly dropped to that of a 6th tribulation transcender. Run, run, run. Golden Wolf's heart was only left with fear. Too terrifying. How could this be just a 7th tribulation transcender? This is clearly an invincible tribulation transcender. For example, Wine Sword Immortal of the human race, Hei Yang Long of the monster race, and Yi Youyu of the ghost race. Who is he? Could it be that invincible tribulation transcender of the human race who came to the 9th battlefield to bully us? Golden Wolf thought with grief and indignation. But with only the strength of a 6th tribulation transcender left, it was impossible for him to escape. Spare me, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Before he could finish his words, he was swept away by the aftermath of the 5-element sword, instantly turning into nothingness. At the same time, the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers suddenly shattered under that terrifying fluctuation. What use do I have for a monster slave like you? Jiang Xi shook his head. Then, he turned his gaze to a place 4 million kilometers away and sneered. Want to run? Space shackle. The second layer of the origin treasure, the threefold mountain, displayed the shackling effect. Buzz. The space within a radius of 10 million kilometers instantly froze. 4 million kilometers away, Jiyu Jiong, Di Mo, and Shu Lian turned around and fled without thinking after seeing this terrifying sword attack. What kind of secret sword technique is this? It killed 2 ninth tribulation transcenders with one sword attack. Maybe he's not a 7th tribulation transcender at all, but a human invincible tribulation transcender in disguise. Is it Wine Sword Immortal? Or someone else? The 3 ghost race tribulation transcenders were greatly frightened. However, they were not worried about their own safety. The 2 sides were now 4 million kilometers apart. Even if they flew at close to the speed of light, it would still take them more than 10 seconds. At this time, they would have already fled to the desolate starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Tungu continent. There, they could travel through space. Even if that human was an invincible tribulation transcender, he would not be able to catch up to them. However, before they could turn around quickly, a voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, they found that they could not move. Space shackle. This, the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers has been shackled. Shu Lian's face was full of disbelief. Space shackle again. Jiyu Jiong remembered the undying Daoist who had made him suffer a big loss. Quick! Use all your strength to break the shackle. Di Mo roared as the immortal energy in his body crazily revolved. Rakshasa Shu Lian's soul bewitching path. Golden Yakshaw Jiyu Jiong's netherworld ghost prison. Gal Di Mo's ghost devouring heaven and earth. 3 major attacks appeared at the same time. Whether it was bloodline or strength, the 3 of them were the best in the ghost race camp. At this moment, under the circumstances of using all their strength, they broke the shackle in less than a second. Keep running. But in the next moment, they had only escaped 100,000 kilometers away when space was once again confined. Despair. When Jiyu Jiong used the Netherworld Ghost Prison, Jiang Xi froze for a moment. Netherworld Ghost Prison? The spiritual sense of that 7th tribulation transcender Golden Yakshaw has also surpassed the limits of a tribulation transcender. It seems that the one who ambushed me was him. New grudges and old grudges, it seems that even if you don't die, you will still have to die. He used the Sword of Wind and chased after the 3 ghost race tribulation transcenders at his fastest speed. At the same time, he kept using space shackles. Under such circumstances, Jiang Xi believed that apart from those invincible tribulation transcenders, no one could escape his pursuit. He was the ruler of everything within 10,000 feet of him. He was the invincible tribulation transcender within a radius of 10 million kilometers. No matter how hard the 3 ghost race tribulation transcenders struggled, in the end, they were unable to escape more than 4 million kilometers. After escaping for only 3 million kilometers, Jiang Xi caught up with them. Fight to the death. The body of the strongest Gaol, Dimo, increased by 10,000 times, and the rotten flesh on his body shot out like meteors. Cake. Every piece of rotten flesh had a mouth that seemed to be able to swallow everything. They let out a creepy laugh and pounced on Jiang Xi. The Rakshasa race's 9 tribulation transcender Shu Lian also used the bewitching sound. Although it was accompanied by gloomy ghost energy, it could make people fall into a state of hallucination. Golden Yakshaw Jiyu Jiong's Netherworld Ghost Prison was much weaker in terms of power, but it covered a radius of 10 million kilometers. The boundless ghost energy of the Netherworld Ghost Prison had a great effect on the attacks of the Gowls and Shu Lian. Therefore, the combined strength of the 3 of them greatly surpassed that of the monster race's 9 tribulation transcender Golden Wolf and Qiu Ying. Facing all this, Jiang Xi just smiled gently. Ghost energy. In the next moment, 2 concentric golden halos appeared behind his head. The small one was completely solid, while the big one was slightly illusory. This was the essence-soul phenomenon formed by the Buddhist peacock visualization technique and the cultivation heart. Suddenly, the ghost energy within a radius of 10 million kilometers quickly dissipated as if it had met its greatest nemesis. This is. Only the Ghost King has the essence-soul divine light. How is this possible? The Ghost King is a perfected monarch powerhouse. He's just a tribulation transcender. How can he have such a method? Impossible. Is he a human perfected monarch who came to the foreign battlefield to play with us? Jiyu Jiang, Dimo, and Shu Lian were desperate and frightened. At this time, they didn't even have the thought to resist. The method used by this mountain sea sword immortal was no longer in the category of tribulation transcender powerhouses. In front of a perfected monarch powerhouse, even 109 tribulation transcenders were useless. Essence soul divine light? Perfected monarch? Jiang Xi's spiritual sense probed their conversation and was a little surprised. Then, he used space imprisonment again. Scarlet Heaven sword slashed out 100,000 kilometer-long 5-colored sword light and swept out. The sword fell. The starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers turned into nothingness, first, then change later. Chapter 553. The 5-colored sword light swept across, shattering the galaxy and turning it into nothingness. The colorful energy emitted a terrifying aura that surged out from the nothingness and swept across a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Among the 3 ghost race tribulation transcenders, Dimo and Shu Lian, who were 9 tribulation transcenders, were the first to be swept by the 5-colored sword light. Dimo roared, "Roar! I can't accept this. Despicable human race. Playing with us." Shu Lian screamed in grief and indignation. At this moment, they suspected that this mountain sea sword immortal had hidden his cultivation and came to the extraterrestrial battlefield to play with them. However, no matter what they thought, it was useless. Jiang Xi's golden primordial soul dispersed the boundless ghost energy, and the 5-element sword light swept past their immortal bodies with terrifying power. Gaul Dimo and Rakshasa Shu Lian's primordial souls and immortal bodies were annihilated in an instant. The last one to survive was the golden yaksha, Jiyu Jiang, who was frantically running away. He watched as Dimo and Shu Lian were killed by the sword light. Then, the sword light didn't weaken and attacked him again. "Mountain sea sword immortal, my father is the Netherworld Ghost King, you can't kill me." Jiyu Jiang was still struggling. Jiang Xi sneered, "Not even a Dao monarch can." He still hadn't settled the score with the undying Daoist. He had also heard of the Ghost Race's Netherworld Ghost King. This was the Ghost Race's top true monarch powerhouse, an ancient existence that had lived for countless years. Just like the Purple Heaven sect's true monarch Six Virtuos and the Daoist sect's true monarch Myriad Poisons, he was second only to a Dao monarch. Moreover, this Netherworld Ghost King was the creator of the Netherworld Ghost Prison and was extremely famous. "I can give you all the treasures on my body, treasures worth nearly 100 billion ghost crystals." Jiyu Jiang was really anxious. "After killing you, the treasures will still be mine." Jiang Xi was unmoved. "Ah, mountain sea sword immortal, you won't have a good death." Jiyu Jiang roared in despair. The 5-element sword light that was 100,000 kilometers long fell on his body. Even a 9 tribulation transcender couldn't withstand this sword, let alone a 7 tribulation transcender. This golden yaksha was instantly annihilated. Jiang Xi looked at the shattered starry sky that was quickly recovering. He had killed 4 9th tribulation transcenders, 1 8th tribulation transcender, and 1 7th tribulation transcender. If this kind of battle record were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the universe. However, Jiang Xi's mood was very calm. It was as if after climbing to the peak, the passion suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly felt dull. 9th tribulation transcenders were too easy to kill. They must be quite wealthy. Jiang Xi shook his head and tossed the thought aside. He was filled with motivation again. Now that he had climbed to the peak, there were still many mountains waiting for him to conquer. His figure flashed as he collected the storage Dharma treasures scattered in the starry sky. At the same time, The ownerless immortal power of the 6 tribulation transcenders of other races was also swallowed up by the heaven-connecting tower. Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. This golden yakshaw has a lot of treasures, even more than what a 9th tribulation transcender has. As expected of the Netherworld Ghost King's child. By rough estimation, it was really worth close to 100 billion point. There were also 4 9th tribulation transcenders and 1 8th tribulation transcender, Beiyu, who should be very poor. This time, it could be said that he had obtained a great harvest. Also, it's not over yet. Jiang Ci didn't leave. He stood in the void and quietly waited. This was because his spiritual sense had discovered that in the starry sky 90 million kilometers away, a high-grade immortal boat had appeared. There was 1 8th tribulation transcender and 6 7th tribulation transcenders inside. This meant that the 6 tribulation transcenders of other races that died just now had spread his current location before they died. Presumably, there would be a lot of powerhouses of other races rushing here. Things were indeed as Jiang Ci expected. In the next 10 minutes, one after another, top-grade and high-grade immortal boats arrived one after another. They were all powerhouses of other races that were relatively close to this location. They happened to be within a radius of 100 light-years. Jiang Ci's spiritual sense clearly probed that in this first batch of tribulation transcenders, there were 3 9th tribulation transcenders, 146 8th tribulation transcenders, and 79 7th tribulation transcenders. According to the division of camps, there were 115 tribulation transcenders from the monster race camp, 90 from the ghost race camp, and 23 from the human race camp. In fact, there usually weren't so many tribulation transcenders within a radius of 100 light-years. However, the recent disturbance caused by the ancient god's secret treasure was too big. Many powerhouses of other races that were 7th tribulation transcenders and above were active in the area near the first camp of the human race, waiting for the mountain seasword immortal to come out. As for why there were so few humans, the reason was that powerhouses of the same camp couldn't kill each other. Since the human race's tribulation transcenders couldn't compete for the ancient god's secret treasure, their enthusiasm wasn't that high, and few were willing to come. At this time, the first batch of tribulation transcenders of other races that had arrived felt that they had hit the jackpot. No matter how high their cultivation was, they were all crazy about the ancient god's secret treasure. However, when they came within 10 million kilometers of Jiang Ci, they were somewhat puzzled. With the strength of their spiritual sense, they could naturally find the black-armored youth standing in the void. Something's wrong. A big battle obviously just happened here. The space within 10 million kilometers is still in a broken state. But why is there only one mountain sea sword immortal? Where is Beiyu, who spread the news? Is this a trap? Whatever, let's rush over and kill him. Seize the ancient god's secret treasure. Kill. The ancient god's secret treasure is mine. These tribulation transcenders of the monster and ghost camps were all ferocious, and ghostly energy was raging around them. Some were excited, some were roaring, and some were laughing wildly. Among them, the 3 9th tribulation transcenders were the fastest, approaching the speed of light as they rushed toward Jiang Ci from all directions. On the other side, there were 23 human tribulation transcenders in the first batch, and their cultivations were all above the 7th tribulation transcender realm. What should we do? Should we help? An 8th tribulation transcender said. How can we help? We'll just die if we go, a 7th tribulation transcender said with a bitter smile. Someone sighed and said, the mountain seasword immortal is too daring and too careless. I reckon that he fell into a trap set by the other races. This is a suicidal move. I hope he can survive. Let's wish him good luck. None of the 23 human tribulation transcenders dared to help. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that they couldn't help at all. There were 205 tribulation transcenders of other races, and 3 of them were 9th tribulation transcenders. How could they help? Of course, among these human tribulation transcenders, there were also some who had other thoughts. It was just a pity that the current situation was beyond their expectations. Even if they had bad intentions, they could only hide them in their hearts. I'm a bit puzzled. Why didn't he run away? He had a chance to escape just now. Now that he's surrounded by other races, there's no chance for him to escape anymore. I'm afraid that he suddenly obtained a big opportunity like the ancient god's secret treasure. His mentality has probably changed. That's right. This mountain sea sword immortal wasn't very famous before. He only rose to power in the last 100 years or so he shouldn't have much experience. The 23 human tribulation transcenders sighed as they watched from more than 8 million kilometers away. On the other side, almost all of the 205 tribulation transcenders of other races had flown to an area that was only 3 million kilometers away from Jiangxi. The 3/9 tribulation transcenders were the fastest, and they were only 1 million kilometers away from Jiangxi. The ancient god's secret treasure. With this opportunity, I'll have a chance to find the hope of reversing life and death. One of the 9th tribulation transcenders of the ghost race laughed. Whether or not my cat's race can rise will depend on this opportunity, another strange-looking 9th tribulation transcender said with a determined look. Although he was from the monster camp, he wasn't a monster. After obtaining the ancient god's secret treasure, I'll be able to return to my race and wash away my shame, the last 9th tribulation transcender of the monster camp said with a ferocious look in his eyes. Behind them, the other 7th tribulation transcenders and 8th tribulation transcenders roared crazily. Jiangxi stood in the void with an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't realize the impending crisis. It's about time. His spiritual sense discovered that the last 7th tribulation transcender had also arrived within 3 million kilometers. He finally made his move. Space shackle. Buzz. The shackle effect of the second layer of the 3-layered mountain was immediately displayed. The space within a radius of 10 million kilometers instantly froze. Not good. This. Space shackle. This is the method of a true monarch. Run. The 3/9 tribulation transcenders of other races, as well as the remaining 7th tribulation transcenders and 8th tribulation transcenders of other races, were all frightened. The 9th tribulation transcenders with high cultivation levels were able to break the space shackle in 1 second. The remaining 7th tribulation transcenders and 8th tribulation transcenders struggled in fear and despair. With their cultivation levels, it was very difficult for them to break the shackle in a short period of time. Jiangxi made his move. Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Universe 7 Styles. 7 sword lights that were 10,000 feet long circled around him, forming a special space with a radius of 10,000 feet. Jiangxi shouted, "Kill!" With a speed close to the speed of light, he suddenly slashed out a 5-colored sword light that was 1 million kilometers long. 5 elements sword. The sword light was magnified 10 times, and its power was greatly reduced. However, it could still easily kill 7th tribulation transcenders and seriously injure 8th tribulation transcenders. It could also cause a certain degree of damage to 9th tribulation transcenders. Moreover, he didn't only have the power of a single sword. Streaks of 5-colored sword light that were 1 million kilometers long slashed out one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5-element sword whistled and swept through the area within a radius of 3 million kilometers. The starry sky turned into a world of swords, and sword light wreaked havoc. Voila! As long as the 7th tribulation transcenders and 8th tribulation transcenders of other races were swept by the 5-colored sword light, they were directly annihilated and disappeared along with the turbulent space. The 3/9 tribulation transcenders were the strongest, and they were still struggling to fight back. However, under the space imprisonment, it was very difficult for them to use the secret techniques that they were usually good at. The streaks of 5-colored sword light were the first to fall on their bodies. Their immortal bodies were continuously cut down by the sword light. Their originally tyrannical immortal bodies went from 100% to 90%, then to 80%, 70%. You can't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. Human, please spare my life. The 3/9 tribulation transcenders of other races were anxious. They were lofty 9th tribulation transcenders, and they had the opportunity to reverse life and death, becoming existences with endless lifespan. If they died like this, it would be too much of a loss. 8 million kilometers away, the 23 human tribulation transcenders were dumbfounded. Just now, They were saying that the mountain sea sword immortal was too careless and was completely seeking his own death. However, the situation changed too quickly. This is the mountain sea sword immortal? Too scary. He can even use a true monarch technique like space imprisonment. There's also that terrifying 5-colored sword light. It's clearly the path of the sword, so why does it feel like the Tao of the 5 elements? This is going to be big. These 205 tribulation transcenders of other races are all powerhouses above the 7th tribulation transcender realm. Among them, the majority are 8th tribulation transcenders. If they all die, then 1% of the top powerhouses of the ghost and monster camps will die. The 2 true monarchs of the 2 foreign races in the 9th battlefield are probably going crazy. Quickly inform the true monarchs of our human camp. The 23 human tribulation transcenders did not know that there were even more tribulation transcenders of other races rushing over. For example, 20 million kilometers away, an 8th tribulation transcender from the Shen turtle race was driving a supreme-grade immortal boat toward Jiang Xi's location. He muttered with a leisurely expression, "I'm just watching the show. I don't want to fight with humans. After all, countless eras ago, we were still good friends." Not long after, whoosh, the supreme-grade immortal boat arrived at an area only 9 million kilometers away from Jiang Xi. This. The eyes of the Shen turtle race's 8th tribulation transcender widened, and his face was full of disbelief. His spiritual sense discovered that 9 million kilometers away, a terrifying black-armored human was holding a fiery red sword and slashing out terrifying 5-colored sword lights, completely annihilating a 9th tribulation transcender of the monster race. In addition, there were 2 9th tribulation transcenders that only had 30% of their immortal bodies left. It seemed that they would die in a single slash at most. Run, run, run. The 8th tribulation transcender of the Shen turtle race directly changed his direction and wanted to escape. But in the next moment, he discovered that he could not move. Space imprisonment. It's over. The 8th tribulation transcender of the Shen turtle race despaired. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the space imprisonment was gone again. Whoosh. He did not hesitate and hurriedly left. Shen turtle? It should be the same race as the Shen turtles of Earth, right? Jiang Xi recalled the memories of when he had just stepped on the path of cultivation, and then released this 8th tribulation transcender Shen turtle. It was not only because of nostalgia, but also because the words of this 8th tribulation transcender Shen turtle had clarified his position. Of course, Jiang Xi only released this 8th tribulation transcender. The tribulation transcenders of other races that came later were not so lucky. With him as the center, a spherical space with a radius of tens of millions of kilometers was created. As long as a tribulation transcender of other races came in, they would be directly imprisoned by space, waiting to be slaughtered. Yes, this was a massacre. In the next half an hour, he killed as many as came. Jiang Xi went on a killing spree. Dozens and hundreds of 7th tribulation transcender and above experts of other races died in batches. In just half an hour, Beiyu and the other 2 monster race tribulation transcenders that had set up the trap for him, as well as Jiyu Zhong and the other 2 ghost race tribulation transcenders that had ambushed him. He killed a total of 12 9th tribulation transcenders, 598 8th tribulation transcenders, and 1957th tribulation transcender. A total of 2,560 top experts of other races. What a terrifying record. At the same time, such a battle also made Jiang Xi's mastery of the 7 styles of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra more and more skillful, and his strength actually increased slightly. For someone of his strength, even a little increase was very terrifying. Soon, when Jiang Xi once again slashed out with the 5-element sword, a helpless voice suddenly echoed in his ears, "Kid, I'm true monarch Yu Yuan. Quickly leave after killing enough. I won't be able to hold on much longer." Jiang Xi froze for a moment. True monarch Yu Yuan? He knew who this was. This was the true monarch of the human camp that was overseeing the 9th battlefield. According to the content of this spiritual sense transmission, he speculated that the true monarchs of the monster camp and the ghost camp were all killed because of his actions. They wanted to bully the weak and personally kill him, but true monarch Yu Yuan blocked them? Therefore, the true monarchs of the three camps were also fighting. Hurry up, the Netherworld Ghost King is also coming. True monarch Yu Yuan's voice echoed in his ears again. Jiang Xi no longer hesitated. He slashed out with his sword and killed 2 more 8th Tribulation Transcenders, waving his hand and taking away their storage magical treasures. Then, he used space imprisonment. This way, the Tribulation Transcenders of other races within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers would not be able to stop him. Of course, there was no one who dared to stop him now. Therefore, Jiang Xi easily drove the top-grade immortal boat and turned into a streak of light, quickly shuttling away. In another place, the human Tribulation Transcenders that were watching should have also received the news and left one after another. Just 5 minutes later, boom, 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 3 terrifying figures streaked across the starry sky and arrived one after another. They were like gods and demons standing in the void, looking at the messy battlefield. The Netherworld Ghost King roared, "Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, I'll kill you." Black ghostly fire swept through the space of hundreds of millions of kilometers like a tide, burning everything in its path. The expressions of the other 2 true monarchs overseeing the Ghost Camp and Monster Camp were also extremely ugly at this time. This was because they recognized that 12 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders had fallen here through the remnant aura. In the entire Tongjiu continent, the 3 camps added together only had a little more than 1,000 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. In addition, the remnant aura was not limited to just these 9th Tribulation Transcenders. There were also about 600 8th Tribulation Transcenders and 2,000 7th Tribulation Transcenders. In other words, nearly 10% of the top powerhouses of the 2 camps in the 9th battlefield had fallen in this battle. The losses were disastrous. What was even harder for them to accept was that the human race only had a nameless mountain sea sword immortal. Ancient Dao Source Realm, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. This invincible Tribulation Transcender, who had always been carefree and unrestrained, was currently holding a communication pearl in his hand and frowning in thought. He seemed to be doubtful of life. He was pondering whether the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal that the Tribulation Immortal Hall was talking about was the same Mountain Sea Sword Immortal that he knew. According to the contents of the discussion in the Tribulation Immortal Hall, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had discovered Beiyu's tracks, then left the camp, killed his enemies, and finally disappeared in the Tongjiu continent. The whole process did not take much time. The real battle only lasted for a little more than an hour. But in this short hour, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had killed 12 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, 598 8th Tribulation Transcenders, and 1,957th Tribulation Transcenders. The Wine Sword Immortal was confident that he could also achieve such a result. But this was still different. He was the famous Wine Sword Immortal, an invincible Tribulation Transcender. It was not surprising that he could achieve this. But what about Jiang Xi? He was still just a Dao integration cultivator. At the very most, he had only cultivated for 2,000 years. Just as he was thinking about this, a low voice suddenly echoed in the Wine Sword Immortal's ears. Zhongli, he quickly stood up and respectfully bowed in the direction of Nine Firmament's palace. Greetings, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Xi's identity as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is a top secret of the human race. Remember not to tell anyone. Zhongli understands. After waiting for a while, the voice no longer echoed in his ears. Only then did the Wine Sword Immortal return to normal. He laughed heartily. Haha, this is my disciple. At this time, in the Nine Firmaments realm, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments was sitting cross-legged in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, lost in thought. Although this little guy has the triple mountain that I gave him and is invincible by relying on space imprisonment, he is still a Dao integration cultivator. However, he's still a Dao integration stage cultivator after all, and he was able to easily kill a 9th Tribulation Transcender with just a set of peak combat secret techniques he created. As one of the top 3 experts of the human race, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments naturally had many important things to pay attention to in addition to cultivation. Usually, he did not have much time to pay attention to Jiang Xi's situation. Therefore, he did not know what secrets Jiang Xi had. However, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was very clear that the universe was fair. Even if a peak Tao integration cultivator had all kinds of powerful magic treasures and powerful peak secret techniques, it was very difficult for them to easily kill a ninth tribulation transcender. To be exact, it was almost impossible. Of course, compared to the long river of time, for countless eras, there were indeed many geniuses of the human race who were comparable to a ninth tribulation transcender when they were at the Tao integration stage. However, those geniuses had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years and accumulated a lot of foundation to reach this step. Moreover, those geniuses who were able to reach this step, other than those who had died, were now at least perfected lords. Among them, there were even a few who had become Tao lords and stood at the peak of the human race. Compared to them, Jiang Ci, the current generation genius of the human race, had only cultivated for 2,000 years. To be more specific, he was still 100 years away from 2,000 years. What's more, being comparable to a ninth tribulation transcender and easily killing one were two different levels. Easily killing a ninth tribulation transcender was considered an invincible tribulation transcender. Obviously, Jiang Ci's current performance was even more amazing. He cultivated 7 Daoist techniques at the same time: body tempering secret techniques, essence soul secret techniques, peacock visualization method, heart cultivation. This little guy has walked a lot of path. Even a genius like Liu Yang, who is rarely seen in 10 billion eras, would not be able to reach the same realm as Jiang Ci even if he walked so many paths at the same time. An existence that repeatedly surprises people. Could it be that old fogey Bluestone did something to him? These thoughts quickly flashed through Tao Lord 9 Firmament's mind. He shook his head. It seems that I have to find time to have a good chat with this little guy. Afterward, he did not think about this matter anymore. Because his mind and energy were now focused on his main body, which was in danger. An invincible tribulation transcender had been born in the human camp of the 9th battlefield. This news spread throughout the 3 peak races and was also known by all the races in the universe. The monster race and ghost race, which had suffered heavy losses, could only grit their teeth and swallow this news. They had lost face. Because in these 2 camps, apart from the true monarchs in charge of their headquarters, there was no other tribulation transcender powerhouse that could match the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. With space imprisonment in one hand and 5-colored sword light in the other, tribulation transcender powerhouses would die if they tried. Therefore, in the end, this matter could only be handled by the higher-ups of the monster race and ghost race. Therefore, it didn't take long for the name Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to appear on the must-kill list of the monster race and ghost race. Unlike the genius assassination list, the must-kill list was carried out by true monarchs and Tao lords. In other words, in the eyes of the higher-ups of the monster race and ghost race, only true monarchs and Tao lords could kill the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. In the human race, there were not many tribulation transcender powerhouses that were qualified to appear on this must-kill list. For example, Wine Sword Immortal, Sword Immortal Nangong, 7 Loose Immortal, and so on were all invincible tribulation transcenders. Now, Jiang Ci, with the identity of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, had appeared on the must-kill list of the other races. Chapter 554. Jiang Ci didn't know what had happened to the monster race and ghost race after the battle. He also didn't know that he was on the must-kill list of tribulation transcenders of the 2 peak races. After receiving True Monarch Yu Yuan's voice transmission, he immediately fled. At the same time, he changed his appearance and returned to the identity he had when he first stepped into the foreign battlefield, a first-class Tao integration stage Mountain Sea. As for the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, he had temporarily disappeared. There were countless human cultivators with the name Mountain Sea. Mountain Sea and Mountain Sea Sword Immortal had similar names, so no one doubted it. Moreover, according to Jiang Ci's previous plan, the life and death tempering would end after this battle. Therefore, the direction he fled in this time was the 3rd camp of the human camp, which was also his first stop in the 9th battlefield. The 3rd camp is more than 1,000,000 light-years away from the Tongjiu continent. With the speed of 300 times the speed of light, I should be able to reach it in about a year. I should take advantage of this time to organize my gains and summarize my understanding of the battle. The top-grade immortal boat shuttled back and forth in the origin space. In the resting cabin, Jiang Ci leisurely drank wine while organizing the spoils of war. In this battle, he killed 12 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, 598 8th Tribulation Transcenders, and 1957th Tribulation Transcenders. A total of 2,567th Tribulation Transcenders and above. The spoils of war were mainly spirit treasures, special magical treasures, and some special spiritual items. After organizing, he calculated the value of the treasures. The treasures of 12 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders totaled more than 40 billion points. The treasures of 598 8th Tribulation Transcenders totaled more than 300 billion points. The treasures of 1957th Tribulation Transcenders totaled more than 500 billion points. A total of 840 billion points. It was worth mentioning that the treasures of the 7th Tribulation Transcender, Golden Yaksha Jiyu Jiong, were close to 100 billion points. The gains of this battle are almost comparable to an ancient god's secret treasure. After calculating the value of the spoils of war, Jiang Ci was somewhat stunned. Moreover, these aren't all the wealth of the foreign powerhouses. They still have a lot of monster crystals and ghost crystals, but they were all wasted. The demon crystals and ghost crystals of the non-human kind were similar to the points of the human race. They were all virtual currencies, and could be exchanged for all kinds of precious treasures. However, they were limited to their own races. This made Jiang Ci feel that it was a pity. Just like the wealth he had, not only were there all kinds of magical equipment, but also the points in his account, which were also part of his wealth. It was the same for the foreign race experts he had killed. After the alien race warriors died, Jiang Ci could only take their treasures, not the virtual demon crystals or ghost crystals. Otherwise, his gains this time would have at least doubled. Like the last time they went to the abyss of ancient god, except for Jiang Ci, the other 5 people and demons had mostly exchanged their points or demon crystals for treasures. Therefore, in that battle, Jiang Ci gained 30 billion points just from the treasures of Wanderer Suji and the other 4 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses. Don't be greedy, don't be greedy. Be content. Jiang Ci shook his head. Then, he began to summarize the insights he had gained from the battle. He found the flaws and inadequacies in the battle, and his strength increased bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Battlefield number 9, the third barracks of the human race. It was more than 1 million light-years away from the Tongjiyu continent. This place was at the edge of the battlefield. Usually, the cultivators who were stationed in this barracks were all below the 3rd Tribulation Transcender level. It was rare to see a 4th Tribulation Transcender. However, there were a lot of cultivators here, and there were many cultivator legions. Therefore, the 3rd barracks were much more lively than the 1st barracks. On this day, a supreme-grade spirit vessel slowly approached the reception platform of the number 3 military camp. A team of Dao integration stage armored soldiers of the barracks greeted it. "Report your identity," the captain of the armored soldiers said in a deep voice. Jiang Ci walked out of the spirit boat and checked his identity according to the normal procedure. Mountain Sea. This name made the captain of the armored soldiers look at Jiang Ci a few more times. Is there a problem? Jiang Ci's expression didn't change. No, it's just that you have the same name as that mountain sea sword immortal. The captain of the armored soldiers, who was usually very serious, smiled. You're not the first to say that. Jiang Ci smiled. The captain of the armored soldiers also smiled and shook his head. Then, he arranged for Jiang Ci to enter the barracks. "Please enter the barracks." "Thank you." Jiang Ci nodded and walked into the barracks. After taking a few steps, he heard the captain of the armored soldiers shout, "Hey, don't let down this name. He's an invincible tribulation transcender." Of course. Jiang Ci waved his hand and disappeared from the barracks. After he left, the team of armored Dao integration stage cultivators discussed with each other through their spiritual sense. TSK, this guy has the same name as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. He's not the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, right? I heard that after the battle with the mountain sea sword immortal, he disappeared from the 9th battlefield. How is that possible? Don't joke around. This mountain sea is just a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator. The mountain sea sword immortal is an invincible tribulation transcender. Humph. The captain of the armored soldiers snorted and said, just a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator? This guy isn't that simple. Can't you see that he's a lone traveler? If he dares to travel alone on the battlefield near the 3rd barracks, he's at least a 3rd tribulation transcender. So, even if he's a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator, he's not someone we can talk about. Jiang Ci returned to the 3rd barracks this time for 2 purposes. First, he wanted to return to the human territory through the teleportation point here. Second, he wanted to catch up with his old teammates. Next, he stayed in the 3rd barracks for a month. He had a small gathering with Bo Hai, Ling Long, and the others who had brought him to the 1000 Jade Sea. Xiuzhu is dead. It's only been 30 years since you left the team, and he died. Bo Hai, the captain of the 3619 squad, took a sip of wine and sighed. It's too stressful to be with a genius like you. He also wanted to be as outstanding as you, but unfortunately, he was killed by a foreign race. Ling Long shook her head. Jiang Ci was silent. The sword genius who had entered the foreign battlefield with him was also a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator. If he had trained well, he would have had a chance to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal in the future. He didn't expect him to die just like that. Haha, cheer up. The foreign battlefield is a place where you can live and die with a thought. The important thing is that we're all still alive. Bo Hai laughed. If you ask me, we should celebrate for the mountain sea. Yeah, he traveled alone in the foreign battlefield for more than 600 years, and he actually came back alive. This kind of freak might become the 2nd mountain sea sword immortal in the future. The other 2 team members, Hong Xin and Duan, also laughed and suggested. The 3619 squad was the first group of friends that Jiang Ci had made in the foreign battlefield. However, they didn't connect the mountain sea that Jiang Ci had assumed with the mountain sea sword immortal. One was a first-class Tao integration stage cultivator, while the other was an invincible tribulation transcender. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Then, they acted presumptuously for a few days before it ended. Before leaving, Jiang Ci took out a high-grade immortal boat and gave it to Bo Hai. To the current him, a high-grade immortal boat was just a drop in the ocean. It was nothing at all. In that battle, he had obtained more than 1,000 high-grade immortal boats and nearly 100 supreme-grade immortal boats. However, for the 3619 squad, this high-grade immortal boat was very valuable. In the foreign battlefield, a flying boat was very useful for escaping. With a high-grade immortal boat, the chances of leaving the foreign battlefield alive would be greatly increased. In the end, the 3619 squad sent Jiang Ci to the teleportation point of the 3rd camp. Goodbye, foreign battlefield. Jiang Ci waved and disappeared in the dazzling teleportation light. Earth, New Moon Year 4572. More than 4,000 years had passed since the Great Change. In the beginning, because the Tao Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects had forcefully entered, the people of Earth had been worried for a long time. However, as time passed and the old replaced the new generation of people, the new generation of Earth had already adapted to the new situation. Leaving Earth and traveling in the Tao Alliance's 9 regions had become a common thing. According to the agreement signed by Jiang Ci and the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court, the talented people of Earth could choose to join any of the 3 gates and 6 sects to cultivate under these conditions. The overall strength of the people of Earth had greatly increased. There was even a cultivator at the Tao integration stage. On the surface, Earth seemed to have entered a new era, one that looked even better than before. However, the people of Earth, with the Great Sheer Alliance as the core, had never forgotten their roots. They were first and foremost Earthlings, and then they had other identities. This was especially true for the old people of Earth at the beginning of the New Moon era. They would always remember that those grotto heavens originally belonged to the people of Earth, but now they had become the Earth's branches of the 3 gates and 6 sects. More than 4,000 years had passed, and there were only a few old people of Earth who were still alive. Those who were able to live until now were at least at the primordial soul stage. This was because the lifespan of a primordial soul stage cultivator was 5,000 years. Only those who had surpassed this level of cultivation could live until now. Jiang Xi's good friend from his school days, Zhong Wei, was one of them. It was worth mentioning that the Zhong family was now one of the few large families on Earth, and one of the 14 permanent decision-makers of the Great Xia Alliance. Pak Sn Province was now one of the holy lands of the Great Xia Alliance. Places like Apricot Garden, Zhenten Buden, and Tongtian District, where Jiang Xi had once lived, had been preserved forever. On this day, the patriarch of the Zhong family, Zhong Wei, who was at the primordial soul stage, was wearing a vintage casual outfit and strolling around Tongtian District expressionlessly. The current head of the Zhong family, Zhong Ming, was respectfully following behind Zhong Wei. In Tongtian District, there was a scenery every 3 steps, a poem every 5 steps, and a painting every 10 steps. Pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Villas after villas were surrounded by various sceneries in the district. The various sceneries and facilities were exactly the same as they were 4,000 years ago. There were no changes at all. Such a classical style of Great Xia garden architecture can't be seen on Earth today. Zhong Wei laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he stopped in front of a grayish-white villa and asked, "Ming, do you know whose house this is?" "Patriarch, this is the house of Patriarch Jiang Xi and Patriarch Dudu," Zhong Ming said respectfully. "Yes, Jiang Xi's house." Zhong Wei suddenly let out a long sigh. However, very few people know that before Jiang Xi and Dudu moved into this villa, they lived in the Apricot Garden in the Apricot Garden. Actually, they lived in the small house in Apricot Garden. This was the first time they lived in a big house. I will always remember when I drove the two of them to move. Jiang Xi's indifferent expression, and Dudu's surprised expression. The contrast between a small house of 32 square meters and a big house of 1,000 square meters. Apricot Garden? Zhong Ming was very confused. He had never heard of it. The old building at the edge of Pak Sn Province. Zhong Wei's expression was complicated. More than 4,000 years have passed. Everyone only remembers Villa number 92 in Tongtian District, but they have forgotten the old building. That is where Jiang Xi lived on Earth for the longest time. Ming, remember the bitterness and the sweetness. People must never forget their roots. Zhong Wei changed the topic and became stern. Zhong Ming's heart thumped, and he was a little nervous. "You are the junior I am most optimistic about. In just 300 years, you have cultivated to the late nascent soul stage and become a core disciple of the Hunyuan sect. I think you will have a great future," Zhong Wei continued. "Patriarch." Zhong Ming wanted to speak. However, Zhong Wei raised his hand to stop him. Zhong Wei sighed. "Leave Earth and go to Yangliang Star to reflect on your mistakes for 3,000 years. The Lord of the Milky Way galaxy was Jiang Xi. In the past, Jiang Dudu was in charge of the Milky Way galaxy. Now that Jiang Dudu was not on Earth, under the entrustment of Jiang Xi, Zhong Wei became the ruler of the Milky Way galaxy. It could be said that Zhong Wei was currently the most powerful person on Earth. One word from him could determine the fate of any Earthling. "Patriarch, why?" Zhong Ming's eyes widened. Yangliang Star was a planet of life at the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. The environment there was harsh, and it was a place specially used to imprison interstellar criminals. To reflect on one's mistakes for 3,000 years was simply hell. He had only lived for 300 years since he was born. He did not want to go to such a bitter place. Because you have forgotten your roots. You have forgotten that you are first of all a person of Great Xia, an Earthling, and then a core disciple of the Hunyuan sect. Zhong Wei was very angry. "Patriarch, you are wrong." Zhong Ming suddenly laughed and then shook his head. "Patriarch, the times have changed. Patriarch Jiang Xi has not returned for more than 4,000 years. Maybe he has already forgotten about Earth. After all, he was the one who sold those grotto heaven worlds to the heavenly court. Not only him, but also Patriarch Dudu, Patriarch Shen Tian, and Patriarch Li Baibai have all disappeared. A year ago, Patriarch Jiang Xi's master, Senior Wine Sword Immortal, also went into seclusion. Zhong Wei just looked at him expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with anger. Zhong Ming took a deep breath and continued, Patriarch, you must be clear about Senior Wine Sword Immortal's situation. His lifespan is almost up, but now he suddenly went into seclusion. It is obvious that there is a problem with his cultivation. Now the earth branches of the 3 gates and 6 sects are saying that Senior Wine Sword Immortal's heart demon has not been removed. This time he is really in seclusion and it is impossible for him to come out alive. Slap. Zhong Wei slapped Zhong Ming's face. In fact, with Zhong Ming's strength, he could have dodged, but he did not and let the slap fall on his face. Zhong Wei said, this slap is for Jiang Xi. I know. Thank you, Patriarch. Zhong Ming smiled bitterly. He knew very well that if he said these words in front of Patriarch Jiang Xi, it would not be as simple as a slap. Only death would await him. But, Patriarch, I still have to say these words. Zhong Ming shook his head. Primordial Chaos Sect's Immortal Lian Yu has already said. As long as we take out the inheritance of the Great Sheer Alliance, he will accept me as his personal disciple. Immortal Lian Yu is a 7th tribulation transcender. This is the opportunity for our Zhong family to rise, Patriarch. Zhong Wei was silent. The inheritance of the Great Sheer Alliance was now under his control. It included some of the treasures, cultivation techniques, and ancient books that were excavated from various grotto heavens. There were also some important cultivation techniques left behind by Jiang Xi, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai, such as the peacock visualization method, heart cultivation insights, and so on. When the 3 of them left Earth, they were worried that if they died outside, these cultivation techniques would be lost. Therefore, they left a backup. Now, the inheritance of the Great Sheer Alliance was targeted. Although everyone knew that Jiang Xi was still alive, Jiang Xi had disappeared for too long this time. He had not appeared on Earth for more than 4,000 years, and he had not even appeared in the Zixia region. In addition, the Wine Sword Immortal, who was the stabilizing force of Earth, suddenly went into seclusion. Therefore, people's minds changed, and some monsters jumped out. Seeing that the Patriarch was silent, Zhong Ming hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, Patriarch, now that Patriarch Jiang Xi and the others are not here, Senior Wine Sword Immortal is also finished. Immortal Lian Yu is an elder of the Primordial Chaos Sect's Earth branch. If he wants the inheritance of the Great Sheer Alliance, we can't protect it at all. It's better to take the initiative to give it to our Zhong family in exchange for a future. Moreover, with Immortal Lian Yu behind us, even if Senior Wine Sword Immortal dies, even if Patriarch Jiang Xi and the others give up Earth, our Zhong family will still be the largest family on Earth. Go! From today onwards, you are no longer an Earthling. Don't let me see you on Earth, otherwise, you know the consequences. In the end, Zhong Wei did not have the heart to kill him. Of course, he was very clear that he was not a match for this junior. Zhong Ming had only cultivated for 300 years and reached the late nascent soul stage. Now, he was a core disciple of the Primordial Chaos Sect. Although he could not be compared to Jiang Xi, he could still be called a top genius. In comparison, his nascent soul stage cultivation was forcefully raised by Jiang Xi, who entrusted the Wine Sword Immortal with a lot of resources. It was just an empty shell with no combat power. Zhong Ming stood there and was stunned for a long time. His expression changed and finally, he whispered, Patriarch, you will regret it. Then, he flew to the Primordial Chaos Grotto Heaven, which was the Earth branch of the Primordial Chaos Sect. Zhong Ming did not dare to disobey the Patriarch's order because he knew that his Patriarch might really kill him. Jiang Xi had 3 servants left behind by the Patriarch, and one of them had cultivated to the Dao integration stage. In front of Villa 92 in the Tongtian district, Zhong Wei clenched his fists. He did not send a message to Jiang Xi because he knew that Jiang Xi was undergoing a life-and-death training and could not be distracted unless Jiang Xi contacted him. He would not take the initiative to send a message to Jiang Xi. After Jiang Xi returned to the human territory, he did not immediately return to Earth. Instead, he went to the ancient Dao origin world. He was a person who respected his teachers. After returning from a life-and-death training, he should pay a visit to his two masters first. In terms of feelings, Jiang Xi and the Wine-Sword Immortal were closer. After all, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave him too much pressure. In front of this pinnacle powerhouse, he was more in awe. This pinnacle powerhouse was not only powerful, but his contributions to the human race were immeasurable. Therefore, the first person Jiang Xi paid a visit to was Master Nine Firmaments. He went straight to Nine Firmaments' palace. When the Tribulation Transcender guards saw Jiang Xi, they were a little surprised. They had heard that Jiang Xi had gone to undergo a life-and-death training, but this speed was too fast. This was because the flow of time in the ancient Tao origin world was different from the original universe. Although Jiang Xi had undergone a life-and-death training outside for more than 600 years, less than 200 years had actually passed in the ancient Tao origin world. This gave everyone the feeling that Jiang Xi had only left for a short while. Did he fail the life-and-death training? It doesn't seem like it. If he failed, would he still be smiling? But this is too fast. The other Tao integration disciples of the Purple Firmament sect had to undergo life-and-death training for at least 5,000 years. How long has he been gone? He is the personal disciple of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. He should be different from the others, right? The guards guessed and discussed with their spiritual senses. Jiang Xi did not use his spiritual sense to investigate their conversation. Instead, he walked into the inner city of Nine Firmaments' palace with a smile. Then, he followed the bamboo forest path and entered the Nine Firmaments realm. He saw Tao Lord Nine Firmaments slaughter clone amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Disciple greets master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled and nodded. Not bad. You completed the life-and-death training in 635 years. You even made a name for yourself as an invincible tribulation transcender. This result exceeded my expectations. Thank you for the praise, Master. Jiang Xi said honestly. To be praised by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments as not bad, it was really not bad. How is your comprehension of the Green Lotus Sword Tao? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. Cultivation and Tao techniques were the foundation of strength, so the first thing he asked was Jiang Xi's cultivation. I have already comprehended 9,952 Green Lotus transformations, Jiang Xi replied. Oh! Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was surprised. He knew that Jiang Xi had comprehended more than 6,000 Green Lotus transformations in 1,000 years when he was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world. Now that he thought about it, Jiang Xi had comprehended more than 3,000 Green Lotus transformations in 600 years during his life-and-death training. This speed of comprehension was not inferior to when he was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world, or rather, it was even faster. This was because the cultivation environment in the ancient Tao origin world was obviously far better than the outer realm battlefield. Moreover, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments knew very well that during these 600 years, Jiang Xi had studied secret techniques under his guidance for 400 years and did not have much time to comprehend Tao techniques. Therefore, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was even more curious. Just like not long ago, when he learned that Jiang Xi had killed all his enemies as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. He had made a guess about Jiang Xi's cultivation speed. This was because his cultivation speed was simply too fast, the kind that was getting faster and faster. In more than 600 years, not only did he not fall behind in his sword cultivation, but he also created a set of peak secret techniques that could easily kill Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. It could not be said that his cultivation speed was fast. Can you tell me what tricks you have in your cultivation? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' tone was very calm and did not sound like he was questioning seriously. This was because this question might involve Jiang Xi's secret. Very few geniuses were willing to publicize their secrets, especially a genius like Jiang Xi. As an existence that stood at the peak of the human race, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments knew that this kind of thing could not be forced. Otherwise, it would easily arouse the disgust of other geniuses. After all, geniuses were proud. My secret technique, the Tao pattern technique, has already been cultivated to the 4-pattern realm and then fused with 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. Jiang Ci revealed a trump card appropriately 4-pattern Dao pattern technique. 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. Dao Lord 9 Firmament's eyes flashed with surprise. He knew very well what this meant. Chapter 555. Dao pattern arts came from the battle pattern continent of the Purple Heaven sect's third heaven world. Back then, the Purple Heaven sect had paid a huge price to conquer the battle pattern continent. This was because a 7-patterned battle emperor who created a Dao pattern art was a rare existence who became a Dao lord through body tempering. In other words, the Dao pattern art that Jiang Ci cultivated was also a Dao lord path. In fact, Jiang Ci did even better than the 7-patterned battle emperor. This was because the 7-patterned battle emperor had only fused 72 Dao pattern blood crystals when he was at the 4-patterned realm. It was far from Jiang Ci's 99. Good, very good. Dao Lord 9 Firmament's smile widened. Fusing 99 Dao pattern blood crystals meant that he had a 99 times affinity with Dao arts. Although he knew that Jiang Ci still had many secrets, just this alone was enough to show how great Jiang Ci's potential was. The Purple Heaven Sword Sutra that Jiang Ci cultivated was a Dao Lord path. Now that he had such attainments in Dao pattern arts, it meant that he was also a Dao Lord path. With 2 paths, Jiang Ci's chances of becoming a Dao Lord in the future would increase significantly. Of course, Dao Lord 9 Firmament also knew that it was still very difficult for Jiang Ci to become a Dao Lord. After all, after countless epochs, there were only a few dozen Dao Lords in the entire human race. Beside him, Jiang Ci was secretly shocked. This was because ever since he became his disciple, Dao Lord 9 Firmament had always praised him with the word not bad. He had never seen him use words like good or very good. Even when he created the pinnacle secret technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, he did not receive such praise. Could it be that Dao pattern arts are more important than the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra? Fortunately, I only talked about the Dao pattern art. If I had also talked about the Dao Seal Art's realm and the Cultivation Heart's realm, would Master 9 Firmament be even more shocked? River Word muttered in his heart. At this moment, Dao Lord 9 Firmament smiled and said, "Don't tell others about the realm of Dao pattern arts and the fusion of 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. Also, use your self-created heaven and earth. A world of its own." Jiang Ci was puzzled. After you use the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Cosmos Scroll, you will be able to control the space within 10,000 feet around you. You will be able to form your own world, explained Dao Lord 9 Firmament's. Jiang Ci nodded. So that was the name. Thereafter, he executed the 7 stances of the universe in front of Dao Lord 9 Firmament's. 7 sword lights that were thousands of feet long circled around him. The space within a radius of 1,000 feet was completely under his control. With a single thought, he could shackle space and stop time. With a single glance, Dao Lord 9 Firmament saw through this tiny space. "Master, is there anything special about this self-created world?" Jiang Ci asked. He felt that Master Zhu Xiao cared a lot about this ability. True Lords control space while Dao Lords control time. What do you think is so special about them? Dao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed. This is a Dao Lord technique? Jiang Ci was shocked. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. That's right, but you're only at the most basic level. Therefore, he could only perform spatial imprisonment and time stop. If you can perform spatial teleportation and time acceleration in your self-created world, that would be the second stage. After that, the third stage would be another kind of mystery. For example, reversing time and space, repelling the heavenly Dao, and so on. I'm just a Dao integration cultivator, but I actually created a Dao Lord technique? Jiang Ci was a little dumbfounded. Apart from not transcending the tribulation, you're almost the same as a true Lord in other aspects. You can't be compared to a Dao integration cultivator. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments chuckled. Jiang Ci thought that it made sense. His Dao realm had long caught up to those true lords who had yet to step into the heavenly Dao. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments reminded him again, in the future, use the identity of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal to create your own world. Jiang Xi's identity and the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal's identity have to be completely separate. Otherwise, if the other races know that you, a Tao integration cultivator, have such an ability, they will definitely pay a huge price. They will definitely pay a huge price to assassinate you. I've already asked your 7th senior brother to fake the experience of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal growing up to become a 9th Tribulation Transcender. No matter how the other races investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to you unless you take the initiative to expose it. When you're really not afraid of being assassinated by the other races in the future, you can reveal the identity of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Remember, Jiang Xi understood Master Nine Firmament's intentions and immediately agreed. After creating his own world, he could only use the identity of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. However, he could still use the various secret techniques of the 7 styles of the universe. With your current strength, you should be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation at any time. Have you thought about when to transcend the tribulation? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked again. I plan to wait until the secret technique I created improves before transcending the tribulation, Jiang Xi said respectfully. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't continue to persuade him. He just nodded slightly. Grasp it yourself. When the time is right, transcend the tribulation. You can't drag it out. Otherwise, the more foundation you accumulate before transcending the tribulation, the stronger the tribulation will be. River Word felt very helpless. This was where his current problem lay. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments thought that he would definitely succeed if he transcended the tribulation now. In fact, the foundation he had accumulated was far more than what he had mentioned. With his current foundation, the heavenly tribulation that came after he triggered it would definitely not be an ordinary one. Therefore, he had to ensure that nothing went wrong before transcending the tribulation. If he failed, there would be nothing left. That was because failure meant death. He had only lived for 2,000 years and still had a lot of lifespan left. Tao integration meant a lifespan of 10,000 years. He could make his trump cards thicker. Seeing that Master Nine Firmaments was done with his questioning, Jiang Xi didn't immediately take his leave. Instead, he probed, by the way, Master, do you know the existence at the bottom of the ancient God Abyss? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Jiang Xi in surprise before asking, You went down? When I was fighting for the ancient god's treasure trove, I used the major transference talisman that 7th senior brother gave me. Then, I accidentally went deeper into the ancient god abyss and picked up a 7-colored snake. In the end, the existence at the bottom was enraged, said Jiang Xi. Haha, you little guy. The ignorant are truly fearless. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments let out a rare laugh. He didn't ask how Jiang Xi survived in the depths of the ancient god abyss. Instead, he said, the existence at the bottom isn't something you can know. Even if I force the heavenly Tao to tell you now, when you leave this place, the heavenly Tao will punish you and erase your memories. Jiang Xi was speechless. Since it was so ruthless, he decided not to ask. However, you are quite lucky to be able to capture a wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin. That's like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a smile. Snatching food from a tiger's mouth? Heavenly Tao's origin? Jiang Xi pretended to be surprised even though he already knew. After the Tao technique realm and the heavenly Tao is the origin realm. You don't need to know that for now. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't explain too much. Then, he asked, have you refined it? I have refined it. That's why my Tao technique strength improved so quickly. Jiang Xi took the opportunity to find another reason for his fast cultivation speed. Well, not bad. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded slightly. Obviously, he had understood a lot. Cultivate well. You can go back first, he said again. Yes. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. After a while, he left the Nine Firmaments realm. At this moment, the pressure in his heart completely dissipated. Being with Master Nine Firmaments is really stressful. Jiang Xi shook his head. Fortunately, this time, Master's doubts about my fast cultivation speed have been temporarily dispelled. Jiang Xi knew very well that the experience panel was his biggest secret, and it definitely couldn't be exposed. The problem was that his cultivation speed was too fast. In just 2,000 years, he had the strength of an invincible tribulation transcender. In terms of cultivation, it was still normal. Although it was fast to reach the Tao integration realm in 2,000 years, not many people would be suspicious. The main thing was his Tao technique. At the same time, he walked 7 paths of Tao techniques and reached the same realm as many perfected lords. This kind of cultivation speed attracted the attention and inquiries of the higher-ups of the human race. It was only a matter of time. Therefore, Jiang Xi had long been prepared for Tao Lord 9 Firmament's inquiry this time. His body had fused with 99 Tao pattern blood crystals. Refining a wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin source was also one. With these two added together, his affinity with the Tao had reached 1,000 times. In this way, there was an explanation for the speed of his cultivation of Tao techniques. Soon. When I have the strength of a Tao Lord, even if people doubt my cultivation speed, they won't dare to ask me. Jiang Xi secretly thought then. He left 9 Firmament's palace and went straight to the Wine-Sword Immortal's mansion not far away. Here, he changed his mood and relaxed a lot. Master, disciple is back. As soon as he reached the door, Jiang Xi shouted, but no one answered him. Master's main body is not here. Jiang Xi was surprised. The Wine-Sword Immortal had a main body and a clone. The clone was now overseeing Earth, and the main body had not left the ancient Tao origin world for 50,000 years. Jiang Xi directly walked in. The palace was empty. Because the Wine-Sword Immortal was very quiet, he did not take in any disciples before taking Jiang Xi as his personal disciple. Let's go take a look at Master's pavilion. Jiang Xi walked to the back of the palace. The pavilion at the back was where the Wine-Sword Immortal often drank. Jiang Xi's expression changed. The pavilion was not too tall, and it was surrounded by a defensive array. The Wine-Sword Immortal's good friend, or rather confidant, the 7 Tribulation Transcendent Immortal Ping, wore a green robe and was sitting cross-legged outside the array. There was anxiety between her brows. Inside the array, the Wine-Sword Immortal's eyes were tightly shut. He originally looked unrestrained, but now his aura was somewhat tyrannical. Killing intent, anger, sadness, despair, longing. All kinds of emotions were mixed in his aura. Jiang Xi is back. Immortal Ping looked at Jiang Xi and squeezed out a smile. Jiang Xi hurriedly bowed and asked, Martial Aunt Ping, what is Master doing? Immortal Ping turned her gaze back to the Wine-Sword Immortal and sighed. Zhongli is reversing life and death. Dong. Jiang Xi felt as if his head had been knocked by someone, and he felt a little dizzy. He knew about the Wine-Sword Immortal's situation. Previously, when he communicated with the Wine-Sword Immortal's clone, the Wine-Sword Immortal said that he could break through the demonic barrier in his heart at any time. However, he was worried that once he broke through the demonic barrier, his memories of his Tao partner, the Lotus Sword Immortal, would disappear. Therefore, he did not do it. Instead, he wanted to wait for another 300 to 400 years before breaking through the demonic barrier and reversing life and death. Why was it so sudden now? It had only been 100 years since the last communication. Jiang Xi was a little confused. He was worried that the Wine-Sword Immortal would try to reverse life and death without breaking through the demonic barrier. If that was the case, the success rate of failure would be almost 100%. One thought for life, one thought for death. If he failed, he would die. Immortal Ping said with a worried expression, a year ago, your master suddenly came to me and said that he was very happy that he had received a good disciple. Then, he suddenly fell into this state. Jiang Xi's expression changed, and his mood was very complicated. A year ago, wasn't it when he killed all his enemies and became an invincible tribulation transcender? It turned out that he was the main reason for the Wine-Sword Immortal to make the decision to reverse life and death. Why didn't Master 9 Firmaments remind me just now? Logically speaking, with the Wine-Sword Immortal's situation, he should have reminded me, Jiang Xi thought. Then, he shook his head. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was part of the human race and paid attention to many important matters. The Wine Sword Immortal was obviously not in his usual range of attention. Therefore, it was very likely that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not know about the Wine Sword Immortal's situation. Moreover, the reversal of life and death of a ninth tribulation transcender was the same as the heavenly tribulation. Others could not interfere with it and could only rely on themselves. Even if Tao Lord Nine Firmaments knew, there was nothing he could do. Marshal Aunt Ping, I want to return to Earth. Master's clone is there, and I'm very worried. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. All right. Immortal Ping nodded. In fact, the Wine Sword Immortal's clone was being protected, but it was not as safe as his own people. Jiang Xi did not delay and ended this short trip to the ancient Tao origin world. The ancient Tao origin world was the sacred land of the human race. The Wine Sword Immortal's main body was very safe here and would not be in any danger. Earth was different. Although there was a perfected monarch overseeing it, but if someone harbored evil intentions and interfered with the cultivation of the Wine Sword Immortal's clone, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, the Wine Sword Immortal had many enemies. In addition, the Wine Sword Immortal was also on the must-kill list of foreign races. If a foreign race infiltrated Earth, the situation would also be very dangerous. In the outer space of Earth, there was a star palace with an area of 1 million square kilometers. In terms of size, this star palace was even bigger than Earth. Overseeing it was a perfected monarch from the Purple Firmament sect. In the starry sky not far from this star palace, there was a teleportation platform. All the cultivators coming to and from Earth had to pass through this teleportation platform. As for the ancient interstellar teleportation array on the first moon, it had already been sealed. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived at the teleportation platform from the ancient Tao origin world after a series of teleportations. The group of armored Tao integration stage cultivators stationed here were slightly surprised when they saw Jiang Xi. Then, they saluted in unison. Greetings, Lord Jiang Xi. Although they were all Tao integration stage cultivators, Jiang Xi's status was clearly much higher than theirs. Jiang Xi was anxious. He did not exchange pleasantries with them and directly flew toward Earth. Under the control of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, teleportation arrays were no longer allowed to directly teleport to Earth. The small teleportation arrays that he had set up between Earth and the Moon in the past were all useless. Therefore, he could only fly over. It's been more than 4,000 years. Lord Jiang Xi has actually returned. That's right. For so many years, some of our subordinates have been spreading rumors that Lord Jiang Xi has abandoned Earth and fled with the money. This is going to be interesting. Recently, some of the sects and factions have been itching to make a move. Yes, especially since Lord Wine Sword Immortal suddenly went into seclusion. Some people have become even more unscrupulous. Sure. Be careful with your words. Let's just watch and not talk too much about the matters of the immortals. The armored Tao integration stage cultivators stationed at the teleportation platform looked at Jiang Xi's back and discussed among themselves using their spiritual senses. This group of Tao integration stage cultivators had been stationed on Earth for close to 1,000 years. They had long since understood the situation on Earth. Earth seemed to have become a rising power of the Tao Alliance, but it was actually very fake. There were no powerful cultivators or prodigies. Only Jiang Xi was holding the fort. Although there was another prodigy, Xian Tian, who had joined the Tao sect, Xian Tian was clearly inferior to Jiang Xi. As for the Wine Sword Immortal, who had replaced Jiang Xi to oversee Earth, everyone had already classified him as a has-been powerful cultivator who was about to disappear. He wouldn't be able to affect the overall situation on Earth. The Wine Sword Immortal, whose lifespan was about to run out, would definitely die before his inner demons were removed. There was no other possibility. Therefore, if something happened to Jiang Xi, Earth would be finished. Just like this time, Jiang Xi had disappeared for more than 4,000 years. Thus, some people began to harbor evil thoughts. The 3 sects and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance had explored Earth for such a long time. They had long discovered the miraculous aspects of Earth. This place, which was known as the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance, was very beneficial to cultivation. For example, many cultivators who had been stuck at a bottleneck could quickly break through their bottlenecks after cultivating here for a period of time. Another example was that the children born here were obviously much more talented when they embarked on the path of cultivation in the future. Their cultivation speed would be much faster and they would encounter more opportunities more easily. Just these two factors alone were enough to make the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects jealous. However, Earth's resources were limited. In order to send their descendants and cultivators who were on the verge of breaking through to Earth, the various factions had to pay a huge price. In addition, Earth, which had the Great Sheer Alliance as its core, also had a hidden heritage that made the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects jealous. After their investigation of those Grotto Heaven worlds, they discovered that those Grotto Heaven worlds were left behind by ancient orthodoxies that had disappeared in the long river of history. Some orthodoxies had left behind some inheritances. However, when they investigated, they didn't find any of these inheritances. Therefore, these inheritances must be in the hands of the people on Earth. After discovering this secret technique, the various factions stationed on Earth had been thinking about it. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Of course, they weren't afraid of Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci currently had a deterrent effect on the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects on Earth. However, it wasn't as great as imagined. This was because this deterrent effect mainly came from Tao Lord 9 Clouds. However, the factions that were stationed on Earth on behalf of the 3 sects and 6 sects also had Tao Lords. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight for this opportunity among the numerous factions. Everyone had a Tao Lord behind them, so they weren't afraid of you. Therefore, in fact, the only one who could really deter the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects was the invincible tribulation transcender, Wine Sword Immortal. When Wine Sword Immortal was around, the various factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects didn't dare to have any thoughts about the people on Earth. Now that Wine Sword Immortal was about to fall, everyone had their own ideas. They were about to get the inheritances of the Great Sheer Alliance on Earth. At this time, Jiang Ci returned. There was a show to watch. Earth, Primordial Grotto Heaven, Primordial Chaos Sect's Earth Branch. After more than 4,000 years of development and the subsequent recovery of spiritual energy on Earth, this originally barren Grotto Heaven world was now beginning to show signs of prosperity. On the vast land of the Grotto Heaven world, spiritual energy was dense, giving birth to a large number of spirit fields, immortal cities, immortal kingdoms, and so on. In the sky, there were many white clouds, supporting many floating immortal islands. Rows upon rows of palaces and pavilions were located on these floating immortal islands. At this time, in a palace with an area of 100,000 kilometers, a tall man with a curly beard was sitting high on the throne. He was wearing golden armor, and his whole body exuded a rich immortal aura. This person was the leader of the Primordial Chaos Sect's Earth Branch, Lian Yu, a 7th Tribulation Transcender. Below the main hall, the former head of the Zhong family of the Great Sheer Alliance, Zhong Ming, respectfully knelt on the ground. Disciple greets immortal Lian Yu. Ha ha, no need for formalities, quickly get up. Lian Yu let out a hearty laugh. Disciple failed to live up to senior's expectations and didn't get the inheritance from the ancestor of the family. Zhong Ming didn't dare to get up. It's fine. You are the head of the Zhong family, and there will be many opportunities in the future. Lian Yu didn't seem to care, and his face was still full of smiles. Disciple. Zhong Ming was a bit hesitant. Senior, please forgive me. Disciple was expelled from the family by the ancestor, and I was also deprived of my identity as an earthling. I'm afraid I won't have a chance. The main hall suddenly quieted down. The smile on the face of Lian Yu, who was sitting high on the throne, disappeared, and his expression was very cold. Scram. He spat out 2 words softly, as if he couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. Senior. Zhong Ming was stunned. In his impression, immortal Lian Yu's attitude was very good, and he treated people warmly and straightforwardly. He was a senior who left a good impression. However, He had never seen immortal Lian Yu like this. "Get out of Earth," Lian Yu said coldly. Zhong Ming's expression changed drastically. "Senior, I am a core disciple of the Hunyuan sect. I have nowhere to go except the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven." Lian Yu sneered. "HMPH, cultivate in the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven? Do you know how much the disciples of the sect have to pay to get a spot in the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven? Since you are no longer an earthling, you are not qualified to cultivate here. You used to be a lucky native, but now your luck is gone. Go back to the headquarters of the Hunyuan sect and cultivate there from now on." These words struck Zhong Ming as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly remembered the words of the ancestor, Zhong Wei, and suddenly understood a principle. First of all, he was an earthling from the Great Shia, and then there were other identities. Because he was an earthling, he was qualified to cultivate in the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to stay here at all. Go back to the headquarters of the Hunyuan sect. I am not familiar with the place, and I can only rely on myself. My future. Zhong Ming regretted it. At this moment, a Dao integration cultivator flew into the hall from outside. "Master, Jiang Xi is back." This sentence echoed in the hall. Lian Yu's expression changed slightly. "Where did he go?" "He went to the rain-gazing pavilion," the disciple replied. Lian Yu pondered for a while. The rain-gazing pavilion was the place where the wine-sword immortal often stayed and where he was now in seclusion. "Okay, I got it. You can leave first." Lian Yu waved his hand. The Dao integration cultivator left, but Zhong Ming didn't. He was very confused now, and a sentence echoed in his mind. "Ancestor Jiang Xi is back. Stay in the Hunyuan Grotto Heaven for the time being," Lian Yu said to him. "Ah!" Zhong Ming was at a loss, but he was pleasantly surprised and inexplicably nervous. Chapter 556. Lian Yu's talent was very good. Although he was a 7th tribulation transcender, he had only cultivated for 10,000 years. This was because when he transcended tribulation to become an immortal, he had transcended 5 tribulations in a row. His talent was one of the reasons why he could represent the primordial chaos sect on Earth this time. Another reason was that the faction behind him had a lot of power in the primordial chaos sect. Simply put, he was a talented immortal with a strong background. On the surface, Lian Yu looked like a burly man with a dark face and a beard. He should be a very rough and unassuming person. But in fact, he was not. To be able to cultivate to the 7th tribulation transcender realm, his scheming was naturally not bad. Ever since he learned about the remains of those ancient orthodoxies on Earth, Lian Yu had always been planning to obtain the inheritance of Earth. He had also made some arrangements and probing for this. This was because he had long known that Wine-Sword Immortal's lifespan was about to run out. Once this invincible tribulation transcender who guarded Earth for Jiang Xi died, he would be able to make a move with confidence. A year ago, Wine-Sword Immortal suddenly went into seclusion. Lian Yu knew that his opportunity had come. Therefore, he had recently tried to obtain the inheritance of Earth. But he did not expect that Jiang Xi would suddenly return. This was unexpected. What a pity. Lian Yu sat high on the throne and shook his head slightly. If he had been given more time, he would have succeeded. I can only wait for him to leave next time. Lian Yu was indeed a little afraid of this current era genius of the human race, but not as much as he had imagined. For example, one of his previous plans was to secretly send people to spread the news on Earth that it was Jiang Xi who had sold Earth and ran away with the money. This rumor had been passed down for generations, and many people on Earth believed it. Lian Yu dared to do this because the faction he was in also had a Dao Lord above it. Not to mention, he was a genius immortal who had already proven himself. On the other hand, Jiang Xi was still a Dao integration cultivator. Although he had the title of the era genius, his strength was definitely not as good as his. Therefore, Lian Yu was very confident that once he obtained the inheritance of the Great Shia Alliance, even if Jiang Xi pursued the matter, there would not be any big problems. At most, he would attract some punishment. This was because he knew that the higher-ups of the sect were also thinking about the inheritance of the Great Shia Alliance on Earth. Yes, we still have to give face to the Epoch-era genius. Push this Zhongming out and let this great genius cool down. This was why Lian Yu had asked Zhongming to stay for the time being. The rain-gazing pavilion was a very ordinary pavilion. Its name was given by the Wine Sword Immortal, and it had been around for more than 4,000 years. Jiang Xi and the Wine Sword Immortal's doppelganger were communicating in this pavilion most of the time. Now, this small pavilion had also been set up with a protective formation. A seventh tribulation transcender of the Purple Heaven sect was guarding outside the formation. This person's name was Ji Liang, and he was an elder representing the Purple Heaven sect stationed on Earth. Seeing that Jiang Xi had arrived, Ji Liang, the seventh tribulation transcender, only slightly nodded at him. In terms of status, Jiang Xi's current status in the Purple Heaven sect was only comparable to that of a sixth tribulation transcender. Thank you, Lord Ji Liang. Jiang Xi bowed to Ji Liang. Ji Liang shook his head and said, no need. Senior Wine Sword Immortal is someone I respect greatly. It's my honor to be able to guard him. Jiang Xi looked at the situation inside the formation with a worried expression. The Wine Sword Immortal's doppelganger was sitting cross-legged. All kinds of tyrannical auras were mixed together. It was obvious that the process of reversing life and death was not going smoothly. Ji Liang said, don't worry, Senior Wine Sword Immortal is someone with great luck. I believe that he will be able to survive this life and death tribulation. Of course. Jiang Xi squeezed out a smile on his face. Then, he also sat cross-legged outside the pavilion, guarding the Wine Sword Immortal. After reversing life and death and crossing this tribulation, one would become a carefree great Tao immortal, a true monarch powerhouse with an endless lifespan. However, this life and death tribulation was very mysterious. Most of the time, it had nothing to do with talent. In history, some mediocre ninth tribulation transcenders could reverse life and death 5 times in a row during this tribulation, becoming a fifth tribulation immortal in one fell swoop. Some invincible tribulation transcenders with peerless talent might fall in this tribulation and die. This was also part of Jiang Xi's worries. The Wine Sword Immortal was indeed an invincible tribulation transcender, but this tribulation depended on one's heart and luck. After guarding here for less than half an hour, a figure flew over from the horizon. But after approaching the rain-gazing pavilion, it carefully slowed down and walked over. Jiang Xi, you're finally back. Zhong Wei was very excited. After all, they hadn't seen each other for more than 4,000 years. Yes, I'm back. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded. If it was any other time, he would be very excited. But at this time, he couldn't be excited. Jiang Xi. Zhong Wei looked at Jiang Xi, wanting to say something, but hesitated. What's the matter? Jiang Xi asked. Zhong Wei glanced at the seventh tribulation transcender Ji Liang next to him. It's nothing, Lord Ji Liang is not an outsider. Jiang Xi said. Well, it's like this. In recent years, the 3 sects and 6 sects stationed on Earth have been secretly. Zhong Wei explained the situation he knew in detail. Jiang Xi just listened quietly and didn't interrupt. Zhong Wei finally said, I've been collecting information about what they've been doing secretly, including spreading rumors, smearing your image on Earth, influencing the new generation of Earthlings, and seeking the inheritance of the Great Shia Alliance. Actually, I've known about these things for a long time. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. You've known about it for a long time? Zhong Wei was stunned. With the cultivation of my master, the Wine Sword Immortal, his spiritual sense can easily cover any corner of Earth. Do you think that the things they did could be hidden from my master? Riverward looked at the Wine Sword Immortal in the pavilion with a complicated expression. Then why did you? Zhong Wei didn't finish his words. He wanted to know the reason. Earth's foundation is very unstable, so it needs a baptism to get rid of the impurities and preserve the essence. If there are no people with evil intentions to help throw out the bait, how would I know, among the people on Earth, who are the real Earthlings and who are the fake ones? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a golden light. In the past, when he communicated with the Wine Sword Immortal's clone, they often talked about this. Therefore, he basically knew what the 3 sects and 6 sects factions on Earth have been doing in the past 4,000 years, except for the recent events that happened in the past year. Especially after the Wine Sword Immortal went into seclusion, the elder of the Hunyuan sect on Earth suddenly jumped out to seek the inheritance of the Great Xia Alliance. This was something Jiang Ci didn't know, so this matter successfully angered him. Then use your blood to help my master get through this life and death situation. Jiang Ci's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. Then, he took out a jade scroll and handed it to Zhong Wei. This is the list. Kill them all. Zhong Wei took it and checked it with his spiritual sense. Even though he was at the essence soul stage, he was still scared. This was a terrifying number. One of them was even like him, an old earthling who had lived for more than 4,000 years. However, he didn't question Jiang Ci's decision. Kill them all, then kill them all. Zhong Wei said, many of them have joined the 3 sects and 6 sects and are now cultivating in those grotto heavens. We can't do anything to them. Jiang Ci said, pick them out of the list. I'll deal with them. At this time, Ji Liang, who had been silent, said, the Purple Heaven sect supports this decision. If there is anyone in the Purple Heaven grotto heaven that needs to be dealt with, just leave it to me. Zhong Wei didn't answer and looked at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci nodded. After that, Zhong Wei quickly picked out a new list. There were 107 people who had joined the Earth branch of the Purple Heaven sect. This was a huge number. If it was in other galaxies, there might not be a genius who could become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect in tens of thousands of years. But on Earth, there were so many people who had joined the Purple Heaven sect in just over 4,000 years. It was not only related to the original agreement, but also because the talents and opportunities of the people on Earth were generally very high, so it was easier for them to produce geniuses. This was the special thing about Earth, a place with great luck. Then, Jiang Ci gave an order. Earth was sealed and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Even perfected cultivator Ning Chu, who was guarding Earth, couldn't refute this order. Nominally, Jiang Ci was the Lord of Earth, so he had the right to do so. Then, a team of guards of the Great Xia Alliance, composed of all Essence Soul Stage cultivators, swept the world. As long as they were on Jiang Ci's list, they were all taken away, and the forces of the families related to them were directly wiped out. On this day, Earth ushered in the bloodiest day since the Great Change. No matter which hemisphere one was in, the sun was red at sunrise and sunset, and the sky was blood red. Blood flowed like a river. No one announced the exact number of people who died, and no one dared to announce it. In short, the next day, people suddenly found that there were more people with yellow skin and black hair. This was because there were many fewer people, so they became the majority. After the Great Purge, Jiang Ci made a statement and confessed that he was the instigator of this matter. Some people clapped their hands and praised, some people cursed, but more people were in awe. Since then, in the eyes of the people on Earth, Jiang Ci was no longer a simple object of admiration, but an existence to be feared. As for the previous rumors that Jiang Ci had sold Earth and ran away with the money, they were also discredited. Later, according to historians, most of the people who were purged were the shadows of the old forces such as the Holy Alliance, the Dark Shadow Nation, and the Peacock Nation. Although their ancestors had submitted to Jiang Ci and established the Great Xia Alliance under the leadership of the Great Xia Kingdom, they were unwilling to accept it. The old forces had always been lurking within the Great Xia Alliance. With the arrival of the Great Change, the 3 gates and 6 sects had entered Earth, bringing hope to these old forces. They were the first batch of people to surrender. On the same day, Jiang Ci left the rain viewing pavilion for a short time and went to the various grotto heavens of the 3 gates and 6 sects Earth branches, except for the Purple Heaven grotto heaven. In the Dao grotto heaven, the 7 Tribulation Transcender Elder of the Dao Grotto Heaven Earth branch did not wait for Jiang Ci to call for people and took out a pile of bloody heads. Obviously, they had just been killed. Jiang Ci did not thank him and directly left. Because this elder also had other thoughts, but he did not jump out. Jiang Ci could of course kill the other party with a sword, but killing him would not benefit him in any way, so he did not do it. It was the same for the Buddhist Grotto Heaven, Sword Gate Grotto Heaven, Guanghan Grotto Heaven, Wuji Grotto Heaven, Heavenly Yang Grotto Heaven, and True Mysterious Grotto Heaven. After Jiang Xi left, he had already prepared everything and killed everyone who needed to be killed. Jiang Xi didn't say a word and left after taking a look. Because the people these elders had killed in advance were all on his list. These elders knew what they had done and did not want to have a conflict with Jiang Xi face to face. Therefore, they had prepared everything in advance and made their attitude clear. The only difference was the Primordial Grotto Heaven. After Jiang Xi arrived at the Primordial Grotto Heaven, the Seven Tribulation Transcender Elder Lian Yu personally came out of the main hall to welcome him. He laughed heartily and said, "Haha, Brother Jiang Xi, I'm really sorry. It was my oversight. I didn't expect that my sect would attract such a cunning person." At the entrance of the main hall, there was a pile of bloody heads, and a trembling Zhong Ming was kneeling next to them. Lian Yu laughed, but in his heart, he was thinking, this Jiang Xi is a ruthless person. He killed so many people just like that, so I have to give him enough face. He had already heard about the situation of the previous immortal sects. As long as he took the initiative to admit his mistake, there would be no problem. Jiang Xi stood at the entrance of the main hall and did not fall for his trick. Instead, his gaze fell on Zhong Ming next to him. "Zhong Ming." Zhong Ming knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Ancestor Jiang Xi, please forgive me, spare my life." He had seen Jiang Xi before. Previously, because he had shown extraordinary talent in cultivation, he had chatted with Jiang Xi for a while when he was with Zhong Wei. "If you weren't kneeling, maybe I would have considered sparing your life." Jiang Xi's expression was very calm. "Ah!" Zhong Ming was a little confused. For a moment, he did not know whether to stand up or kneel. Then, he quickly reacted and wanted to get up, but he found that he could not stand up no matter how hard he tried. Jiang Xi gave him too much pressure. "We people of Great Xia can live and die standing, but we can't live kneeling." Jiang Xi's expression was somewhat complicated. The next moment, a wisp of sword energy penetrated Zhong Ming's forehead. His eyes were still filled with confusion and regret. "If you kneel, you can't stand up." This young man could be said to be one of the best of the new generation on Earth. Jiang Xi once had high hopes for him, but unfortunately, he went astray. "Haha, Brother Jiang Xi, I've prepared a banquet in the hall. Now that we're done, let's go in and have a drink." Lian Yu laughed again. He did not show any emotional changes because of Jiang Xi's cold attitude. "No need. We still have a score to settle between us." Jiang Xi's tone was cold. "What do you mean, Brother Jiang Xi?" Lian Yu frowned. "Don't pretend. I know what you've done." Jiang Xi shook his head. As soon as these words came out, Lian Yu no longer pretended. He smiled confidently and said, "So what? What can you do to me? Let's fight." Jiang Xi unsheathed his sword. "Haha, you're sure I don't dare to kill you, so you're using this as an excuse to force me?" Lian Yu laughed loudly. Buzz. Jiang Xi didn't say anything. Nearly 10,000 green lotuses appeared around him and then merged into the Crimson Heaven Sword. Boom. In the vast space of the Chaos Grotto Heaven, the sky changed color. A crimson dragon tens of thousands of kilometers long rose into the air and stirred up heaven and earth. The second sword of the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. All the cultivators in the Chaos Grotto Heaven trembled and panicked. Lian Yu did not panic, but his expression changed drastically in disbelief. This is the second sword of the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords. You're the Undying Daoist. Information about the extraterritorial battlefield was not only spread among the monster race and ghost race, but also among the human race. As a genius immortal of the Chaos Grotto Heaven sect, Lian Yu had the right to see this information. He knew that in the past 1,000 years, a human genius suspected to be Jiang Xi had appeared on the 9th battlefield of the extraterritorial battlefield, the Undying Daoist. It was speculated that the sword technique used by the Undying Daoist was the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords. Now that Jiang Xi had used the second sword of the cloud bookcase 7 swords in front of him, the answer couldn't be more obvious. Jiang Xi was the undying Daoist. Phew. Lian Yu exhaled lightly and calmed himself down. He was a genius immortal who had transcended 5 tribulations in a row. Although he was now a 7th tribulation transcender, his overall combat strength was comparable to an 8th tribulation transcender. According to the information, the undying Daoist's combat strength was barely comparable to an 8th tribulation transcender. Therefore, even if Jiang Xi was the undying Daoist, he was not afraid. What? You think you can beat me with your strength? Lian Yu sneered. Draw your saber. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to attack. Jiang Xi's sword was drawn but not unleashed. Lian Yu's expression was cold as a saber appeared in his hand. Buzz. But at this moment, he found that he couldn't move. Spatial imprisonment. Lian Yu was shocked, and then he was terrified. He didn't have time to think about why Jiang Xi had such a method that only a perfected monarch could use. He said anxiously, Jiang Xi, you can't kill me. I'm an elder of the Primordial Chaos Sect's Earth branch. If you kill me, the Primordial Chaos Sect won't let you off. We're all humans. It's just a small conflict. There's no need to fight to the death, right? Also, my master is perfected monarch Cho Lian. You don't want to offend a perfected monarch, right? One had to admit that Lian Yu was a very thoughtful person. At this critical moment, he was still able to think of so many words to persuade him. My master is Dao Monarch 9 Firmaments. Jiang Xi was expressionless. Lian Yu was dumbfounded. Then why are you saying so much to me? Lian Yu despaired. I just want you to die with more understanding and despair, Jiang Xi said softly. Whoosh. The sword fell. The genius immortal of the Primordial Chaos Sect died. However, the anger in Jiang Xi's heart didn't completely dissipate. He also knew that the anger in his heart didn't come from these people with bad intentions. It was because the life and death of Immortal Master Winesword was uncertain. Killing the first person who jumped out only calmed the anger in his heart a little. This is also considered a trouble, right? Jiang Xi shook his head. Lian Yu's crime didn't warrant death. Even if he reported what Lian Yu had done to the Heavenly Court, he would at most be reprimanded. A 7th Tribulation Transcender was already the top combat power of the human race. According to the normal punishment, even if a Tribulation Transcender of this level died, he would die on the battlefield against alien races. But Jiang Xi knew that he had to kill this person. Only by killing him could he establish his prestige, and the forces of the 3 gates and 6 sects stationed on Earth would be afraid of him. Soon, the news of Lian Yu's death spread and caused a huge uproar. After all, the one who died wasn't an ordinary immortal, but a genius immortal with a certain status and background in the Primordial Chaos Sect. The other factions of the 3 gates and 6 sects on Earth, as well as the 7th Tribulation Transcender elders, were shocked by Jiang Xi's strength, but they also rejoiced and felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't take the initiative to jump out. Otherwise, they might be the ones who died. On the other side, just as Jiang Xi left the Primordial Chaos Cave, a 9th Tribulation Transcender flew over from the Star Palace outside Earth with a scroll. Jiang Xi, Perfected Monarch Decree. Perfected Monarch Ning Chu, who was guarding Earth, personally ordered to take Jiang Xi to the Star Palace and temporarily imprison him. Perfected Monarch Ning Chu also left behind a sentence: Dao Monarch 9 Firmaments won't intervene in such a trivial matter. You can cultivate here for the time being. You can only go out after the sect and the Primordial Chaos Sect finish the discussion. Jiang Xi didn't resist. He knew that Perfected Monarch Ning Chu, who was also from the Purple Heaven sect, was protecting him. He also felt that Master 9 Firmaments wouldn't personally intervene for such a matter. Therefore, the necessary protective measures still had to be taken. The Primordial Chaos Sect wasn't a small sect, but one of the 9 immortal Dao sects that stood at the peak of the human race along with the Purple Heaven sect. Moreover, the faction behind Lian Yu wasn't small. Lian Yu's master, Perfected Monarch Cho Lian, was one of them. The Dao monarch of this faction was the second. 3 days later, a figure appeared on the teleportation platform next to the Star Palace. It was a young man with white hair. The terrifying aura he emitted faintly merged with the starry sky, as if he was the ruler of this starry sky. His gaze penetrated the Star Palace and landed on the temporarily imprisoned Jiang Xi. Cho Lian, go back. An ethereal voice sounded in perfected monarch Cho Lian's ears. Lord Ning Chu, my disciple is dead. He could have cultivated to become a perfected monarch, but he died just like that. Just because of a small dispute, he was killed. Perfected monarch Cho Lian said angrily. Then what do you want? Perfected monarch Ning Chu's voice sounded again. I know I can't kill him. Perfected monarch Cho Lian clenched his fists. But I want to teach him an unforgettable lesson. This is a Dao monarch's decree. Lord Ning Chu, please don't stop me. With that said, he flipped his hand and took out a golden scroll. Just its aura alone was enough to affect this space-time. Sigh. Perfected monarch Ning Chu sighed softly and didn't speak again. In a side hall of the Star Palace, Jiang Xi sat there quietly and cultivated. He didn't know how long he would have to wait. Anyway, he just had to wait. Suddenly, he felt a ripple appear in the space around him. At the same time, a spatial force wrapped around him. Perfected monarch? Jiang Xi was startled. Before he could react, the space around him changed, and the energy directly teleported him out of the Star Palace. Then, he saw the scene in front of him clearly. In the starry sky, a white-haired man was staring at him coldly with an unfriendly expression. It's not perfected monarch Ning Chu. Jiang Xi's heart sank. He had seen perfected monarch Ning Chu who guarded Earth before. Jiang Xi, did you kill my disciple? The white-haired man's eyes were sharp. This question allowed Jiang Xi to confirm the other party's identity. It was Lian Yu's master, perfected monarch Cho Lian. Greetings, Lord Cho Lian. Jiang Xi still bowed. Let me ask you, did you kill my disciple? Perfected monarch Cho Lian shouted. Boom. In the starry sky, thunder rumbled and spatial cracks appeared. The wrath of a perfected monarch. And Jiang Xi, who was in the center of the wrath, felt as if he had become extremely small. He was pressed down by 100,000 mountains, unable to move or breathe. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He could only remain silent with an indifferent look in his eyes. This expression made Cho Lian even angrier. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.